So guys, what if Naruto was the legacy of Phenix God in High School DxD movie? The house was quiet and she was lonely. It was quite the contrast from just a few minutes ago, walking home from school after training. The outside was still vibrant with life despite the overcast sky that dampened the afternoon. It was only when she arrived home, alone, did she realize just how unbearable it was. She missed them, she missed him. Naruse Mio selfishly wished that her big brother didn't leave for his trip. Honestly, she wondered why he even had to leave in the first place. Granted, he was going to come back home soon, but she just couldn't think of a reason he had to go to Kyoto, of all places. Why Kyoto anyway? If it was for the sake of tourism, could he not have waited until another weekend instead of just spontaneously deciding to up and go? Furthermore, did he have to leave her behind? Her brother could be a jerk without meaning to. Well, luckily, she'll find out why he left from her appointed informant when they come back, though, she felt conflicted, if only because now she was alone at home and bored out of her mind. Still, I wish they were home. A part of her was glad that she asked of her guardian and friend, Maria, to watch over him, knowing Naruto, the whiskered blonde, would probably get caught up into some kind of trouble. In fact, she wouldn't put it past him to actively look for trouble himself. After all, this was the same guy that stepped in to help her and Maria during their seemingly hopeless situation when he could have just ignored it entirely. Mio was so glad that he did. His sympathy gave both girls another day to live as well as a semblance of normality and stability, a safe home and 3 square meals a day, a chance to go to school and make friends, Rias and the occult club, Sona and the student council, Yuki as well as her classmates, and to her fortune, gaining an understanding and reliable big brother. The daughter of Lucifer was content with her life at the moment, and it was thanks to Uzumaki. Naruto, every day since she's met him, while filled with a few dangers, has been invigoratingly fun, and she wholeheartedly believed he thought the same. As such, that was why she was a tad bit frustrated with him at the moment. If Naruto was content with his life in Kuo, why the hell did he leave to Kyoto then? The red-haired girl sighed. Damn it, Naruto, what is it that goes through that head of yours? It was quite difficult to understand him at times, but at least he was kind and genuine, and for that, she was grateful. Discarding her bag at the dining table, she continued her path towards the fridge, intending to grab a drink, all the while her thoughts centered upon the blonde boy and what he could possibly be doing. Did he arrive? Did he spot Maria? Is he safe? Is he having fun? So many questions sped through her mind as she paced through the house on autopilot, doing simple chores. Finishing her drink and the last of her self-appointed tasks, she laid down on the couch before turning on the television to bring some life and noise within the silent house. Despite the current show broadcasting was a classic and favorite drama of hers, she couldn't bring herself to actually watch it. Her mind was far too distracted on thoughts of Naruto. I wish you were here, Mio whispered as if hoping he would appear before her. The half-breed pursed her lips and laid her right forearm upon her brow. She sometimes wondered if her big brother truly knew and understood how much she appreciated him and his efforts. Well, if he didn't, she would just have to show him. The only question now would be how to go about doing so. What was it she could do to show her appreciation for her brother? There were many things she could do, such as. She could. Mio quickly sat up on the couch, her body tense and eyes wide in a minor panic. I could. She was drawing a blank, and that bothered her deeply. Aside from cooking Naruto ramen, which to her embarrassment she could not as she lacked culinary skills, a life on the run deprived her the opportunity to learn. She couldn't think of anything else. What else does he like? No matter how hard she thought about it, nothing came to mind. Why can't I think of anything? Mio exclaimed, her panic reverberating within the living room. It was ridiculous to her. She should be able to come up with something, and yet. Her thoughts came to a halt and realization seemed to have slapped her silly, leaving her trembling and gaping in shock. To her shame, Naruse Mio came to realize that she knew nothing of Uzumaki Naruto, her big brother. It wasn't just his likes, so she could gift him something to show her appreciation. She knew nothing about him, such as Naruto's family, his history, his birthplace, his interests and aspirations, if he had any friends outside of Kuo, his abilities, and just why was he so strong. Did he have any romantic interests and preferences? Was he even attracted to women? Did Naruto have any hopes and dreams? So many questions with no answers to ease her heart and mind. Inhaling deeply as she closed her eyes, Mio emptied her mind in an attempt to calm herself. Last thing she wanted was to bottle up her frustration and lash out at anything. She focused inwardly, blocking out all outside stimuli until all she could hear was her own heartbeat. Finally, she exhaled slowly and her body uncoiled from her subconscious tension. Mio opened her eyes, yet they remained lulled by her melancholy. Naruto. She thought of her brother once again, of the joyful smiles he would grace her and their friends with throughout the day, how infectious his enthusiasm was and the shenanigans he would conjure for them. Naruto. A small smile graced her features. Even now, away from the hybrid, he could bring out such expressions from her. The red-haired devil clenched her fists as a fire ignited within her. When you come back, well talk and ill come to learn about you, Naruto. Mio resolved to herself as a smirk played at her lips. With her determination established, the young girl relaxed into the couch, deciding to procrastinate a bit more before engaging her schoolwork. As she gave her attention to the television broadcast, she absent-mindedly trailed her fingers through her hair. Despite the entertainment provided by the show, Mio couldn't stop thinking about her big brother. She exhaled skyward roughly, her bangs rising into the air. Damn, she really needed a hobby. With a pout upon her lips, Mio voiced her current thought, though, I really wish I can learn about you now, Naruto. It was at this moment that a higher power took action as the desire of a devil was voiced. Across multiple realms, individuals who were closely affiliated with a certain whiskered blonde or will be in the uncertain future would be spirited away, every one of them being granted a chance to understand a unique boy as well as themselves, all for a chance to understand their legacy. And in a sense of irony, that desire was realized in a way that Uzumaki Naruto was intimately familiar with. Huh? What the hell is that? T-U-O-L. I need a damn drink. A tired sigh escaped from the lips of Senju Tsunade. The busty blonde gazed out into the horizon from on top of the Hokage monument with her arms crossed underneath her bosom. She was so tired, yet it wasn't in the physical sense. The Hokage, a model of strength to Konoha and her citizens, was mentally and spiritually exhausted. She was just so tired of losing. Don't think like that, he's alive, he has to be. It has been over 2 months since the attack from Akatsuki. A few days after the attack, Tsunade had finally awakened from her comatose state, only to wish that she had not. What the hell do you mean he's disappeared? It was ludicrous to say the least. A distortion in space, Hitaki Kakashi said. It swallowed him whole. Kakashi said. He disappeared. Kakashi said. The distortion as well as him vanished, Kakashi said. Kakashi said. Stop. She breathed out a trembling sigh and her hands clasped tighter unto her biceps. All in an attempt to compose herself, she had to remain strong, for the village, for her shinobi. But more importantly, she had to keep faith. Tsunade had to believe that Naruto was alive and safe. After all, that boy inherited their dreams and accepted her hopes. Yet, the Slug Princess was intimately aware that Naruto was not invincible. She could still remember how that foolish boy she came to care for risked his life, his dream, all for her sake, how the little fool protected her from a close call and nearly died. Tsunade remembered how Naruto saved her from depression, how a rude, obnoxious and spirited Uzumaki confronted a rude, cynical and enervated Senju. Tsunade remembered. Enough, she had to keep it together. The Toad clan of Mount Myoboku confirmed he was alive, yet they couldn't provide any information on his whereabouts or well-being. As such, it was just difficult to accept the notion by their word alone, and she wanted so desperately to confirm it with her own eyes. Are you safe? Are you alive? The Hokage shook her head. Her vibrant pigtails blown by the refreshing summer breeze reflected the afternoon sun. She thought back to the other matters that had transpired since Pain's invasion. Uchiha Sasuke had been confirmed by Kumogakure to be affiliated with Akatsuki after he attacked their last Jinchuriki. The Raikage demanded of Konoha to classify the traitor as an official rogue nin, condemning the teenager to be hunted down by every shinobi in the continent. A part of her was happy to do so. She couldn't care less for the little bastard. Last thing she wanted was the second coming of Orochimaru. However, another part of her did not wish to upset Naruto and her dear apprentice, Haruno Sakura. Sakura, her heart went out to the poor girl. Ever since Naruto's disappearance she had become listless, and it became worse after Sasuke's confirmed status. Losing her loyal teammate and best friend, something she only came to realize after the fact, struck her hard. The whiskered blonde was a source of support for the pink-haired medic nin, a rock she could anchor herself to during tumultuous times. For him to have just disappeared after such a traumatizing terrorist attack, well, it was no wonder she lacked motivation to do anything. The girl was just going through the motions at this point, being on the verge of losing everything precious to her. Sakura had her master's sympathies. Tsunade did count her blessings, though, despite the fact the Uchiha bastard had fallen so low. The Raikage rescinded his demands after they managed to apparently rescue, as if, their Jinchuriki. The Senju was no fool. She knew the truth about Kumo's perfect Jinchuriki and his infamous insubordination. The bastard that almost contributed to an international incident probably ran off for a vacation after the assault by Akatsuki. Then, there was the fact that Danzo had remained silent and inactive as well. Which was surprising to say the least. If there was ever a better opportunity to capitalize and usurp her position as Hokage, it would have been during her incapacitation, regardless of his inactivity, in a stroke of genius. Well, in her opinion, she requested of Sai to monitor the old war hawk. The best of these blessings though was the fact that Akatsuki has remained silent, no news or rumors of their movements and activities. It was as if Naruto's disappearance put a halt to every scheme and plot. Where did you go? I miss you, you little brat. Tsunade exhaled another sigh. Deciding to return to her daily duties if only to distract her mind from the Uzumaki. As she began to walk to her temporary office, she observed the village that was currently under reconstruction. Efforts made by the lively community as well as Konoha's allies from afar. It was thanks to Naruto that they even had a chance to rebuild like this. When she saw the brat again, Tsunade would have to show her appreciation for all his efforts and endurance, probably grant him a promotion as well, though, she was pretty sure that just spending time with him over a meal at Ichiraku's would do the trick. Her treat, of course. A smile graced her features as she thought of the ramen-obsessed boy once again. The kid sure knew how to pack away bowls of the cuisine like a champ. As she finally arrived at her temporary residence and office, she was greeted by her first apprentice, Shizune, in the lobby. Tsunade-sama, her student voiced with a smile. Teams Guy, Kurenai and Asuma are waiting inside. And Kakashi. The Hokage continued the walk towards her office, her heels clicking loudly within the building as her student followed behind. Reading his smut by the window, responded Shizune with a roll of her eyes. Has Guy returned from his solo mission? Unfortunately, not. He has probably been delayed. If you wish, I can set up a messenger hawk to intercept him with details of the new mission. The Hokage nodded in affirmation. She slowed her pace a bit, allowing her assistant to walk alongside, her honey-brown eyes peering into the younger woman. How are you, Shizune? My day could be better. The dark-haired woman shrugged with a tired smile painting her features, though. I am a bit relieved. She clapped her hands expressing her joy. A report came in confirming that all facilities ensuring Konoha's infrastructure are running at 100% capacity. Is that so? Power plant? 100% and stable. Water treatment? 100 as well. Hospital and evacuation shelters? Construction has finally completed and all have been furnished with state-of-the-art medical equipment as per your orders. Good. Tsunade paused right before her office, a thought surfacing to mind. How's Sakura holding up? Shizune pursed her lips, her sympathies offered to her fellow apprentice. She's still the same. Her parents have reported that she has been distant at home. Is that so? Where is she now? Inside with Ino. Tsunade rounded on Shizune, her eyebrow quirked in question. Ino suggested that she get away from the village for a while as a way to heal. In fact, she requested that Sakura be assigned with them for whatever mission you'll assign them. The Senju contemplated the request for a bit and finally concluded that it wasn't such a bad idea. With a nod, she turned around and walked into her office with Shizune following as well. Immediately, the aforementioned teenagers stood to attention as the Hokage walked over to her desk and took a seat, her first apprentice standing to her left. Her gaze panned across their forms, each of their features focused on her, waiting on their leader's words, except for two of them. Both Sakura and Hinata had a demeanor that screamed melancholy, eyes hooded and their gaze directed to the floor, frowns marring their features. Her heart went out to the both of them as she empathized with what troubled their hearts. Kakashi, come in, as ordered. The Jonin climbed in through the window, stepped behind his student and gave his full attention to his cage. Yo, good afternoon Tsunade-sama, he drawled with his trademark smile. Good afternoon everyone. The Hokage eased herself into her chair and crossed her arms over her bust. I am assigning you all a simple mission, border patrol. A groan echoed through the room though she completely ignored it. Of our northwest post, 48 hours total. On the third day, before noon, you will all rendezvous with a supply caravan and escort it to Konoha. She hardened her presence, her gaze frosting over which seemed to herald a dangerous winter. As you are all aware, bandit activity has increased within our borders after the invasion. Those supplies are necessary. Do not fail, understood? Understood. Hokage-sama, her subjects chorused their affirmation. Dismissed. Most of the assembled shinobi decided to vacate her office, yet they were held up as one of them spoke up since they were finally at liberty to do so. Tsunade-sama. The Senju quirked her eyebrow as she gave her attention to the speaker. Yes, Hinata? Has there been any word on Naruto-kun? From the corner of her eye, Tsunade saw Sakura tense, apparently desiring to know as well. Unfortunately, no, she whispered her response with a frown, wishing that she could have said anything other than that. I see. Hinata's distress seemed palpable at the moment. She thought back to the day of the invasion, remembering when her romantic interest was incapacitated by the self-proclaimed god. the self-righteous terrorist spouting his crap as if it was gospel. Hinata didn't care, and none of the philosophies and ideals being fought for mattered to her. The heiress just wanted Naruto to win and be safe, and she would without any hesitation give up her life for his sake. I wish he was here. The Hyuga sighed out to herself, attempting to collect her composure to prepare for the mission. The girl desperately wanted to confirm his well-being. She didn't care if he remembered her confession or not. She just wanted him to be alive and safe within Konoha. If she could have just one more day to see him smile and laugh and live, Hinata would be content. Sakura, are you alright? Yamanaka Ino called out to her dear friend and rival, placing a hopefully comforting hand on the girl's shoulder. It bothered the blonde mind walker to see her so defeated, and in a sense, she understood how the girl felt. Definitely not to the same extent, but she was worried for her fellow blonde. She truly appreciated Naruto's efforts to protect and save the village, and well, Ino would admit she might fall for the goof because of hero worship. Shallow as it may seem, matters of the heart cannot be easily controlled. She prayed though that if something of the sort did happen, the infatuation would be just a phase she could put past herself. Sakura exhaled slowly, Ino's soft yet firm grip offering solace and rescuing her from the dark thoughts that have been plaguing her mind since his disappearance. Everything was just so wrong. Naruto, blonde, dumb yet compassionate and loyal, was spirited away, and Sasuke, prodigious, handsome and troubled but traitorous, had officially done the unforgivable within the shinobi world. No amount of pleading could exempt him from punishment. The Uchiha may have struck lucky with the Raikage's decision to drop his charges, but Sasuke had established his stance for all to know. And Sasuke must have understood that Naruto was Akatsuki's target. Why? Again, everything was just so wrong. Why is this happening? Sakura felt like the world she had come to build for herself was ending. Where did you go, Naruto? The lone girl of Team 7 raised her gaze and peered out of the window, past the village and into the horizon. Instead, she searched for anything regarding her dear teammate. I wish to see him. Sakura trailed off. All those present in the office heard her, and it was sentiment they all shared. Frowns painted everyone's visage, and they all stood in silence, observing the metaphorical demand the topic at heart required. Troublesome, Shikamaru whispered to himself as he clenched his fist. Naruto is alive, so, have some faith. He encouraged his comrades as well as himself. They couldn't afford to be weak now. He'll find a way back home. I believe in that, and you should too. Everyone directed their attention to the lazy genius, and he granted them all a smirk. Do you really think that idiot would give up trying to come home when he wants to become Hokage? A beat of silence passed until Tsunade let loose a genuine laugh. Ha! You're definitely right about that, Nara. The Hokage stood up and offered them all a small smile. Still, I know all of you as well as I wish to know if he were safe. Immediately after her heartfelt comment, a loud crack reverberated throughout the office, deafening the group. What the hell was that? The Hokage shouted in alarm. Once more, another deafening crack sounded off. Every shinobi raised their guard, bodies coiled, and those capable with weapons had them ready at hand. Tense silence followed after for a while as everyone extended their senses in an attempt to identify a threat. Is it over? Tenten questioned, though she did not ease her guard as she dual-wielded kunai. I can't smell anything foreign, provided Inuzuka Kiba to the group, his nose in the air inhaling and identifying every scent in the vicinity. Perhaps the noise was the structural integrity of the building. It may be best to evacuate, Hokage-sama, Hyuga Neji suggested, activating his Byakugan to search the area. Your office may be compromised. A youthful assessment, Neji, Rock Lee exclaimed, praising his rival as he shifted into the Gokenryu stance, though, the question to ask now is who would be so unyouthful to sabotage Hokage-sama's residence. No, Neji's right now, we should evacuate the building, reminded Tenten, and following her own advice turned to exit the office, hoping the others would wise up and follow her lead. Let's get. The sound of shattering glass interrupted Kakashi, and yet to the group's surprise the windows were still perfectly whole. It was then they all heard a low humming that filled the room from multiple points of origin. Specifically, it originated from directly behind a majority of the shinobi gathered. Tsunade-sama. Behind you. Kakashi alerted the elder woman and attempted to move towards her, yet, to his rising panic, he found himself stuck in place. Why can't I move? What the hell is that? Goddamn it, it's pulling me in. Shouts of panic filled the air as those caught within the aberration's pull were seemingly sucked into some sort of transparent hole, their forms distorting like a haze. Eventually, whatever the purpose the aberrations had, it succeeded, swallowing those ensnared and disappearing entirely, along with its hostages. The ones left behind, that being Shino and Choji, composed themselves and ran off to alert any available Jonin and or Anbu. They wouldn't see their lost comrades and leader for one long day. It was a beautiful day with a clear azure sky sparsely dotted by clouds, the sun blessing the land with its gentle warmth and radiant light. The roar of a waterfall echoed throughout the area, a natural symphony complemented by the song of birds. It was nature's harmony, completely undisturbed by man, until now. Distortions in space ruptured the air a few feet above the grounds of the area. The panicked cries of people seemed to blare through it clearly, increasing in volume by the seconds. Eventually, the aberration spat out its contents, people, men and women, depositing them on the ground and finally disappearing altogether. What an unyouthful experience, Lee whispered as he struggled to rise to his hands and knees. Tenten, are you alright? Yeah. Just a bit disoriented. Shino and Choji weren't caught up in whatever the hell that was. Ow. What the fuck was that? Kiba groaned out as he and his fellows attempted to gather their bearings and stand. That, Kakashi rasped as he gathered lungsful of air, was the same phenomenon that spirited Naruto away. Tsunade-sama. Are you certain? Yes, ma'am, I thought I was going to die, confessed Ino, still shaken up by the experience. Well, we're still alive, Shikamaru responded as he laid sprawled out on the hard, cold ground. His limbs felt like gelatin, which also means Naruto should be alive as well. Then, does that mean that we are wherever Naruto-kun was taken to? Hinata asked with hope coloring her tone. The Nara didn't answer, not wishing to be the one to dash the girl's hopes. Where exactly are we, anyway? Neji voiced out the question on everyone's mind. Oh my god. Sakura awed, catching the group's attention. All as one they turned to her, yet immediately were distracted by the very same sight that captivated the medic Nin. Before their eyes was a miracle that defied, nay denied reality, an endless expanse of blue, an endless and calm sea that reflected the light from the sun hanging in the horizon, the surface occasionally scintillating like a star, an endless sky complemented by scattered white clouds, where sky met ocean. They knew not but they didn't care, they all stood in awe of the questionable natural wonder before them. Beautiful, Tsunade whispered out, the mere sight bringing forth a sense of calm to her. Kakashi recovered from his reverie after several beats and spoke out to his comrades, as impressive as this sight is, I think we should focus on finding out where we are. He turned around and attempted to survey the area only to be shocked into another round of silence. The others turned and came upon the sight of what they came to believe was a white palace. The architecture was definitely foreign to their cultural knowledge, yet it was still impressive. Furthermore, the shinobi observed their exact location was a courtyard with multiple fountains and pools in front of the palace entrance. They could hear and see multiple channels of water coursing through the grounds. Feeding in and out the pools into the palace, they concluded the channels streamed all throughout the palace and into the waterfalls flowing out the sides of the white construct that flowed into the endless blue sea. Finally, the entire palace seemed to be a garden as well. Various botany, green plants, colorful flowers and green trees, decorated the grounds and walls as various birds sang and soared throughout the area. It was mind-boggling just how perfect the place was, like a glimpse of paradise that they did not wish to ruin with their presence. It felt like a sacred sanctuary and they all felt relaxed yet humbled as well. This can't be natural, Shizune supplied, yet her awe couldn't be doubted by the tone of her voice. I don't think it is, said Kakashi as he continued to survey the area. A genjutsu? Both Kiba and Lee chorused in simultaneous thought. No, it's the fact that this palace seems to have been constructed on the sea with no land as a foundation, Kakashi provided, though he seemed doubtful of his analysis. How is that even possible? Tsunade questioned, and in response Kakashi gestured out to the sea. It was then she noticed a staircase descending into the water from the edge of the courtyard. By the fifth step, it already submerged beneath the surface. Okay, I see your point. Tsunade-sama, Neji called out with his Byakugan active. The Hokage surmised he was surveying the palace. Besides the wildlife, the entire place is empty. The buxom Kage pursed her lips in contemplation. It seemed, much to her sadness, Naruto was not transported to this place when he was spirited away. If so, why were they transported here, and was it done purposely by an unidentified hostile? She sighed in frustration. Life was just not making sense anymore. What should we do, Tsunade-sama? And get up, Shikamaru. Ino voiced out as she massaged her temples, venting her frustration on the Nara. Before her fellow blonde could respond, Sakura offered a plan of action. We should investigate the palace. Maybe there's some kind of clue here to whatever that aberration was. A strength not heard since the Uzumaki's disappearance resonated within her voice, surprising everyone present. It can also give us a chance to investigate Naruto's whereabouts. Shikamaru stood up and offered his support to Sakura's advisement. That's better than nothing, let's get started. Tsunade nodded and took the lead. gesturing to her subordinates to follow. Alright, when we get inside, well, split up by your assigned squads, Neji and Hinata will scout opposite. As they reached the middle of the courtyard, the shattering of glass reverberated through the air. The shinobi all tensed and searched wildly for what they hoped was the aberration. Behind us. Shizune shouted, directing everyone's attention to where they had landed. They all observed warily as the same distortion hovered in the air, a low hum originating from it. Do you think it's a way to get back to Konoha? Tenten asked, uncertainty obvious in her tone. I personally don't wish to risk it and end up somewhere random, Neji provided, a thought that seemed to resonate with everyone from the grimace or wariness painting their features. Wait. Do you hear that? Kiba questioned out loud, it sounds like a girl screaming. Mere moments later they all picked up on it, the sound of a young girl in obvious panic coming from the distortion. The cry of distress increased in volume until eventually, the aberration spat out a young red-haired girl styled in pigtails wearing strange yet well-tailored clothes. The shinobi watched as the girl attempted to collect her bearings, inhaling heaps of air and finally rising to her feet, and as pink eyes focused on the group, they watched as fear arose within them and she started to slowly distance herself from them. Who are you? T-U-O-L. Naruse Mio was not having a good time. One moment she was in the comfort of her own home, watching television and thinking about her big brother, and the next she was frightened, literally, out of house and home. A loud crack and rending of the air followed by her being inhaled into something, and next she felt like she was experiencing a damn psychedelic trip. Now, she had a sore throat from voicing her panic and she was in the presence of strangers, alone. The hybrid was definitely scared at the moment. There was no one with her to help if the situation escalated into hostility. Not that she would instigate any trouble. Still, there was no one she could depend on, not Rias and Sona along with their respective peerages, neither Yuki or Maria to support her. And her big brother wasn't present to save her, either. Naruto. Understanding she was on her own, she rose to her feet and summoned her courage to deal with the current situation. Attempting to put some distance between herself and the group, she spoke up. Who are you? Who the hell are you? The brunette male with facial tattoos barked back as if he was offended, and Mio couldn't help but flinch as her nerves continued to hamper her. Oi, back off, Kiba, chastised the pretty blonde teen in purple. The girl offered Mio a calm smile. Poor girl probably just experienced the same thing we did, of course. She'll be suspicious, let alone scared. She then pinned the redhead with an inquisitive gaze. Were you just snatched up into some kind of spatial distortion? Mio took note that according to the blonde, this group just experienced the same thing she did. Still, it didn't exactly make her any less nervous. After a beat, she responded with a nod. Why, yeah. The blonde girl pursed her lips and trailed her eyes over her form, studying her for a moment. It only served to raise Mio's anxiety of the situation she had been forced into. Apparently satisfied with her observation, the blue-eyed girl smiled. I am Yamanaka Ino. What's your name? Naruse. Mio. Where are you from? Who are the others? Ino was a bit surprised, though she offered no insight to such by suppressing her reaction. She believed she would have been able to extract information without revealing anything about her comrades. Apparently, Mio wasn't that naive. Her lips pulled into a smirk, approving of the redhead's caution. Fair enough. A round of introductions followed, and then the Yamanaka once again continued with her inquiry. I am from Kuo. Tsunade glanced over to Shizune and Kakashi, hoping they would know of such a place. To her disappointment, both only gave her a shrug, the gesture stating clearly that they knew nothing of the sort. Never heard of it, Ino replied. Which country is Kuo located in? At that question, disbelief painted Mio's features. Gaping with incredulity at the blonde, Ino couldn't help but feel a bit put out at the expression. What? Is that a joke? Mio inquired in response. Your names are Japanese. The eyebrows of every shinobi quirked at that trivia. You're speaking fluent Japanese. Then their brows furrowed in doubt. Mio continued, a little heat bleeding into her tone. So excuse me, if I can't help but find your taste in humor lacking. The Konoha group all felt distinctly confused. What the hell was this girl talking about? A few beats of silence passed and Ino just couldn't tolerate it, so she voiced out the only thought bouncing around in her mind. Jape what? Mio just stared. After a moment, leaving Ino unnerved, she pushed past the lull brought forth by the apparently stupid question, though she personally thought it was a valid one. Where is it in relation to Konoha? Konoha? Never heard of it. This time every shinobi pinned the redhead with an incredulous stare. It was ridiculous to them that this girl did not know of Konoha. Mio, noticing the looks from everyone, felt uncomfortable, averting her eyes to the floor. Being on the receiving end of the stares of 11 people was quite hard to brave. What? I've never heard of it. Bullshit. Kiba exclaimed, Mio flinching from his aggressive tone. Enough with this crap, you must have been living under a rock to not know about Konoha. The Inuzuka narrowed his gaze at the redhead. She comes here spouting shit like we're stupid and then says this. He strode forward, his body tense and screaming intimidation. Mio's eyes widened and took a few steps back, hands instinctually clenching into fists. This girl's obviously playing us.
Back off, Kiba, or did you forget Mio-san appeared in this place just like us? Through that damn aberration, unwillingly. Sakura admonished her comrade with a glare. Really, the guy was just too hot-headed at times. Look at her, you're scaring her and the last thing we need is a fight in our situation. Fortunately, her logic brought the feral team to a halt, though it seemed he would not relent on his suspicion.
And what if it's just an act? For all we know, she could have forced us here. Ma, I highly doubt that, Kakashi supplied, not wishing to harm a possibly innocent girl. Kiba-kun, please, just calm down, Hinata asked of her teammate. Her body language speaks honestly, she's as lost and confused as us. With Hinata's reassurance, the Inuzuka calmed down. After all, it was difficult to fool a Hyuga with their Byakugan. Hey, sorry about all that. Ino apologized on behalf of her comrade's behavior. She rubbed her own wrist trying to ease her nerves with the simple action. We're all just a bit tense after being displaced from home. I am sure you can understand. We also lost one of our own a while back to something similar. Mio felt sympathy for the group before her. She truly wouldn't wish to experience such a loss. Still, she did not relax her guard, far too anxious with the situation at hand. I understand, but I don't know about any place called Konoha. She bit her lip as her hands trailed through her red locks. I was home when that thing appeared and pulled me in. A beat of silence passed before Ino spoke up again. Hey, we were going to investigate the palace. Why not come with us? We can help each other look for a way back home. The lone devil was wary, but as she glanced towards the impressive structure, she realized that it would be easier if she just allied herself with this group, if only to find a way home, which would come about faster if she joined up with Ino and her friends, though. Hesitation kept her silent, unable to voice out her agreement out of fear of these strangers. She bit her lip and glanced at the blonde teen in front who only offered her a comforting smile, patiently awaiting her decision. What would you do, Naruto? Tsunade, after observing the girl and her interaction with Ino, she was proud of the Yamanaka for taking the initiative, decided she was no threat. There was no ulterior motive she could speculate, and the fact was that the redhead was with them now, apparently stranded, but before she could attempt to speak, another loud crack echoed through the air, deafening all. Further behind the hybrid, multiple large distortions appeared and promptly spat out a group of distressed individuals wearing similar apparel to Mio. Rias Senpai, Sona Kaichu. Mio exclaimed while running towards the new group and tackling a red-haired girl with a hug. Mio-chan? What's going on? The newly arrived redhead questioned as she reciprocated the hug. She tightened her hold as she felt Mio's form trembling within her grasp. She raised her gaze and hardened her presence as she took note of the Konoha group that seemed to be observing their interaction. Mio, are you alright? I thought I was being attacked when I was snatched up by that thing, murmured the younger girl. Were all of you blindsided and pulled in by that spatial distortion? Mio finally pulled away, finally letting it sink in that she wasn't alone. Her friends were with her. I am not alone, it'll be okay. I can get through this with them by my side. I and Akeno were together visiting with Sona and Tsubaki when it appeared. What about the rest of you? Rias asked of her entire peerage that seemed to have been collected as well. A brunette male, her pawn, spoke next. Asia and I were on our way home after stopping for a meal at a street vendor. I thought it was an ambush since the street was empty. Issei-san, we're safe. Asia placed a comforting hand over his own to help ease the tension, a considerate gesture that worked instantly and was noticed by all present. Issei graced the blonde girl with an appreciative smile. Rias then turned her gaze upon a petite white-haired girl, her rook, and a blonde male teen, her knight, who she noted to be tense, avoiding eye contact with her. The older redhead only quirked an eyebrow at his behavior. Kiba, Kaneko, how are you both holding up? I am fine, bucko, just a bit tired, Kaneko replied in her usual monotone, but the relief could be seen in her features, the pull of her lips into a small smile clear to any observer. I am fine as well, bucko, Kiba stated after a beat of silence, yet he still avoided eye contact with her, his gaze focused on the ground. It honestly bothered Rias as it wasn't an act of deference and she never demanded such things from her peerage, her family. She was about to question him until a voice called out for her attention. Rias, I am glad to see all of us unharmed, said Sona as she affixed her glasses upon the bridge of her nose. The vice president, Tsubaki, stepped forward by the Cetri heiress. Her kings sighed as her queen. Another brunette male, Genshiro Saji, Sona's pawn, stepped in front of the two. The violet-eyed girl continued while observing the group standing before them. But there are questions that need to be answered and we have company. Yes, you're right. Rias crossed her arms and contemplated how to approach the other group as Akano stood poised by her side, her respective king. Nothing less would do in the presence of strangers as the Gremory heiress, queen. Mio, wishing to avoid a possible confrontation, decided to speak up. After all, besides the rude tattooed jerk, the group were pretty amiable. Unfortunately, right before she could begin, another echo of a deafening crack resounded. Was the sound barrier going to break every damn time the aberration appeared? 'Cause if so, everyone wondered if they would find themselves clinically deaf by the end of this ordeal. From 6 large distortions appeared 6 varied groups of people wearing all sorts of clothes foreign to the Konoha group. However, within these gathered people, certain individuals with unique traits gave pause to the shinobi, specifically 2 of them. Tsunade-sama, is that? Shizune whispered out to her mentor, trepidation coloring her words. Kyubi, 2 of them. Kakashi clenched his fists, completely confused by the sight. But, they're humanoid. Tsunade as well as the others only gaped at the scene before them. T-U-O-L. Rias was shocked into silence by the new groups that seemed to have been forcefully displaced like herself. Only 4 of the 6 groups were easily identifiable. The first group composed of the infamous Azazel of Grigori and what she presumed to be 2 subordinates, a lone female fallen with dark hair. The second subordinate was a white-haired boy, but she could distinctly sense demonic energy emanating from him. The next group made her instinctually tense as she recognized 2 of them as the Seraphs, Michael and Gabriel of Heaven. With their group were 2 cloaked girls prostrating before the angels in reverence, much to their obvious discomfort. Probably exorcists, judging by their apparel from a glimpse she managed. The third group contained people she was acquainted and friendly with, that being Nonaka Yuki and Maria, who both at the moment appeared injured, much to her rising worry. Alongside them appeared the Kyubi Yusaka, leader of the Kyoto Yokai faction, as well as her young daughter, such an adorable little girl. It was nostalgic to see them, as the last time they spoke was during her school trip to Kyoto. The fourth group was the one that truly rendered her silent, as she just couldn't believe they would be here. 6 individuals were present, but only 3 truly gained her attention. Grafia? Onisama. The last person gave her pause, as if trying to confirm the individual was present before her eyes. Okaze-sama? Rias Tan. It's so good to see you. Sear's Lucifer exuberantly cried, attempting to run to embrace and dote on his little sister. However, much to the hidden relief of the heiress, the Mao was held back by his wife and queen. Grafia, by the ear. Ow, please dear, ill behave. Please, act as your position demands. We are in the presence of your fellow esteemed leaders. But it's Rias Tan. Grafia, the silver-haired maid, let loose a small sigh in response. Finally letting go of her husband, she directed a smile to her sister-in-law. I am glad to see you and your peerage safe, Ojou-sama. Rias, still in shock, could only nod dumbly. A melodious chuckle directed the attention of the devils to a brunette, violet-eyed woman that was the splitting image of the heiress. Hello, Rias, dear. Do you have any idea what's going on? Okaze-sama. The woman blinked, wondering why her daughter wouldn't answer the question. It was then she noticed the girl trembling, and understanding the reason. Venelana Gremory embraced her daughter and whispered soothing words of comfort. I understand that was a terrible experience, but I am here, Rias. Everything will be okay. Rias embraced the woman with all the strength she had, while Sear's envied his mother. With a pout, he gave voice to it. I am jealous. T-U-O-L. Amongst the second group of arrivals, Azazel was surveying the area and the people present, letting loose an appreciative whistle. He spoke his admiration. This is quite the place. Talk about a step away from paradise. Valley. He scratched at his goatee as he asked his ward, though, this place seems familiar. It seems there's a lot of high-profile individuals present. A small smirk formed upon Val's handsome features, as well as the strong. He turned his sights upon one of the groups and felt his smirk broaden. Both Kuroka and Ophis are here. Don't start anything, you battle maniac. Why? The Securite is among us and you can't stop fate, Azazel. The lone girl of the trio widened her eyes at hearing this piece of information. A Longinus user is here. Wait, fate? Why is he talking about fate? As the thought trailed off, her jaw dropped from the theory she formed. Is he the Hakuryuko? True, but he only recently reincarnated into a devil and awakened his sacred gear. You won't gain any satisfaction fighting him now. Valley pursed his lips as he mulled over the Governor General's response. He had to admit that the current host of the boosted gear appeared weak, and he did desire an epic duel. The hybrid clicked his tongue, acknowledging Azazel's request. The leader of the fallen then turned to the young girl beside him. You all right there, Heir? Yes. Azazel-sama, I am just a bit confused. I am guessing you got snatched up by that aberration, too. Yes. I was on my way to fulfill your assignment, Heir stated with a nod. Well, at least we're stuck together, right? The 12-winged fallen angel cheered with a genuine smile. By the way, on your best behavior guys, don't instigate conflict. I have a good feeling about our situation. Are you really okay with all this, though? Valley questioned as he too observed his surroundings. Didn't you have sacred gear research to complete? Yeah. But that aberration seemed far too interesting, so I just let it abduct me. Azazel's smile brightened further, much to the annoyance of his companions. They could only stare at him. T-U-O-L. It is an honor to be in your presence, Michael-sama, Gabriel-sama. Anything you both wish of us, if it is within our power we will complete it. Michael and Gabriel both exchanged glances, already finished with observing the area and the people around them. They were impressed with the palace and its natural environment. One that seemed familiar, yet they couldn't quite recall the memory. They then directed their attention to the two exorcists kneeling before them. The seraph could sense their faith and devotion. One was a girl with brunette hair and violet eyes, Shidu Irina, they recalled, and the other was a brown-eyed girl with blue hair and a fringe dyed green, Zenobia Quarta. Both girls were holy sword wielders blessed with talent and potential. Gabriel spoke, and her voice, a soothing melody to their ears, was seemingly of a lilt. Please rise, daughters and warriors of heaven. Both girls stood up to attention, one completely stoic as ice contrasting the other whose exuberance radiated like a furnace. They were quite the pair. With a kind smile, she continued, I believe it is best to assume you were displaced by the aberration, Zenobia, Irina? Irina gasped, going starry-eyed as soon as Gabriel finished speaking. Gabriel-sama knows my name. Our Lady knows our names, Zenobia. She cheered to her partner and friend. Despite Zenobia trying to act professional, she couldn't help the small smile that pulled at her lips. Yes, Gabriel-sama, we were en route to Japan for a task granted to us by the church. I see, brother? I am glad you two are safe. Both girls graced their leader with a smile, one that he reciprocated wholeheartedly. As of this moment, though, I must ask of you to please behave while we are here. I understand that the teachings of the church have conditioned you both to see devil and fallen alike as enemies, but for now, practice pacifism and be diplomatic. We hear and obey, Michael-sama. Excellent. Now I believe we should greet the others. It would be nice to see Brother Azazel outside of conflict. I really do miss him. Gabriel smiled at the thought. Both exorcists furrowed their brows at the seraph's confession. Was Azazel not a condemned traitor? I miss him, too. If only he didn't commit sin, our lives could have been better. Ah, and he fell for such a ridiculous reason. Where did our dear father go wrong, brother? None of our siblings were raised to be man-whores. Language, dear sister, oh, please forgive me for my sin. T-U-O-L, well, isn't this quite the interesting gathering? What do you think, Office-sama, Nya? Kuroka gazed at the groups around them, taking special note of Valley and her beloved little sister, Sharon. Kaneko is what she goes by now, huh? I wonder, is it to distance yourself from me? A pang of guilt bloomed within her, but she mercilessly crushed it. What I did was for your sake. Even if you end up hating me, at least you're alive to do so. This place. Kuroka glanced to the side at her boss, who spoke in her usual monotone. To think this little girl was the Ouroboros dragon. She shook her head, intimately aware of Office power. I understand. The Nekosho only quirked an eyebrow at the seemingly random comment. Forgive me, Office-sama, but something is hindering my ability, Nya, she confessed, thoroughly annoyed with the situation forced upon her. After all, she was observing that cute and powerful human back in Kyoto. Kuroka, how did your observation go? I want to sire his children, Nya. So, he is strong. After we investigate the reason for being brought here, we will recruit him. Kuroka let a lustful smile play at her lips. Understood, Office-sama, Nya. T-U-O-L. Nonaka Yuki gazed around, observing the strangers gathered. With her arm in a cast, she realized that if anyone were to initiate hostilities, she would be at a disadvantage. However, the thought of engaging in combat ceased shortly when she noticed that she was among friends. Turning to her right, the hero noted how Yusaka kept a firm hold on her daughter's hand as the yokai princess marveled at the palace. Yuki had to admit the innocence and awe-painting Kuna's features was adorable. Shifting her gaze, the amber-eyed teen observed how Maria was staring at the Gremory group in disbelief as well as a hint of fear. She didn't understand why and was about to suggest they both walk over to the devil group until a familiar shout shocked her into silence. Oni-chan. Yuki immediately spun before being tackled by a younger, petite girl wearing the telltale armor of the hero tribe. Kurumi? You're here? MMHMM. So is Tsu-sama, the shorter girl murmured into the hug between the sisters. Kurumi glanced up to gaze upon her elder sister. What happened to you? Why are you hurt? Yuki froze as soon as her mind registered the fact that her adopted father was collected as well by the aberration. If she was honest, she was dreading meeting with him, hesitant to be the bearer of information regarding her childhood friend and the Mont's biological son, Basara. To tell the man that Basara was alive should have left her ecstatic, but a deep-seated fear brought forth doubt. What if he doesn't believe me? And whether he did believe her or not, either out of anger or happiness. What if he disowns Kurumi and I? What if he comes to hate us? Yuki-kun. The elder heroine was snapped out of her muse at hearing her father's voice. Glancing to her side while holding onto her little sister tightly, she saw the man, Taiju Jin, making his way over to their group. For the first time in her life, Yuki found herself wishing to not meet with her father, at least, until she could sort out her jumbled emotions. Ootou-sama, I suppose neither of you have any idea what's going on. He stated as he gave a nod of greeting towards Yusaka, who promptly reciprocated. He then took notice of his daughter's appearance and with a quirked eyebrow spoke. After we situate ourselves with everyone else, I hope you can share with me your latest adventure. He offered her a wry smile. I am sure there's an interesting story there. Jin extended his arms and patted her on the head as he started checking her over for untreated wounds. Why yes, Oto-sama. Despite her worries, she couldn't fight the small smile that pulled at her lips. She truly loved her adoptive father. All the more reason she was afraid of the pending conversation. Yusaka decided to speak up, hoping the ancient human had any information. So Taiju Jin, do you have any idea why we have been brought together? Unfortunately, no, I am just as in the dark as you. His gaze traveled between every group as he contemplated his observation, and I believe everyone else is as well. I see. How inconvenient. Yusaka frowned, annoyed that her plan to bathe with a certain blonde human was promptly cancelled. I had plans to acquaint myself with Kuna's savior, oh well. I heard there was an attack on Kyoto, seems you've managed to repel it. Fortune seemed to have smiled upon me in the form of a young, cute man. Yuki didn't understand why, but she was feeling distinctly bothered hearing Yusaka speak of Naruto in such a way. From the way you word it, it sounds like you were granted a bonus. Yusaka graced the elder man a beautiful smile. Like I said, fortune seemed to smile upon me. Excuse me. All laid their attention upon the lone succubus of the group. Sorry, I just need to go see my friend in one of the groups. I wanted to tell Yuki-san. I understand, Maria-san. I'll join you shortly. Wait. Jin requested of the succubus, an easy smile upon his visage. Well, go together. Best to just greet everyone at once, Kurumi. Yes, Tsu-sama. It would be best if you disarmed and wear casual clothes. We don't want to appear hostile. I understand. Good, well then, let's get going. After you, Yusaka Dono. Such a gentleman. T-U-O-L. It's good to see you, Rias. Syraorg, I am still a little miffed with you for destroying my tokens. I promise I'll pay you back, dearest cousin. The Gremory heiress only huffed in exasperation. She loved her cousin dearly, but damn it, those kunai and shuriken were priceless. It's good to see you as well, Venelana Oba-sama, Lucifer-sama, Graphia-sama. Please, Syraorg-kun, you are amongst family, be at ease. The matron of House Gremory smiled at her nephew as she ruffled his hair. In response, he beamed a smile at his extended family. The heir of House Bael then turned to introduce his fellow arrival. I am sure you're all acquainted with Revel Phenix? The young blonde strode forward, wearing an elegant dress, though anyone observing her could see the nervousness lacing her movements and features. She inhaled deeply, not wishing to appear weak in front of her fellow devils. Hello. I am honored to meet you all. She curtsied at the end of her greeting. Venelana stepped forward and embraced the Phenix heiress. Poor girl. You must have been scared out of your mind. Do not worry, you're amongst friends here as well. The young blonde returned the hug, appreciating the warmth and care. Thank you. Shame that you alone appeared from the Phenix household. I would have loved to speak with your mother, Rias. Make sure to keep Revel besides you and your peerage at all times. I understand. Okawa-sama, she gave the Phoenix devil a smile and gestured the girl to stand beside her. Now, who is this young girl? Venelana asked as she looked upon Mio with a genial smile. My name is. This here is Naruse Mio, mother, Searsex provided as he exchanged a glance with the woman. It was a look that was clearly understood by the mother of two. I see. Venelana directed her full attention to the young hybrid. Aware of who the girl truly was, Mio tensed, but the Gremory offered a soothing smile. Are you sure she's not a long-lost Gremory, though? I feel like I am seeing a twin sister of Rias. Laughs resounded all around at the comment as both Rias and Mio averted their eyes to the ground. Mio-san, please take care of my daughter and know you are welcomed within my house at any time. Mio's pink eyes widened at the woman's offer and she promptly clasped her hands and bowed, of course. And thank you for your kindness. Venelana only smiled, understanding that the young girl was an unfortunate and innocent soul who needed as many allies as she could get. Bucko. Akano called out to her friend, I believe Sona Kaichu needs counsel. The heiress turned her sight upon the sea tree to see what her queen was talking about. What do you mean? She ceased speaking upon the scene she observed and her features slackened in disbelief. Almost mechanically, she walked over and stopped by her oldest friend and rival's side and voiced the only thought on her mind. Those clothes, is that? Yes, is she? Apparently, a beat of silence passed between the two. You should wake her up. Do I have to? Rias didn't really fight the smirk that played at her lips. There are questions that need to be answered and we do have company. Sona whined much to the Gremory's amusement. If it is too daunting a task, with your permission, I will wake Leviathan-sama. The voice of Graphia speaking directly behind them startled both heiresses. No need Graphia-san and thank you for the offer. I'll go wake up Oni-sama. The student council president strolled over slowly. The other two following, to a woman sprawled out on the floor sleeping. Sona noted the Mao was still dressed in her cosplay uniform that was surprisingly multi-purpose. Appearing so innocent in such a vulnerable state, it almost bothered the heiress to wake her up. Matter of fact it did. If only because she would then have to deal with an overly affectionate and overprotective elder sister. She loved Seraphal, but damn can the woman be so overbearing. The young teen sighed, deciding to wake her up and get this over with. Wake up. Oni-sama, like the waking dead. Seraphal rose to a seat, blinking rapidly to collect her bearings. So tan? She rubbed her eyes and yawned, her gaze falling upon the form of her little sister. A beat of silence passed as she stared with hooded eyes, trying to process the sight before her. Finally, she exploded in exuberance. So tan. The Mao rushed over, hugged her sister and squealed. To think my little sister would wake me for my next filming appointment. Oh, I am so happy. It's good to see you as well. Oni-sama, please let go, we have urgent business at hand. It can wait. Sona only whined in response as Rias giggled. Graphia-san, a little help. Wah. Ow. Okay. Damn it, Graphia, I'll stop. Leviathan promptly let go of her sister and rubbed at her sore cheek. The maid could only sigh, lamenting the fact she was the only mature super devil of her generation. Seraphal and Searsex were just so similar at times that at one point in life, Graphia wondered if she would have fallen in love with the former Cetri if she were homosexual. She probably would have, as she truly appreciated the livelihood and excitement her beloved provided. So then, what's going on? I just noticed that I am not in my office. Sona only sighed. Only her sister could sleep through such a phenomenon. She quickly explained what had transpired as they walked over to the other devils. Are you serious, So Tan? Look around you, Oni-sama. Seraphal pursed her lips, taking note of her surroundings and the other groups of people that had been collected. How strange. It certainly is, Seraphal. Hey, Searsex-chan. I recognize most of the people here, but that one group is completely unknown to me. Unfortunately, I don't know them either. Lucifer frowned as he gazed at the Konoha group, keenly aware of the tension originating from them. He then noticed that all the groups but one were paving their way over to them. Well now, it seems most will come to us. Everyone be diplomatic. Last thing we want is a fight in our situation. Understood. Lucifer-sama. All but Seraphal chorused as both Mao stepped forward to meet their fellow leaders. As the others' groups finally approached the devils, their respective leaders stepped up while Maria and Yuki offered nods of acknowledgement to their fellow schoolmates. The gesture was reciprocated in kind, followed by questioning looks regarding their physical condition. The succubus, despite the nerves within betraying her, wishing to be anywhere but here, indicated to speak later. Well, I thought I found paradise. Instead I found all of you, Azazel joked, beaming an easygoing smile to those gathered. Hello, brother, I see you're still as witty as ever. Gabriel smiled as she stood next to her fellow seraph. Well, you know me, dear sis. The fallen chuckled as he pointed a thumb to himself, rebellious as ever. The blonde angel could only pout. The man was so full of himself. He needed a remedial in humility, and Gabriel believed she was the best to instill it in him.
Sears X Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Yusaka of Kyoto, Chujujin the Great Hero and, Ophis, Michael nodded at each with a genial smile before the young pure-blood supernatural beings gasped at the last name, pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh, the pleasure is ours. Sears X easily responded for both his and Seraphal's sake. As we speak, why not let our respective companions meet and greet? It would seem some are already acquainted. Why not? Jin supported as he eyed his empty carton of cigarettes while the young ones moved to speak to one another. He sighed before continuing with his input. I suggest a ceasefire for the sake of our sanities and the well-being of our subordinates and families. An excellent idea. I do not wish to engage in hostilities while effectively trapped in this place at the mercy of the unknown, said Yusaka, stressing choice words as she eyed everyone gathered. Yeah, that would be best for all present, but what about that other group? Are any of you familiar with them? Seraphal questioned with a tilt of her head. No, all including Ophis chorused as one, though, they are quite the assortment of individuals, especially that busty blonde. Azazel smirked as he planned to seduce the woman. Tsunade suddenly felt the desire to punch someone. Brother, despite the betrayal I felt, I accepted your fall from grace because I love you, however, do not believe I will stand still and watch you commit sin. Gabriel declared passionately, unnerving the fallen a bit. It isn't sin if they consent, he mumbled weakly as he petulantly crossed his arms. Anyway, Sears X continued before they derailed further from the matter at hand. I believe we are in agreement with the ceasefire. If so, then let us greet the other group and bring them into the fold. That would be best. Hopefully they know what's going on, Michael stated as he began to walk towards the Konoha shinobi. T-U-O-L, Mio-sama. Maria, Yuki-san. You're both hurt, what happened? Both injured girls exchanged glances conveying doubt to confess the full scope of their experience during their trip to Kyoto. After a beat of silence, the succubus decided to speak and hoped that the others wouldn't press the issue. No worries Mio-sama, we just happened to encounter a rogue group of yokai that gave us some trouble, we dealt with them though. Yes, it was just an untimely encounter since it happened in public space, Yuki provided to support Maria. And Naruto? Mio asked, her heart skipping a beat from the concern she felt. It was a sentiment shared by all within the Gremory and Citri group, although the range of concern could be debated. Maria unintentionally hesitated, he's perfectly fine, I think, and cursed herself for doing so when everyone focused their attention directly on her. It was difficult to lie to them when she remembered just how vulnerable and stressed her blonde host and family members seemed during and after the conflict. You think? Mio and Rias chorused as they tensed, imagining their dear friend in the worst kind of trouble. Naruto-sama just seemed to be very introspective after the fight. It was just weird seeing him all quiet instead of fooling around as usual. The Gremory and Citri groups exchanged glances and then looked over to Yuki, who gave a nod in assurance. Finally, they ceased pressing over the issue, with Akano speaking up and unknowingly supporting their half-truth. Well, I can see why you would be uncertain. Foxy-kun and quiet really don't mesh well together. She smiled wryly as she wrung her hands to ease out her worry. I hope he's okay. The blonde goof had made her school life far too interesting and she was curious to see where he would lead them, in the future. Yes, but everyone has their moments. Naruto is no different from any of us, Rias stated with a relieved smile. Glad to hear that he was all right. Hopefully, when this situation was resolved, she would be able to see him again. Perhaps, even spend time with him. The smile gracing her lips widened at the thought. I am guessing Naruto-san wasn't with you when the aberration snatched you up? Sona asked of the hero and succubus as she crossed her arms. Both girls shook their heads in response and the heiress could only sigh in apparent exhaustion. Knowing him, he's probably fretting over you both. Probably terrorizing Kyoto in the process. Issei contributed with a worried smile. He knew his blonde friend lacked restraint and the disappearance of friends would totally set him off. We really need to resolve our current dilemma and get back home, Mio stated as everyone nodded in agreement. By the way, Yuki-san, who's the girl by your side? Both peerages focused their attention on the young girl by the hero's side. This is my younger sister, go on, introduce yourself. The dark-haired girl stepped forward and spoke crisply. Hello. My name is Nonaka Kurumi. Thank you for taking care of Oni-chan and I will be in your care for now, she finished with a nod, declining to bow as per etiquette due to their status as devils, her enemies. Rias understood the reason for her behavior and deciding to be amiable, granted a smile to the girl. Hello. My name is Rias Gremory. You must be a hero as well, yes. A nod was her response and the heiress noted that she was just as stubborn as Yuki. Well, I hope we can come to an understanding and help one another to succeed in finding a way home. A round of introductions began and Kurumi couldn't help but feel weird by the end of it all. Before she could contemplate about it further, a shout to her side distracted her and the others. Issei-kun. All turned towards the voice and saw both exorcists walking towards the pawn of the Gremory peerage, who decided to voice an inquiry. Do I know you? MMHMM. I am a bit disappointed you would forget, but I am your childhood friend, Shido Irina. I used to live next door and play with you all the time before I moved. Wait, really? Issei studied the girl before taking note of the hair and eye color. To his shock, he did recognize the traits but then glanced down to stare at the girl's chest. Her assets were very impressive. But I thought you were a boy. She only chuckled at his honesty. I was a bit of a troublemaker back then and well, obviously, I had fun playing with you. It's a bit surprising how things can change. Issei-kun. The male teen pursed his lips as he realized what group she appeared with. You're with the church. Irina graced him with a sad smile. Why did you become a devil, Issei-kun? There are a few reasons, women and fame, but most importantly, it's to have the strength to protect what I care about, Issei declared without hesitation, vowing to himself that he would never let Asia experience any kind of pain again. Rias and Akeno looked on with proud smiles, already aware of the Longinus bearer's dedication to the nun. Everyone else who were unaware only gaped at the admission, and both exorcists stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe a devil could proclaim such noble intentions. Don't try to act so cool, Hyodo, you're still just a pervert, Saji quipped, though he would admit he held a bit more respect for his fellow reincarnated devil. Issei clicked his tongue as he replied, whatever you say, Buckethead. The student council member fumed yet held his tongue. You have an interesting servant, Rias. I am proud of my cute little pawn. Syraord, he's shaping up to be an excellent recruit. Well, we should get moving, stated Sona as she gestured to their elders with a nod. Our respective leaders are on their way to meet the last group. Before anyone began to move, Naruse Mio raced off towards the other group, much to the surprise of her friends. Hey, Mio-chan, Rias called out to her junior, wait for us. They all followed after the hybrid, T-U-O-L. Senju Tsunade was currently racked with indecision. As she observed the assortment of those gathered, she listened to her subordinates voice their shock and uncertainty, well aware she shared those feelings. She could sense the power of certain individuals, and the Hokage understood that initiating hostilities and believing they would come out the victor was a fool's bet. However, that wasn't what bothered her, and neither was the fact that there were two humanoid Kyuubi no Kitsune walking around, even if she would admit the adult woman was beautiful and the child adorable. No, what truly bothered Tsunade was the other little girl, a dark-haired, gray-eyed and pointy-eared girl. Her instincts were screaming at her to tread cautiously, to keep her guard up and to keep a kunai ready to draw. She didn't understand it, and it only added to the mysteries surrounding her lately as well as her frustrations. So, the blonde cage had to confirm if it was just her going crazy or not. Kakashi, do you sense that? If you're talking about the little girl wearing that revealing dark dress, the man turned his gaze upon his sworn lady, fists clenched tightly, then yes, I do. Okay then, Tsunade Shisho, what do we do? Several beats of silence passed before she answered, we wait until they come to us, Sakura. What about the Kyuubi, Tsunade-sama? How should we conduct ourselves? Shizune asked as she observed the little yokai princess with astonishment. I don't want any trouble, not when we don't even know how to get home. She inhaled deeply, watching the yokai duo with hidden interest. They just seemed so human. Stay on your guard but do not dare start a fight. Tsunade-sama, Neji called out. I just observed them with my Byakugan. None of them have chakra pathways. That piece of trivia shocked them all into silence. Neji, are you certain? Yes, Hokage-sama, they do have chakra, but it's all stabilized into their core. Just what are we dealing with here? Not having any pathways is just absurd. Where and how does the chakra circulate to enhance their bodies? Unless it just permeates from the core entirely to encompass their form. Either way, this brings forth a question, are the others even human? Tsunade-sama, they're coming towards us, Tenten spoke, breaking the cage from her deep thoughts. Be civil, Tsunade ordered as she crossed her arms. However, before any of the leaders could begin to speak, Mio rushed in between the diplomats and spoke out, wait. All just stared at her in surprise as the trailing adolescents finally arrived and waited for her to continue. Due to her fraying nerves, she rapid-fired her words, they're not our enemies, they were displaced here before us, and when I appeared they were very amiable except for the tattooed jerk. Oi. But Ino was friendly and patient, and the others were kind of as well except for the jerk. Oh, come on. So, we don't have to fight and we can work together to find our way home. All present gaped at the girl's sound-off. A few beats of silence passed as the red-haired hybrid gathered her breath. Mio-sama. It was then the girl noticed what she had done. Averting her eyes to the ground as heat suffused into her cheeks, her friends within the Kuo pact couldn't help but pity her. It was the second time she had lost herself to an impassioned rant to an entire group. At least this time, it wasn't to criticize the people before her, well, except for Inuzuka Kiba. Mio-chan. Rias had acknowledged that her junior was pretty passionate. She took a small amount of pride in her fellow devil for coming into her own as a young woman. A snort from Taju Jin disturbed the silence. Well, girl, I have to admit the tattooed boy does look like a delinquent. Oi. Total delinquent, Azazel echoed. Are you picking a fight, you bastards? Oh, shut it dog boy, Ino sniped as Rock Lee held the Inuzuka back from committing a probable offense. Tsunade, Yusaka and Gabriel sighed out as they massaged their temples. Really, this was a great first impression. Well, there's no need to worry Mio-kun, Sirzex spoke up in order to get things moving. My fellow leaders and I had decided to simply introduce ourselves and hopefully cooperate with one another to investigate our situation. Oh, Sirzex graced the girl with an amused smile. Anyway, I must thank you milady for taking care of one of our own. My name is Sirzex Lucifer. Every supernatural being and those aware took note how the blonde woman did not even bat an eye at the infamous surname. They wondered if Tsunade and her group were ignorant of the supernatural, yet they dismissed the thought shortly. After all, Mio did say the group also experienced displacement by the aberration and they appeared quite receptive of such a possibility. Though, they all noticed how the Konoha group sent wary glances at Yusaka and her daughter as well as Ophis. How strange. I believe it would be best if my fellows introduced themselves. Hi, Seraphal Leviathan. The Mao cheered as she beamed a smile at Tsunade, who only blinked in response, unsure if the woman was serious or not. Azazel, Governor General of Grigori. How do you do? Tsunade took note of the admittedly handsome Mon's position and rank, but for the life of her, she could not remember or identify a place or organization named Grigori. Seraph Michael of Heaven. The Hokage had a really hard time keeping her composure as she gazed upon the man. Dear gods, was he handsome? Once again, she took note of the information provided. Heaven was kind of a generic name, was it not? Seraph Gabriel of Heaven. Wow. This woman's presence was naturally soothing and her voice sounded like a natural lilt. Tsunade wondered if it was a genjutsu? Taju Jin. Great hero. A simple greeting from a seemingly simple man, but the Senju was no fool, though. She quirked an eyebrow at his apparent title. Great hero was a tad bit presumptuous in her opinion. The next person had Tsunade frown slightly. It was just far too surprising to see the feared Biju of Konoha as a female humanoid, made all the more unnerving by the child standing beside the woman, Yusaka of Kyoto. The yokai stated as she narrowed her gaze upon the cage, taking note of the busty blonde and her group's tension. The Hokage then directed her eyes upon the next person and she had to suppress a shiver at the hollow expression painting the girl's visage. She was so doll-like, perfect and false, like a simple imitation of a human being. She can't be human. Ophis, huh? Oi, what kind of joke is this? Kiba spoke out much to the astonishment of the others. Who's responsible for that little girl? Letting a child play pretend in a serious discussion can be seen as an insult, damn it. Everyone but Ophis gaped at the fool. Was he an idiot? He had to be. Not just a delinquent but an idiot too, huh, Azazel commented. Total idiot, Jin echoed. I kind of pity him, said Seraphal as she cocked her hips, her arm akimbo with a frown pulling her lips. Kuroka. What was that expression again? Ah, the weakest dog barks the loudest boss, NYA. Oi. Are you trying to fight me? I'll kick your ass. Troublesome, Kiba, shut the hell up. Sakura glared at her comrade while clenching her fists, getting agitated with the rowdy teen. Could he not sense just how ridiculously powerful that little girl was? Damn. If he kept this up, the palace would turn into a battlefield and possibly destroy any clue that could help in locating Naruto. She would not let anything or anyone ruin this opportunity to find her precious teammate. Tsunade decided to quickly move past the small incident, hoping that the Chunin didn't offend the powerful figure before her. I apologize for his unruly behavior. I'll be sure to discipline him on etiquette later. The Inuzuka could only gulp as Ophis merely cocked her head, already losing interest in the willful human. Anyway, may we have the name of who graces us, milady? Sirzex asked with a genial smile and the buxom blonde really couldn't deny how handsome he was. What the hell? It's like a bargain sale on handsome men, Tsunade thought before she cleared her mind to focus on the matter at hand. Senju Tsunade, Hokage of Konoha. She then noted how those standing before her seemed nonplussed at her admission. It was the same with Mio earlier on. Did these people truly not know about Konoha? Well, I never. Before Azazel could finish, a loud crack and the shattering of glass deafened everyone. They all focused to their side and saw two distortions appear. Out of one appeared a beautiful blue-eyed, silver-haired woman wearing a formal gray business suit. To Tsunade's surprise, the newly arrived woman seemed to recognize most of those she was conversing with as the aberration behind her closed. That left only one distortion currently open, humming lowly, almost invitingly. What's going on? Where am I? Please, calm down. Just like you, we have been displaced from our homes by the very thing that had ensnared you. Michael stated to ease the new arrival. Judging by your energy, you are a Valkyrie. May I ask for your name? My name is Rosweiss, bodyguard of Odin-sama, Seraph Michael. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, we wish you no harm. Just like you, we were snatched up by that distortion and Michael went on to inform the young woman of their situation as well as introduce his fellow leaders. Rosweiss absorbed all the information provided and couldn't make heads or tails of it. Just why was she collected for this gathering? She was just a humble Valkyrie, little to no value compared to most of the individuals gathered. If they were taken as hostages, it seemed like a tactical blunder to snatch her up over Odin. Then, what should we do? There is still one of those rifts open right there. Should we jump into it? She questioned out loud, hoping for an answer from anyone. I don't think that's a good idea, Azazel stated as he crossed his arms. Who knows where we'll end up if we do. My group and I were about to investigate the palace before you all appeared. Something related to this has to be in there, the Hokage said as she turned to gaze upon the majestic structure. That is an excellent idea. Perhaps we can coordinate our efforts and share our findings, Tsunade-san. Searzex hoped the woman would be cooperative. Before she could respond, a pulse from the aberration traveled over their forms and seconds later, another person appeared out of it with the rend disappearing. The arrival stood up, long violet hair trailing behind her complementing a generous figure. Unfortunately, her beauty was muted by dull ruby eyes that screamed apathy. Those very same eyes widened after she observed her surroundings and then focused upon the Konoha group with rising intensity. She strode forward, her visage frantic as she searched within the group of shinobi. Stopping in front of Tsunade, who only raised an eyebrow at the girl's behavior, she spoke, effectively surprising most of those gathered. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? T.U.O. Kurokami Madaka was losing hope. It was ironic, really. She held fast to the belief that life was meaningless, that living was pointless. But if she were to be honest, there was one reason she even attempted to live, to endure the day-to-day monotony and futility of living. And it was all to meet him, all to realize a dream, to experience a chance to see him, to speak with him, to live with him, to destroy him. Yet here and now, in this void she's been forced into, Madaka wondered if she would ever have the opportunity. Naruto. How she hated and loved him, Naruto. The anger that simmered within boiled, yet it chilled and froze into sadness. Naruto. The thought of never being able to come to an understanding with him. A person who truly understood and shared her beliefs, the only person she felt connected to and made her feel alive. The boy that made her feel less lonely in the world. It was enough to bring her to tears, and yet, she couldn't cry. Too many thoughts bloomed within her mind and disappeared immediately like the twinkling of stars. Would you have accepted me? Would you have extended a hand to me? Would you reach out to me? Naruto? Madaka extended her arm out, fingers spread as if to grasp something, reaching for someone. Naruto. How the whisper of his name made her feel alive, how it gave her hope. I want to see you, Naruto. A blinding light impaired her vision and distracted her mind from the Uzumaki. She felt more than saw her landing upon the hard floor. Luckily, she landed in a crouch to wherever the aberration displaced her to, taking a few seconds to collect her bearings. The tyrant stood up and took notice of the people before her. The leaders of the biblical factions, the great hero, Yusaka of Kyoto's yokai faction and the Ouroboros dragon. It was quite the gathering of individuals and she wondered why they were even collected. However, her mind ceased all thought as she laid her eyes upon a group of familiar people. Impossible. Her mind railed at the sight of Konoha shinobi. She couldn't fathom it and she whispered her disbelief for all to hear. Senju Tsunade, Hitaki Kakashi. The two individuals identified only quirked their eyebrows in surprise. It seemed someone finally recognized them, much to their relief and confusion. Then, is he here? Madaka searched frantically, confusing those present with her behavior. She was well aware of how strange she was acting, but it mattered not with the opportunity presented to her. The young woman needed to find him, to see him. Where? She strode forward, her eyes intensifying upon making contact with Tsunade's own pair. Where is he? The tyrant finally reached the group and stopped in front of the Hokage, the shinobi behind her coiling their bodies as they watched like sentinels. Everyone was silent as they observed the girl stand her ground before demanding of the woman something that surprised most of those gathered. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade gaped at hearing the name of her loved one pass through the lips of a stranger. She was honestly shocked silent and was completely stumped on how to respond, something that mirrored all of the shinobi. Those of the Kuo pact were equally surprised by the stranger's demand and wondered if both the young woman and the Konoha group had a connection to their blonde friend. Mio, her mind recalling the realization that she knew nothing about Naruto, decided to inquire if both the group and the new arrival were acquainted with her big brother. As she began to move, a hand fell on her shoulder, promptly stopping her from acting out her plan. Wait, Mio-chan. Ria stepped forward to her side and faced the younger girl. I understand what you're thinking, but, if she was speaking about our Naruto, she would have asked us. It's not like it's a secret he's attending Kuo Academy. Let's just wait and see where this goes. Rias-senpai. Rias is right, Mio-san. Sona spoke to reaffirm and support her rival. She continued to observe the interaction between Tsunade and Madaka. I don't think his name is common, but surely, he isn't the only person named Uzumaki Naruto in society. I understand, Sona Kaichu. Mio nodded and she did understand their points. It was rational, yet, she couldn't help the feeling of doubt creeping into her heart. Rias narrowed her eyes upon the current standoff. She distinctly remembered during the small argument between her and Naruto that he stated how there was a group of bad people hunting him down. She wondered if either of the two were affiliated with that group, and if they were, Rias would promptly destroy them. She would not tolerate anyone threatening her friend. Sakura stepped up and glared at Madaka. Who are you? The tyrant glanced over to the lone girl of Team 7 and only stared, internally surprised to be meeting face to face with Konoha Ninja. I ask you a question. Haruno Sakura. Madaka, identifying the medic nin, surprised the entire Konoha group. Who the hell are you? Sakura demanded as her glare returned with a vengeance. Is he here? Both adolescent girls stared at one another, one impassioned while the other apathetic. A silent battle of wills between the two ensued, neither relenting. Sakura was a bit unnerved by the girl's emotionless gaze, but she refused to back down. Who the hell did this girl think she was demanding her teammates' whereabouts when she's been asking the same damn question for over 2 months? Madaka was a bit excited, yet her face made no notion of the sort. Honestly, deep down, she wished Sakura's temper would flare and a fight would instigate. It would be a small test of her abilities against a shinobi from the elemental nations, an interesting prospect in her opinion, and what better candidate than the talented Kunoichi of Team 7, student and teammate of her distant cousins. It would definitely not incite the same emotions as a fight with Naruto would. But it was still a tempting bout. A few beats of silence passed, with everyone watching the standoff with held breath, realizing that nothing would come from this pointless standoff and that time was wasting. Time better spent investigating Naruto's whereabouts. Sakura relented for the sake of pragmatism. He isn't here. Now, who are you? Madaka was disappointed but once again, showed nothing of the sort. I have no name to give. Okay. Then how do you know Naruto? Now that would be telling. Sakura only stared at the young woman before her. Was she serious? Are you J-okay? Enough. Everyone halted as Ophis spoke, her presence overwhelming all and somehow demanding their focus. I do not wish to stay in this place any longer. How can you say that, Ophis-chan? I'd like to get home, but this place is amazing, Seraphal chirped as she gazed all around. It truly is. It would make for an amazing vacation spot, Searsex provided for all to contemplate. It truly is beautiful, Yusaka stated as she gazed down to her daughter with a smile. Don't you think so, Kuno-chan? The little girl cheered her agreement. Ah, that's what this place reminds me of. Azazel spoke as he snapped his fingers. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Oh, I can definitely see the inspiration, said Michael as he observed his surroundings once more. It matters not. This place is an artificial dimension. Everything here is magically constructed. The Konoha shinobi only furrowed their brows, wondering if the powerful girl was sane. Really, Ophis? Gabriel questioned. I haven't seen magic this advanced since. Before the angel could finish, a pulse of energy felt by all originated from the palace and light coalesced into a pillar shooting towards the sky. It was like a beacon, calling forth all to its base. Well, that's worth investigating, Jin stated as he gazed upon the phenomenon with narrowed eyes. Yes, it definitely is, Tsunade supported before she turned and began walking towards the palace. After a moment, all present decided to follow the woman's lead. T-U-O-L. All those gathered were walking within the White Palace towards the beacon. It was as impressive inside as it was outside. with plants adorning the grand halls and streams of water rushing through them. As they walked, most decided to be courteous, a few even amiable, by introducing themselves to one another and conversing. "So, you're all shinobi?" Rias questioned excitedly. Yeah." Tenten answered, a bit overwhelmed by the girl's enthusiasm. "Have you really never heard about Konoha?" "No, I can't say we have," Sona responded as Rias lost herself in her imagination. "Hey, Sakura, are you alright?" "Yeah, Ino, I am okay. It's just that the girl from earlier bothers me." I think I understand. But hey, enough about that, don't you think there are some really handsome guys here?" The pink-haired medic Nin gave a nod, unwilling to voice out her agreement. Gods, her friend was so uninhibited. The blonde then turned and addressed the girl walking beside them. "Are your clothes a uniform of sort, Akeno-san?" the Yamanaka questioned with curiosity. The fallen hybrid chuckled. "Yes, it's the uniform of our school." "School? Well, it's quite fashionable. I honestly would love to wear it." Ino smiled as she observed the multi-piece dress. "Oh my, though, I have to admit your clothes are fashionable as well despite it being tailored for combat. What the hell do those guys have that we don't?" Kiba asked Shikamaru, who promptly sighed. Troublesome. He didn't want to get involved. After all, he was practically in a relationship with Tamari back home and he was loyal. Anything less would only bring forth a gale storm on his ass. "You have beautiful eyes," Mio commented as she gazed at Hinata. Thank you," the Hyuga replied with a shy smile. Mio-sama," Maria gasped as she gaped at her friend, "to think you would develop an interest in the same sex." Maria. "I am sorry Mio-san, but there's a boy I am interested in." "Oh, to be rejected. Don't worry Mio-sama, I'll comfort you." Mio could only shout in frustration, "Aren't those weighing you down?"
"It is for the sake of my training Saraorg-san. Oh, I could sense your martial spirit Lee-san, you're a strong one. I can feel your flames of youth as well, Saraorg-san. Perhaps one day, we could have a friendly spar." Neji sighed, he really couldn't catch a break. "Hey Asia, Irina, is that guy staring at me?"
"Who are you talking about, Issei-kun?" Irina asked as Asia looked around for the person of interest. "The guy with white hair trailing behind Azazel. Issei-san, I think he is." "Well, that totally creeps me out. I have to ask, are you the former holy maiden Asia Argento?" Yes Zenobia-san." Irina took note of the rising anger within her friend and decided to intervene. "Zenobia, this isn't the time nor place. Remember what Michael-sama and Gabriel-sama asked of us." You're right, please, excuse me for my rudeness." Ravel stared at the Nekosho of the Gremory group, wondering if the girl was okay. Kaniko's demeanor was tense, her brow furrowed as she bit her lip and clenched her fists. Multiple times the girl sent wary glances towards the criminal and stray devil, Kuroka.
Did they have some sort of connection? The Phenix then saw that very same criminal stare and smile at Kaniko, whose demeanor only worsened as she averted her sight to the floor. She then strode forward and blocked Kuroka's line of sight. "Hey, is she bothering you?" The Rook of Gremory glanced up and the heiress noticed how vulnerable the girl truly was. They must have some kind of connection. Ravel grasped Kaniko's hand and led her towards the girls. "King Rias-san." Is something wrong Ravel-san?" the Gremory asked before turning around to look upon her fellow heiress. She immediately noticed the distress upon her servant. "What happened?" "I don't know, but she seems highly bothered by the criminal, Kuroka." Rias pursed her lips as her eyes widened imperceptibly. "How could I have forgotten?" "Kaniko, everything will be fine. You're safe. I am here. Your friends are here as well as Oni-sama. Nothing will hurt you." She took the Nekosha's hand into her own and gently squeezed, hoping to convey the assurance of her safety. Eventually, Kaniko squeezed back and Rias felt relieved. "Stay by my side, both of you." Kaniko was frustrated. Ever since she saw her elder sister appear, her emotions were all over the place. She wanted to confront her, but she knew this was not the time nor place to do so. As such, she held her tongue and did her best to ignore her. She just couldn't. However, memories of the time they spent together reared its undesired selves within her mind's eye, and it only inflamed the wound cut deep into her heart by her sister's betrayal. So, when the woman smiled at her, a smile scarily similar to back then, her heart screamed and thrashed. Kaniko desired answers she couldn't get.
"Is everything all right?" Sakura asked, concerned by how withdrawn the young girl appeared. "I hope so," Rias replied honestly, unsure of what could transpire. "Akeno, stay alert of Kuroka."
"Of course, Bushu." Tsunade stared at the little girl walking by her side next to her mother. Kuno was adorable despite the 9 tails protruding from her tailbone. Hell, she honestly wanted to comb the girl's hair and pet her ears, and as the young fox girl smiled brightly at her, she wanted to squeal and hug the kitsune.
You're very beautiful, the yokai princess stated as her golden eyes peered into the elder woman's pair of honey brown.
The Hokage wanted to take her home. Thank you. You're very pretty yourself, and judging from your mother, you'll be a beautiful woman when you grow up, Tsunade replied as she smiled at the young girl.
Oh my. Thank you for the compliment, Tsunade-san, though, I am sure you've heard your fair share as well, Yusaka commented lightly with a genial smile. Oh, definitely Yusaka-san. Honestly, she couldn't believe what she was experiencing at the moment. A Konoha nin was conversing with a pair of Kyuubi no Kitsune. It sounded like the start of a bad joke, and yet here she was doing exactly that, which made it even more distasteful to act out her duty as the Hokage of Konoha. All for the sake of the village, right? She just hoped her suspicion wasn't transparent to avoid offending the yokai.
Yusaka-san, does the place Konoha mean anything to you?
The elder yokai blinked at the question and turned to stare at her fellow blonde leader. She pursed her lips, contemplating the implications of such a question, yet, she couldn't speculate a reason for it. As such, she answered honestly. No, it does not, Tsunade-san. I see. The buxom cage was relieved. It meant that Naruto was still out there alive. She was well aware of the details of Konoha's Biju, but her paranoia couldn't be contained, not with everything she's experienced these past few months up until now.
Finally, the entire group reached a large terrace overlooking the sea with a pool constructed to the side. The tower of light spanned over half of the area, blinding them to everything within. Eventually, the light dimmed and receded, revealing multiple white sofas and a gigantic television screen distanced a bit away from the furniture. Well, that's a surprise I wasn't expecting, Azazel commented as he just stared at the area. God, was the monitor huge, comparable to a cinematic theater's very own screen. That's a huge TV, Issei commented with obvious awe coloring his voice. Are you telling me we were plucked from our daily lives just to watch television? Rainier asked with a little heat bleeding into her tone, cause if that's the case, I am just going to destroy it. It was a sentiment many shared. Now, don't be like that, Rainier. The Governor-General strode forward following the light that was still receding. Eventually, it receded and dimmed enough to present a small white coffee table with a book resting on top. Huh, that's strange, I thought it would be a Blu-ray player. Oh, what's the title of the book, Azazel-san? Searsex asked as he strode forward holding his wife by the hand. There's a problem. A barrier is preventing me from touching the book, also, the pages are blank.
Huh. Most of those gathered chorused as they all strode over to check what the fallen angel meant.
Though, before they reached him, the monitor turned on with a message printed on the screen. Please be seated and enjoy the show. Remember, the future isn't set in stone. Are you all reading what I am reading? Azazel asked as he stared at the message. Yeah, again, almost everyone chorused as they all stared as one at the screen. A few beats of silence passed until Mio shyly broke it. Maybe we should do as it says. A sigh rang out from the group and all glanced to Tsunade, who promptly turned and walked over to a sofa. Life just isn't making sense anymore, the Hokage complained before she reached her seating of choice. She sat down, crossing her arms and legs while quirking an eyebrow at the others. Well, it would be best to do as it says and get this over with. After a moment, everyone else followed her lead and took their own seats. Really wish I had a drink right now, Tsunade stated, a desire shared by a few. Shortly, the television came to life with image and sound, the group awaiting what promised to be quite the experience.
Despite the fact that they knew nothing of what was to come.
The screen came to life with image and sound, everyone gathered awaiting what promised to be quite the interesting experience. What do you think? Well, see, Searsex-chan. Seraphal asked of her fellow Mao, wishing she was sitting next to her little sister. Oh well, next time she would just have to secure a seat for herself.
Lucifer pondered for a moment as he observed the book flipping to the first page through some kind of magic. It seemed to be automated, classifying it as highly advanced spellcraft. I am not too sure, Seraphal, it could literally show us anything. Oni-sama, didn't it say something about the future? It did, Rias-tan, but it didn't specify whose future, Searsex said with a smile directed to his little sister. It could show us just about anyone. I think it's about us. Mio spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. She observed all present to see if any would dispute her before continuing. We wouldn't have been gathered to watch if it wasn't relevant to us. A few beats of silence passed as the leaders of the gathered factions contemplated the girl's opinion. Reaching a conclusion after mulling it over in his head, Azazel voiced his agreement. Young Mio makes a valid point. Of course, we have to take into consideration that not everyone here is acquainted with each other. He paused as he directed a smirk upon Tsunade and her group, alerting the Hokage to his implication, at least, before today. Rossweiss, deciding to represent the Norse pantheon in favor of Odin, contributed her thoughts to their current situation. It's safe to say that we may become involved with one another in the future, but there must be a reason why. She crossed her arms and legs, steeling her nerves to be strong in the presence of such powerful and influential figures. We all have maintained a status quo between our respective factions, so, something must motivate us in the future to disturb our present state of affairs. Very true, but to be honest, I am far more interested in what kind of entertainment will be shown, Gabriel chirped, her enthusiasm apparent to all. Someone went out of their way to prepare all this for us. You're right, Seraphal said as she bobbed her head to an imaginary beat. She smiled after a momentary pause. Plus, it did tell us to enjoy the show. And we're really just going to abide by our host's demands? Jin questioned as he tapped a finger on his armrest.
Why not? Michael replied with an ease betraying the situation. Yes, we were kidnapped by the aberration, but it's not like we have been harmed or incapacitated. Besides having a few of my abilities neutralized, I still have access to my power. Michael gazed around those gathered, a smile offered to all that somehow calmed everyone's tension. Even his antithesis, the fallen and the devils, I am sure it's the same for all of you.
All present nodded in response, still waiting for the show to start.
I just hope this doesn't take long. Yasaka spoke as she brushed her fingers through Kuna's hair. The young yokai was humming happily under her mother's grooming. I have duties to attend and my people need me. A sentiment I believe we all share, Tsunade stated, praying that Konoha would endure her disappearance. Of all the times for such a thing to happen, now was definitely the worst, with Akatsuki and Danzo unchecked by her presence. Who knew what would happen? Still, we can speculate all we want, but it won't matter until this show starts. And wasn't that the truth? Everyone was getting antsy awaiting the screening of their probable future. Despite her anticipation for the viewing, Mio couldn't help but think of one thing as she waited. What would you think of this, Naruto? Her thoughts ceased as Rias spoke out. Oh, it's starting. It was quiet. It seems this show will be a narration, commented Venelana, easing herself into the sofa. At least, there are images provided. Hopefully, videos will be mixed in as well.
It was a quiet filled with trepidation. Uzumaki Naruto didn't like that quiet one bit. Naruto. The Konoha group, a majority of the Kuo Pact, Rainier and Kuno exclaimed their surprise simultaneously. Immediately following their exclamation, everyone acquainted with the blonde Uzumaki stared at one another, questioning and suspicious glances painting their visage. Off to the side and ignoring everyone, Madaka rose an eyebrow in surprise. Will this be about you, Naruto? From the looks of it, this seems to be during your confrontation with Nagato. A stalemate ensued between the shinobi and the others, neither sure how to approach the topic at hand, though Sakura's patience was wearing thin. Besides the violet-haired girl she confronted earlier, now apparently her teammate had bonded with others outside of Konoha. It bothered her that she wasn't aware of Naruto's network of friends and associates. Did he not trust her? Additionally, the fact that the young women of the group were all blessed in beauty did not escape her attention. The mere fact brought an involuntary twitch of her jaw. Exhaling a breath to calm herself, Sakura decided to inquire about their relationship with the Jinchuriki. How do you know Naruto? It was the same question she asked Madaka, and just being reminded about that girl had her temper simmering. Rias narrowed her eyes, suspicion clouding her mind as she observed the Konoha group. She had to wonder what their connection was with her Naruto. Were they friend or foe? Naruto is our friend. What is your relationship with him? To have someone questioning her bond with the blonde was honestly aggravating, and Sakura just couldn't keep her temper in check. He's my teammate, damn it. It surprised those of the Kuo Pact into silence, which Sakura capitalized on by continuing her verbal tirade. She gestured to the screen. The headband he's wearing is all the proof I need. Then, as if to cement the fact, she removed her own headband and showed it to all. This is our insignia and proof of loyalty. Our oath to Konoha solidified. It's our pride, damn it. So, I'll ask one last time. Sakura clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking loudly as she stood up. How do you know Naruto? Rias wasn't intimidated. Instead, her mind was analyzing what was provided, and she was sure that Sona was doing the same. It was definitely possible that Naruto was affiliated with these ninja from Konoha, but if that was the case, why was he in Kuo? Why was he associating himself with two devil heiresses who doubled as relatives of the Mao? Did he intend to harm them?
No, I trust Naruto. Rias did, despite the information presented to her. After all, the blonde had proven his worth by completing a task to gain her trust and friendship. Also, he had risked himself by confronting a rogue group of fallen within her territory. Lastly, he had saved her from a loveless marriage, granting the heiress freedom to pursue her own romance.
Ria's heart fluttered at the thought. So, then what was the deal? A sudden memory sprouted within her mind, of the small argument she had with Naruto. People were targeting him, but he never specified for what reason. Many possible reasons came to mind, but only one demanded her attention. What if Naruto had defected from this Konoha organization? If that was the case, Rias would do her damn best to convince Naruto to forsake his humanity and become a devil. The blonde would gain diplomatic immunity, protected from Konoha unless they wished to invoke her wrath, which would incite her family's wrath. He would promptly join the Gremory family, stand by her side as she desired, and then.
Rias shook her head. This was not the time nor place to fantasize. He's my Oni-chan. Everyone directed their attention to Mio, who stood strong, defiance painting her visage. She dared the Konoha group to dispute her, yet the ninja couldn't. Being caught flat-footed by the younger redhead's admission, the jaws of the shinobi slackened and the tension bled out of their forms. Naruto's my savior. The eyes of the ninja widened to comical proportions at hearing Kuna's statement. The weak smile upon the young kitsune's features only spoke of nervousness yet honesty. Are you serious? Tsunade whispered in disbelief. Kuna's smile widened as she nodded to her fellow blonde. Naruto's a hero. A few beats of silence passed as the Konoha ninja digested the information provided. The lull was disturbed by Jin, who decided to actually focus on the screening. Naruto was far too interesting of an individual, and now he had the perfect opportunity to understand the young man and see what makes him tick. It seems many of us, including me, are acquainted with Uzumaki Naruto. Jin paused, letting the information he disclosed sink in. Tsunade directed her gaze upon him, and he had to admit that the woman had the demeanor of a leader and warrior. Shinobi, huh? How interesting. We can sit here and interrogate each other all day, wasting time, or we can watch and find out why we are here, he continued, hoping everyone would settle down to restart the visual novel. I am sure each of our relationships with Naruto will come to light. Tsunade stared for a few seconds before she decided that the man was right. Things will eventually unravel, and hopefully, she would be able to ascertain her favorite knucklehead's well-being and whereabouts. Sit down, Sakura, let's just continue. Yes, Tsunade Shisho. Ah, Azazel spoke up, an innocent smile upon his face. I am also acquainted with Naruto. Everyone just stared at the man before directing their attention to the screen. At least that was what the young man concluded as he sat down to gather natural energy, especially when it regarded something that he deeply cared about. Kaneko gasped upon seeing Naruto practicing senjutsu. She was honestly scared for the young man she had befriended, afraid that she would lose his friendship to insanity, just like her sister. Kuroka, though, was pleasantly surprised. A human capable of harnessing natural energy was a rarity, and it made him all the more appealing to the elder Nekomata. She licked her lips as she promised herself to charm and seduce the blonde ninja. Oh, I wonder what kind of children. Well, sire. Strong, beautiful, handsome. Boy or girl, blonde or brunette. Oh, the possibilities. Baby fever ran rampant within the stray devil. Unfortunately, all but the Nekosho missed the reveal, as some were still deep in thought over their suspicions. Konohagakure. Last he saw it, it was not much more than a large crater on the ground, a barren wasteland, really. An empty area that once contained his home. What happened to it? Gabriel inquired, saddened by the devastation shown on the screen. We were attacked. Tsunade trailed off, not wishing to speak of the near tragedy. The final clash with the leader of the Akatsuki was a very long and difficult battle, one that held very high stakes for both sides of the conflict. Naruto simply couldn't fail to defeat Pain. Everyone depended on him to win. He couldn't fail, he wouldn't fail. Eventually, after a long fight where the Kyuubi almost broke out of its seal due to the pain of losing another precious comrade, he emerged victorious, defeating the last path of Pain with the last bit of energy he had left in him, earning Konoha's safety. A silent montage of the clash played before them. However, certain visuals were omitted within it. All present bore witness to Naruto's fight, the techniques and strategies he employed to overcome his foes. All were impressed, even if most didn't understand the context of the battle, such as the petrification of one of the enemies.
Though, those of the supernatural realm were surprised to see the blonde Uzumaki gradually transforming into a kitsune, and they wondered if he played host to a sacred gear housing the soul of a yokai. It was the only possibility they could accept. But, if that was the case, how come such a sacred gear never showed up before in history? So, this is the Biju that you spoke of, Naruto. Yusaka thought to herself as Kuno grasped her hand tightly. Even through the video, the mother and daughter as well as everyone else could sense the power deep within the boy. It was probably the magic emitting from the book, emulating the sensation she guessed. The power was muted yet nonetheless unnerving. It also clarified on why Tsunade had questioned her earlier. Fortunately, the yokai wasn't offended as she distinctly remembered just how dangerous that red chakra was during Naruto's brutal assault. If that power was somehow beholden to Konoha, then the kitsune understood that the Hokage was merely doing her duty. Yusaka couldn't blame her for that, she just hoped Tsunade could extend the same courtesy. Rias and Yuki were confused just as much as impressed. Did Naruto not say he was human? If so, then what gives? A thought surfaced to mind, both girls unconsciously thinking the same thing.
Did he lie to me? To think Foxy-kun had an actual connection to foxes, Akeno said, a frown adorning her features. I hope I didn't offend him.
I doubt you did, Rias replied to assuage her dear friend. Naruto would have spoken his mind about the nickname, he knows that it's all in good fun. The Queen of Gremory smiled in gratitude, appreciative of her best friend's efforts. Well, at least we know why he has such cute birthmarks. They are kind of cute, thought Rias with a small smile. The Konoha group were awed by the fight shown. Both combatants appeared to be in a class of their own, inciting many feelings ranging from pride, inspiration and jealousy. Wow, Ino voiced out, summing it up nicely for her fellow ninja. Sitting by her lonesome, it excited Madaka to bear witness to his struggle and perseverance once again. Naruto, only you can do this to me. She anticipated the day they could meet and what a day that will be. He's strong, Valley thought to himself, anticipation swelling within him. At first, he believed this would have been a waste of time. He could have spent training or picking a fight, as if to answer his prayers. Something out there decided to humor him and focus the show on a warrior, a strong warrior at that. He couldn't wait to meet this Uzumaki Naruto. Hopefully, the blonde could grant him a hell of a fight. Except his fight didn't end there, only the physical portion, the easier part. No matter how he looked at it, the blonde was emotionally battered after fighting pain. His home was destroyed, his loved ones either badly wounded or dead, his sensei, his master. Ero Sennin, he had to face the man that was responsible for all of his recent anguish and pain, to face him, for far more reasons than he cared to admit. For closure, for answers, to end this, all of this, once and for all. A part of him was afraid though. What would he do when he faced the man? How would he react? Naruto. Tsunade's heart went out to him, unsure of the answer herself. Granted, she may have not gone out on a manhunt to avenge Jiraiya, but she believed the best she could do was ensure the security of Konoha, and doing so required of her directing all her energy into protecting their home, forsaking her grievances and continuing her duty as the Hokage. But to confront the man responsible for her pain, face to face? She didn't know what she would do. After speaking to his father in his mindscape, he had to find out whether he could actually end the cycle that he spoke of, the cycle that helped to create this situation in the first place. Wait. What the hell do they mean he met his father? Naruto's an orphan, Kiba said in confusion, unable to wrap his mind around the possibility. The Kuo Pact and Heir took note of that little fact. He might have made contact with an imprint of his father's ego within his own mindscape. It's an advanced and rare technique, but it is possible, especially for a mindwalker, Ino provided to ease her fellow comrades' confusion. Wait. Does that mean that Naruto's father is a Yamanaka? Tenten asked, wondering if both blondes were related through clan ties. No, Kakashi answered before they could delve deeper. Let's just keep watching. Hopefully we can find out what happened to my student. Fortunately, they all dropped the matter. Could he let go of the prospect of revenge when he met face to face with the man responsible for his suffering? Quite the quandary this young man finds himself in, Michael stated, completely invested within the story. He desired to see the path this boy would walk. Would he succumb to his hatred or would he extend the olive branch? So when he finally met the man he will come to know as Nagato, he very simply, almost lost it. Naturally, Ophis commented, the dragon may have been ignorant, indifferent, of modern morals and ethics, but she understood the nature of sentient beings very well. Angels, devils, yokai and humans, it didn't matter, they were all the same. This was him, the man who took away Ero Sennin, Kakashi-sensei, hurt his friends, destroyed his village, made him watch as another of his precious comrades fell to his ruthless attacks. The members of the Kuo Pact as well as Heir directed their gaze upon Hinata, wondering what exactly was exchanged between Naruto and the young woman during the clash. Unforgivable. But he somehow managed to rein himself in order to listen to Nagato's story, to hear what pain he endured that made a student of Ero Sennin turn into this. That man was his fellow pupil. Well, damn, Azazel whistled in disbelief. Was their education open to different interpretations? And if so, what the hell did the red-haired man learn during his tutelage? Talk about personal, huh? He was glad that he listened. Nagato's tragic story helped give him the resolve to truly follow in his predecessor's footsteps. He spared him. Akeno was in complete disbelief. A man that had hurt him so deeply was offered mercy. She truly did not understand how Naruto was capable of such a thing. Naruto had no idea if he had the chops to do it, but now he was determined to follow through with his master's and father's wishes. The blonde would take up his father's dream, his mentor's dream, and bring peace to this world. So, this is what inspired you, Naruto, Rias whispered to herself, understanding his sincerity in the efforts he has made to make peace a reality. Even if his dream only encompassed Kuo Academy at the moment, it was a start. And she was more than willing to help him. She would dedicate her efforts to realize that dream, and she was sure her friends would help as well. Michael and Gabriel smiled, content and proud that the young man was capable of relinquishing his anger. How admirable, Sierzek stated, impressed with young Naruto's character. He really needed to repair his standing within the boy's eyes and establish a friendship with the young warrior. I am honestly impressed. I know I wouldn't have been able to rein in my anger. Neither would I, Seraphal, Sierzek replied. Oh, he still wanted to be Hokage, and nothing was going to change that, but after seeing the aftereffects of what this cycle could do to people. A quicksilver image of the Uchiha crest flashed across his mind at that moment, hardening his already rock-solid determination. Sakura grimaced at seeing the Uchiha emblem, conflicted and scared of what would transpire if Naruto and Sasuke were to meet now. After seeing what hate could do to the person he considered a sibling. That sentiment resonated deeply within Akeno and Heir. The hybrid wondered what Naruto would think of her distrust of fallen angels. Would he think any less of her? The thought honestly bothered her, and she would admit that if he did, it would hurt. Akeno didn't want to lose him as a friend, not when her life has been so much more interesting and fun with him around. The latter was intimately aware of how twisted a loved one could become when they succumbed to the extremes of their vices. It seemed the blonde was empathizing with the pure-blooded fallen back then, and it only made her feel more appreciative of his compassion. Heir wondered if she would be able to meet him soon. She really wanted to speak to him. Naruto, is he the one that betrayed you? A betrayal that led us to understand one another, Yuki thought to herself as she observed her dearest friend. She remembered their short yet meaningful exchange after her fight against him. A fight she now regrets for doubting such a genuine person, even if she did have a right to her suspicions. The simple admission that he understood the hero, her worries, troubles, doubts and feelings, gave birth to a friendship that she will cherish and hope to preserve all her life. A friend that she would protect from anything, even this sibling of his, she vowed. That's right, the young man murmured, determination stealing his voice. It's up to me now. I have to do my best to make sure something like this doesn't happen again, for everyone's sake. He would bring world peace, or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. An idealist, huh? Jin commented to himself, wondering whether the boy could truly brave the challenges ahead of him. The great hero was intimately aware of the difficulty such a path presented, how one's beliefs and expectations could be betrayed on a whim. Let's see how long you last, Naruto. At least, that was the plan. Everyone's eyebrows quirked at that. After a few beats of silence, Kakashi narrowed his eyes as his mind ran rampant with theories regarding his student. Apparently, this narration would focus, hopefully, on Naruto, and then there was the fact that these strangers gathered here were involved with him. He just couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he asked his leader, hoping she could clarify something for him. Tsunade-sama, did Jiraiya-sama take Naruto outside of the continent during his training? No, and I know Jiraiya wouldn't withhold such information. The Hokage brushed aside her bangs as she bit her lips. She understood Kakashi's thoughts, but she trusted her deceased teammate to prioritize Konoha's safety. The man would report any information regarding foreign powers. So, then what the hell was going on? How did Naruto even know these people, and what was their exact relationship? Tsunade directed her sight upon Mio, trying to unravel the mystery regarding the young girl's relationship with her favorite blonde. Mio-sama, are you alright? Maria asked of her friend and ward, seeing the pensive expression painting her features. I am okay, the daughter of Lucifer responded, yet avoided eye contact with her friend. Inwardly though, Mio was a mess. She remembered how Ino mentioned that a friend of hers disappeared through the aberration, and apparently, that friend could possibly be Naruto, her big brother. A part of her was afraid what that possibly meant and could bring into their future. Another part of her was hesitant to continue watching, if only because the redhead just wasn't sure she would like what was being revealed. It seemed invasive, with no regard to Naruto's privacy whatsoever. However, it was also a chance to learn about and understand her big brother, so, inhaling a deep breath, Mio resolved to watch the show and hoped that Naruto would forgive her. After all, at times, it was easier to apologize than to ask permission.
Silence befell the audience. Several long seconds passed as all contemplated what they were viewing. The lull didn't last, however. Disturbed by one girl's gasp, all present turned to see Rias starry-eyed, her hands clasped under her chin and a smile of admiration painting her features. Naruto is a ninja, the heiress exclaimed exuberantly, and all gaped at her enthusiasm. Rias couldn't help but think that Naruto was near perfect at the moment, and her heart soared as she imagined his smile.
Venelana and Akano couldn't hold back their giggles.
T-U-O-L. After Nagato used the Gedo, Rinne Tensai no Jutsu Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Jutsu, to revive all of the people he has recently killed after he attacked Konoha, Conan took his body to be buried. As impressive as such a feat was, it was nothing new to the supernatural world regarding magic and sorcery. Devils, despite being unable to encroach upon the biblical gods' territory, found a bypass through the evil piece system, reconstituting a species' physiology and binding the soul to a chess piece, all in order to resurge the population. The biblical heavens had also produced their own system, brave saints, inspired from their antithesis through the use of playing cards. It wasn't anything to gawk at, since it could also be used on the recently departed. I still can't believe all those that died were revived, Kiba whispered, remembering how more than a few clanmates of his had perished. We should just be grateful for whatever Naruto managed to do, Shikamaru said as he ran several theories in his head regarding the blonde's disappearance and the potential regarding the space-time aberration. How far could it displace someone? The Nara honestly didn't like the answers he hypothesized. And so here the shinobi was, gathering natural energy so that he could gather senjutsu chakra.
Naruto-san is a practitioner of senjutsu? Sona questioned out loud, alarmed by the revelation, and as she looked around, she could see the surprise upon her fellow devils.
I wasn't aware of such a thing, Rias confessed, trepidation quickening her pulse. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow at their behavior. Is there a problem with Naruto learning the sage arts? Tsunade-san, Yusaka called, a prominent frown disturbing her features, showing her unease. Are you not aware of the risks that senjutsu carries? In response, the Hokage only shook her head, displaying her ignorance to all. The elder Kitsune continued, the natural energy of the world is tainted, capable of corrupting a user. Being a practitioner herself, though, she only employed the ability within Kyoto to utilize the ley lines. Yusaka was more than aware of just how double-edged the technique could be.
The yokai noticed shock painting Tsunade's visage at the trivia, her skin paling from the rising anxiety. The corruption will influence a sage over time, and unfortunately, an amateur practitioner will, inevitably, lose themselves to insanity. Everyone unaware paled at the admission, beads of sweat dotting their brows and temples. Naruto, a Jinchuriki, falling into insanity. Tsunade's mind railed at the thought. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It just didn't make sense to her. Jiraiya wouldn't have learned such a risky art, right? But then, she realized that she had never truly seen her teammate utilize senjutsu, possibly preferring to keep it as a trump card. What if it was actually deemed as a last resort for those very reasons? It would also explain why sages were rare within the shinobi world. Her heartbeat quickened as she fretted over Naruto's well-being, a sentiment shared by all of the blonde genin's dear friends. Rias, at the party, do you think Naruto-san was using senjutsu during the fight and caused the lockdown? Probably, Sona, Rias sighed, trailing her fingers through her hair. She was so worried for the blonde and his state of mind. Surely, he had to know of the risks of using such a technique. The heiress decided to speak to him the next time she sees him. She didn't want to lose him. Oni-chan, are you alright? Kurumi grasped her elder sister's hand and gently squeezed. She was concerned seeing how distraught Yuki appeared. I just don't understand. Yuki answered as her heart ached and she squeezed back at her sister's hand. She was afraid, scared of losing her first friend to his own insanity. The elder heroine remembered clearly how different Naruto was during the clash in Kyoto. Was it because of senjutsu? How far has his mind degraded? Yuki bit her lip as she worried over her dear friend. She needed to speak to him as soon as possible. Within Azazel's mind, gears clicked and turned, over-revving with his own conclusions. It has to be a sacred gear hosting a yokai's soul. It's the only way Naruto could utilize senjutsu, and he probably has access to chakra as well. He scratched his chin as he continued with his train of thought until it derailed from a lone question that surfaced. Or is it something I am just not seeing? Maria decided to keep quiet, as her own mind whirled with thoughts. However, she reached out and grasped Mio's hand. Noting how disturbed she appeared, the succubus squeezed, offering her silent support to her friend, Naruto-sama. You have so many people worried for you. So Naruto quickly entered Sage mode, using it to help him sense whether all the inhabitants of Konoha were alive or not. To his immense relief, he sensed the chakra of his many friends and comrades, meaning that. A happy grin split apart his face, relief loosing the tension from his frame. They're all alive, they're all okay. Nagato did it. He couldn't help but fist pump, cheering loudly, celebrating by himself as he forced himself upright. It must have been so relieving to know his people were safe, Gabriel commented, especially when coming home only to find ruin. The young ones flinched from the seraph's input. They all hoped to never experience such a tragedy in their lives, and a few prayed to not experience a repeat of their own misfortunes. More than that, he could sense Kakashi-sensei moving towards him, closing the distance between them with great speed. In a pretty damn good mood, Naruto moved to meet him, unable to wait for what he hoped was a hero's welcome back home. One that he should have experienced, Kakashi bitterly stated. He let out a sigh, wishing the guilt would have been exhaled as well. Then he stopped in his tracks, toad-like eyes turned to another section of the forest, wary. Something to his right sensed, off. Tsunade-sama. I think this is what transpired when he disappeared, Kakashi professed, tension lacing his tone as he clenched his fists. Maybe, we'll find out what happened to Naruto, Shizune spoke, hoping for the truth to be revealed. Tsunade and the other ninja fidgeted in their seats, anxiety making them restless and impatient. What the hell is that? Naruto questioned out loud, unsure of what he was sensing, and where did it come from? I don't remember sensing this when I went Sage mode last time. The blonde just stared at that area, weighing in on how he should respond to this feeling. Honestly, after what he had just experienced, he wasn't exactly keen on anything that could possibly do damage to his already damaged village, and this feeling could just do that kind of damage. Or rather, he had no idea what it could do, and had much rather check it out and be doubly sure that what he was sensing wouldn't cause trouble than regret checking it later. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed out, his head resting on his fist in the limb propped by an armrest. Of all the times to do your duty, Naruto. Naruto-kun was just being protective of his comrades, Lee said with weak smile. How youthful of him. Everyone outside of the Konoha group quirked an eyebrow at the green-clad youth's manner of speech. That's the problem, though. The Nara turned his eyes at his fellow Chunin and spoke. He should have assembled a team to investigate the aberration. Maybe then, someone could have saved him from its ensnarement. Every shinobi grimaced, aware that the lazy ninja spoke logically. So he did. Naruto turned on the spot and raced towards the sensation, zeroing in on it with his incredible sensing abilities, moving at incredible speeds thanks to his senjutsu-enhanced body, regardless of his tired state. He was sure that, whatever it was, he could deal with it. Shikamaru sighed once again as Sakura bit her lip in frustration. Ino placed a comforting hand on her fellow kunoichi's shoulder, offering solace. That assurance was very much dashed by the time that he reached the aberration that caught his notice. It's the thing that ensnared us, Rosweiss exclaimed in surprise. So, Naruto has experienced this before? Issei questioned as he stared at the screen. Do you think he's been displaced here at some point? It's difficult to say, Issei-kun. Akeno stated as she thought about such a possibility. Foxy-kun has made no mention of ever experiencing such a phenomenon. It's quite possible this event transpired before he enrolled into Kuo. Kakashi focused on the Kuo Pact group as he overheard the girl. Naruto's in Kuo. Now to find out where Kuo is. Saji blinked as a thought surged to mind. Maybe we'll be able to find out how to return home from this. Clearly, Uzumaki must have experienced this and escaped somehow, right? It's not that simple, Saji, Sona said. There is something more going on here. We wouldn't have been snatched up only to find out how to escape within 5 minutes. So Tan is right. Seraphal chirped, a proud smile directed to her little sister. After all, I don't think anyone would be stupid enough to play such a prank on multiple influential and powerful individuals. Her demeanor darkened and her presence intensified for a few brief seconds, unless they have death wish for playing around with my sister's well-being. Tsunade mentally noted that the seemingly cheerful young woman was dangerous. Oni-sama, please calm down, you're scaring my pawn to death. Oh, sorry, the female Mao offered a sheepish smile. Leviathan-sama is pretty scary, bucko. Well, of course, Issei-kun, she is an elder sister, Rias answered, aware of just how similar her own brother could be. In a small, insignificant piece of the forest, there was something that was really, really wrong. He was staring at it, studying it, suspicious of what it exactly was or where it came from. He couldn't really describe it, But if he had to call it anything, he supposed he would call it a fluctuation, as the very air that was emanating this sensation was shifting, as if space itself was rending. It was weird. Naruto already knew that Kakashi-sensei was coming towards him, so just in case this thing proved to be dangerous, the shinobi arbitrarily decided to check it out. Just a few moments ago, his teacher was dead, he was dead. All turned to look at the gray-haired Jonin, whose own eyes seemed to reflect guilt and appreciation. He refused to place him, or anyone from Konoha for that matter, in danger, especially after this recent ordeal. "You idiot," Sakura whispered as she clenched her fists. Bad mistake. The second that Naruto moved to touch the aberration, his hand was gripped by it, almost like he was caught in a vice grip, but the part that actually made him begin to panic was the fact that it began to pull. Everyone but Azazel grimaced, remembering how distressing it was to have been ensnared by the aberration. Most hoped to never experience such a thing again. "What the? Hey! Let go of my hand, damn it!" Naruto cried out, as it slowly began to pull the blonde in despite all of his senjutsu-enhanced strength. He grit his teeth, smashing his feet onto the floor to slow down his forced movement, and even began sticking his feet to the ground with chakra. It wasn't enough, as instead of slowing him down, all his actions accomplished to do was drag the ground with him. "So, we couldn't have escaped no matter how hard we tried," Tenten stated, surprised that a powerhouse like Naruto was struggling as well. "It seems so," said Neji with a grimace. He was beginning to think the Kaiten would have been pointless to try as well. The shinobi tried to think of a way out of this predicament, but since his hand was unavailable, he couldn't use hand signs to utilize his Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to help him out, let alone a Kawarimi no Jutsu. His hands were tied, metaphorically and literally in a way. "That sucked." "Oh yeah, you're fucked," Kiba commented, earning a glare from Sakura and Ino. "Shit." Naruto couldn't help but curse as his entire body began to get swallowed up whole, enveloping him as his sight began to darken at the edges of his vision. One of the last things that he would hear from the elemental nations in a long time was Kakashi-sensei's surprised shout. "Naruto," Mio whispered as she watched her brother disappear into the void, her brow furrowed in thought, wondering just what the hell was about to be shown. The Uzumaki appeared to be the same age as when she first met him, so this must have been recent. But why were they even seeing this in the first place? Then, there was the problem that Senjutsu presented. It scared her to think of the risks he took to fight for his friends, and now there was a chance of him losing his sanity. No, she couldn't accept that. Not when she had accepted him as family. Mio would force a promise from Naruto to never use Senjutsu in the future. "I won't lose my family again. Did you guys hear what it said?" Tenten asked as she bit her lips and gazed at her idol. The Hokage's visage rivaled a statue, and the Bukijutsu specialist was sure that Tsunade must be in turmoil at what was stated. "Let's just keep watching," Kakashi stated, his focus directly on the screen. If he was just a bit faster, his student would have been home to receive a hero's welcome and life would have continued on with a sense of normalcy. The guilt was weighing him down. Just another failure to add onto the list. Madaka narrowed her eyes at what she witnessed. Last time she peered into Naruto's life using the old mont's sacred gear, it only showed her the blonde's confrontation against Nagato. Was the Uzumaki displaced like she was, and if so, where did he end up? Hopefully, this show would answer that question. For the sake of her sanity, at least, if anything were to happen to Naruto before they could meet. The thought honestly scared the tyrant, and she didn't know what she would do. T-U-O-L, Naruto was falling. "Well, he seems to have been displaced safely," Azazel commented, still trying to understand why they were watching this. He understood the whole future bit that was stated by their host, but he just didn't understand why it was focusing on Naruto. What made him special? Yes, he was designated as the unknown variable, but that was simply because a powerful energy signature appeared out of nowhere. No way. Azazel's eyes widened as a ridiculous thought popped into mind. No, is it possible? Excitement coursed through the fallen leader, hoping that the possibility became a reality. "At least, we know he's safe, Tsunade-sama," Shizune spoke, hoping to improve her master's mood. It seemed to do the trick as the elder woman nodded in response. Hinata breathed out a sigh of relief. Now, they only had to locate Naruto and bring him home. He was falling very, very fast. The air that was rushing past him could attest to that much. The blonde tried to slow down his descent by flailing his arms, but instead all he did was force his body to twirl around more erratically. So he was obviously way too disoriented to even think about using a jutsu to get out of this, and he couldn't even tell what was happening either, since the world was spinning around him so fast that he felt like he would vomit. He almost wished that he threw up instead of feeling the pain of crashing into the Splash, water, that has to hurt, Issei commented with a grimace and most nodded in agreement. The body of liquid he landed in was sent splashing everywhere, going sky high from his impact and crashing against the area around it, overflowing a little bit thanks to the tiny tidal wave he created. Needless to say, the shinobi finally reached the end of his free fall, and he was overwhelmingly thankful that he had his Sage mode on. So he gains increased durability with Senjutsu, Siraorg mused to himself, looking forward to fighting the blonde in the future, especially after witnessing the fight from earlier. It was quite inspiring, in his humble opinion. Otherwise the fall could have ended up being a whole lot worse, and by that, he meant he would have ended up as a pancake. Not pretty, I beg to differ, pancakes are highly tempting, Azazel stated. Valley rolled his eyes at the comment. It took a few seconds for Naruto to poke his head up from the water, blinking rapidly in order to recalibrate himself to being upright again, before quickly taking a quick look around him to find out where he was. Trees, pavement, shell-shocked human beings, I've never seen such fashion before. Ino observed the people on the screen, honestly intrigued by their clothes. Have you seen that kind of style, Sakura? She asked of her friend, hoping to distract the girl from her dampening emotions. To Ino's disappointment, she only shook her head, obviously disinterested in the fashion. Was he still in Konoha? Or at least near the Land of Fire? Land of Fire? Where is that? Issei asked as all those ignorant as well quirked their eyebrow in confusion. The hell do you mean where? You've been living under a rock or something? Kiba snarked, thoroughly annoyed with this terrible joke, as if it was possible that someone didn't know what or where Konoha was, let alone the country. For God's sake, it was one of the largest countries in the continent. Exactly as I said, Issei responded, not appreciating the attitude from the tattooed ninja. I've never heard of either of those places. Are you fuck? Kiba? Shikamaru shouted, the strength in his tone making the Inuzuka pause. Enough, just drop it. The shinobi glanced at the Nara, taking note that he was sitting in his signature meditative pose. Shikamaru, what are you thinking about? Ino asked, well aware of her teammates' quirks and behavior. I don't think you would like to know, Ino. I think it would be best if you just told us. There's no point in doing so, we're all about to find out anyway. The lazy genius gulped as he glanced up to his longtime friend. Ino was honestly a bit unnerved by how serious he seemed as they stared at one another. Eventually, he directed his gaze back to the screen. Let's just keep watching. Toad-like eyes shut themselves from the world as the blonde cursed under his breath, annoyed that he was sent on a ride into some weird area. Why couldn't he get a break? There's no way that I am missing my hero's welcome, Datbeo, Naruto stated with resolve, his focus on his surroundings as he tried to find out where he was. Oh, Naruto, Azazel smirked, you have my sympathies, but I need you to validate something for me. You need to miss your hero's welcome, kid. That can't be right. Naruto snapped his eyes open and forced himself up, refusing to believe what his incredible senses were telling him. What could be bothering him, dear brother? Gabriel asked, tapping a finger to her lips as she noticed just how immersed Michael seemed. We're about to find out, dear sister. By the way, I believe young Naruto is the unknown variable. Gabriel choked on air as her eyes widened, observing the serious countenance of her brother. The female seraph focused back on the show. There was just no way, it was impossible, yet his senjutsu abilities couldn't just be wrong, right? The simple fact was that, outside of the still blubbering people he terrified, Naruto sensed a lot of people close by. So much so that he felt like they could have made their own village, really. So, then what's the problem? Rainier asked, confusion lacing her tone. Oh, we're about to find out. The lone female fallen stared at her leader in surprise, whose demeanor radiated excitement. She couldn't understand the man at times. But that wasn't the issue, the problem was something else entirely. He couldn't sense their chakra. Correction, he couldn't sense anything's chakra. What? The Konoha group chorused in shock and everyone stared at them in mild surprise. Where did he end up? Madaka mused, her clenched fists trembling as the only sign of concern for Naruto. She needed to find out before she lost her composure. A stray thought blared within her mind, but she ignored it. If she had taken a second to actually think it over, Madaka would realize the answer to her question was present in the form of Rias Gremory and the other supernatural entities. All humans had chakra, even if they weren't shinobi, they had it, yet, for some reason, these people didn't. Is that true, Tsunade-san? Azazel exclaimed in giddiness, shocking everyone present. The Hokage, wide-eyed and gaping from the show's revelation, only nodded her assent. Azazel would deny it later, but he squealed in joy from the confirmation. However, those unaware of the society and lifestyle of the elemental nations only had one thought in mind. What the hell did Naruto mean that all humans had chakra? After all, that certainly wasn't true. Right? Nothing was ever simple with Naruto, and now he had his friends, people who informed the blonde of the supernatural world, doubting common knowledge. Oh, his friends could all feel the headache surging to life. He should know. Arrow Sennin made extra sure to jam that information down his throat. Bless his pervy soul. Anyways, Naruto couldn't sense a drop of chakra in anyone, which should be impossible because humans needed it to stay alive. It was tied to their life force, right? What is he talking about? Rainier demanded, honestly annoyed at what she was hearing. It didn't make any sense. Azazel only grinned harder. Come on, Rainier. I know you're smarter than that. Try thinking outside of conventional boundaries. She only furrowed her brow in response, unable to accept the possibility of such a thing. That's just ridiculous. So, the humans of your world all have chakra. Yusaka directed her gaze over to the Konoha group, wondering if they all had the energy source that was unique only to yokai. Okawa-sama, does this mean that Naruto has chakra? Kuno asked with a bit of hope. It would be a trait she shared with her hero, giving them a connection they could appreciate and bond over. The mother smiled down at her daughter and granted her a nod. Humans don't have chakra nor any other energy sources. The best we can do is either learn magic or be fortunate enough to be born with or acquire a sacred gear or mystic weapon. Jin informed his daughters, who seemed to be in doubt over what they heard. However, the ancient human had already reached his own conclusions, and he was pretty sure his fellow leaders had as well. This boy and these shinobi. This just got a whole lot more interesting, the great hero thought with a smirk as he sneaked a glance at the Konoha group. It isn't just tied, it is our life force. Sakura recited like the academic she was at heart, her comrades overhearing her muttering. For Naruto to come across humans without any chakra, she trailed off as her eyes narrowed in realization. Yet she couldn't believe it, it was simply impossible. She slowly shook her head and muttered out in denial, no, 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 no. Sakura, Ino gripped the teen's shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Calm down and tell us what you're thinking. It should be obvious, Ino, Shikamaru spoke up, gaining the attention of the Konoha shinobi. The aberration was a space-time rift, and apparently this place is a separate dimension outside of the elemental nations. Well, according to Ophis, the question you should be asking is just where else and how far could it take someone? What are you saying, Shikamaru-kun? Hinata choked out, wishing the Nara would disprove the answer she came up for herself. Before he could speak though, Tsunade interrupted with a harsh tone. Don't say it. The Hokage exhaled in an attempt to calm down, frustration and disbelief plaguing her mind. Let's just continue, please. Graphia, Seraphal, I do believe we have just made quite the discovery. Searzex spoke as he gazed at his fellow devils who seemed to have made the connection. Well, most of them. Rias seemed a bit distraught and he wished he could go over to comfort her. However, they needed to push on with the show. They all needed to confirm their conclusions, so the blonde quickly moved towards the shore, forgetting all about the pain of falling from who knows where and. Wait, shit. The young man cried out, snapping his head towards the sky as he tried to find out if that aberration was still there. Wherever he was in the elemental nations, as strange as it was, that thing could at least be used to return back to Konoha, right? Except he couldn't, not anymore. To his dismay, he couldn't sense that thing at all anymore. It was quite simply gone, like it never existed in the first place. Well, there went that idea. How the hell was he supposed to get home then? Mio, Yuki, Rias and Reinare's heart skipped a beat, all of them disheartened at what they've come to realize. An uncomfortable feeling encompassed their senses, like taking a plunge into the unknown while blindfolded after a question surfaced to mind. After everything they've shared, does Naruto still want to go home? Okay, he had to relax here, and he had to think. What could have happened to make that rift in the first place? Maybe he could try and make one himself? Basically, what happened today that didn't happen on every other day? Oh, the shinobi realized in a eureka moment, slamming his fist into the palm of his hand. People who were dead were brought back to life. That didn't usually happen, right? Issei felt a shiver course through his form, feeling as if someone held a noose around his neck. He hoped he would never experience death, or at least a near fatality. For some reason, he felt like he had dodged a bullet, yet he didn't feel like a winner. So all he had to do to reopen that rift was redo that jutsu. And to do that, all he needed was a pair of Rinnegan eyes. Naruto nodded with a confident smile. Those were very easy to obtain after all. And since that was the case, he would get back home without much trouble. As if. Naruto roared out, slamming his head into the ground with so much strength that it created little spider cracks. It's moments like these where I doubt his maturity, Sakura sighed in fondness, missing witnessing Naruto's antics in person. The Kuo pack all had small smiles on them despite the tension still around them. Naruto-san is a very expressive person, Asia commented out loud, wondering if her fellow blonde would join them. It would be nice to have all her friends here and hopefully have any doubts addressed. Yes, Rias whispered to herself. She thought back on all of their exchanges. He really is. He completely ignored the ordinary folks that he horrified by his actions, far too distracted with his own problems to care at that moment. Damn it, Nagato. Naruto groaned out from his spot on the ground, with faux tears flowing down his cheeks at his predicament. His senpai under Ero Sennin pretty much screwed him without realizing it, though it was also probably his fault as well. Probably, no, it definitely was, Kiba quipped with a roll of his eyes. Oh, lay off him, he made an honest mistake because of his concern for everyone. The Inuzuka raised his hands up in defense. I didn't mean any harm in it, Sakura. Did a jutsu that brought people back to life have such weird side effects? Or was it something else that he just wasn't seeing? Oh, it's definitely something else, Azazel said, captivated by the phenomenon he witnessed and experienced. Oh, the possibilities. He had no clue, and unfortunately for him, he didn't have any jutsu that could do something as ridiculously impressive as bringing people back to life. Okay then, plan B, he would get back home, by foot. Azazel snorted. The kid was a one-man riot in his opinion. Ironically, that was true due to his cloning ability. He could probably be a one-man anything. The old-fashioned way it was then. Naruto finally forced himself up from the ground and immediately moved to resume his search, intent on finding out where he was so that he could have some idea of what he had to do to get home. The people that he accidentally terrified just watched the young man go, their collective eyes wide as he began to grumble to himself. No one would believe them when they told anyone else their story, so instead, a new folklore began on the very spot that the orange-loving boy landed on based on what the people there saw. The Lake of the Human Falling Star. It was a stupid legend, and everyone soon forgot about it. I have to agree, that's pretty dumb, Kurumi said as she turned to look at her father. Don't you think so? I think Naruto is pretty dumb in general, so it's actually quite fitting. Jin shrugged with a wry smile. He couldn't help but take a shot at the boy. It was fun messing with him. Oto-sama. Yuki voiced with a warning tone even if she understood it was innocent fun. So, Naruto seems to have landed in a park, however, nothing seemed familiar, Neji commented, gaining the attention of his comrades. Like Ino-san pointed out, the fashion of the people was very unique, Hinata supplied, reminding her companions. It seems a bit similar to what a few people from the other groups are wearing, Ino said as she observed a few of the men and women present. She would admit to wanting a few articles of their clothing within her wardrobe. Still, wherever he ended up matters not since he's in Kuo apparently, Shizune stated. After a slight pause, she continued, I just hope that our doubts regarding Kuo's location is wrong. Huh. What do you mean, Shizune-san? Lee, don't you understand what could have possibly happened to Naruto? Tenten asked of her teammate, wondering if he was slow on the uptake. Of course, Tenten, all we have to do is learn the location and retrieve him afterward, he stated with a smile, confidence defining his features and tone. A snort followed right after. Exactly, Kiba smirked as all the shinobi turned to him. All we have to do is drag his ass back from wherever he is. I don't see why you guys are fretting so much. Tenten's features slackened and a pity for both boys arose within her. Oh, to be simple-minded, the weapon mistress had to question how these two became Chunin again. It was probably only because of their strength. Hey, what's with those looks? The Inuzuka questioned. Damn it, stop looking at me like that. Troublesome. T-U-O-L. When Naruto finally saw the end of the tree lines, which itself signified the end of the park, though he had no idea it was a park, he grinned. Finally, he could see what he was dealing with. Confirm it for us, Naruto. Come on, kid. Azazel was smiling in anticipation, his inner researcher chanting prayers for a possible discovery. So he the blonde did just that and walked out of the park, eyes scanning to check the area. What the fuck is that? Naruto exclaimed out in shock, completely caught off guard by the rows upon rows of massive buildings that touched the sky. Wow. The shinobi collectively whispered, the sight of the architecture awing them. It was a sight they had never seen before, a community of steel and high-rise buildings. It was awe-inspiring, such was modern marvels. That's Kuo, Issei whispered. He was intimately aware of his own home, living there his entire life. His earliest memories consisted of times spent with his parents within the community parks and surprisingly, playing with Irina and a few others. Rias and Sona had small smiles gracing their features. Kuo was their home away from home and they would do their damn best to protect it. Slowly, Madaka felt a pulling upon her lips as she gazed at the familiar scene. Familiar only because it was alien within the elemental nations. Blood rushed through her veins, her heart beating rapidly while her chakra sang a low hymn as it also coursed through her pathways. Why didn't she realize it before? The Gremory heiress stated she was friends with Naruto despite the impossibility of such a bond. It was why the tyrant dismissed the claim, though. Madaka acknowledged that perhaps, subconsciously, she ignored it because it bothered her deeply to hear of Naruto establishing bonds with others. Just one more reason to destroy the admirable yet deluded fool, and with destruction will there be salvation. Her heart fluttered at the thought. Either way, Madaka would not let this possibility, hopeful as she was for it, rule her, not until she could truly confirm it by the book stating so, or watching the interaction of someone present within the supernatural group and her one and only. Then and only then, would Madaka resolve to confront and save Naruto. That wasn't the only reason why he reacted as he did, as the very people themselves that were occupying the area were wearing some of the most bizarre clothing he has ever seen. Well, sure, he wasn't the go-to guy to find out what the latest fashion was, but he was sure that this was bizarre for the elemental nations in general. Yeah, it was really strange. No chakra, massive buildings, of which he's never seen before. Bizarre clothing, of which he's never seen before as well. A sinking feeling began to enter his stomach, knocking the air out of his lungs. It was a feeling most of the shinobi were empathizing with. They didn't know what to make of Naruto's plight and were certainly unsure of what they would do in the blonde's position. It was a difficult notion to accept and each were hoping their denial would become a reality, even if denial was the choice of fools. Tsunade was intimately aware of her trembling hands and she cursed herself for such weakness. Please, anything but this. Where was he? Because, he was at least pretty sure, that he wasn't anywhere near home anymore. Most of those present, especially those Naruto had befriended, grimaced, their sympathies offered to the blonde ninja. And that realization stopped him cold, his expression going blank for a few seconds. Just as quickly as he went blank though, the young shinobi snapped out of it and coughed, a smirk interlacing his features. Fine, the shinobi said with that very same smirk, if life wants to throw me for a loop, then I'll let it give it a shot, but I won't give up quite that easily. An optimist to his very core, Rainier said, her expression one of melancholy. Many thoughts sprang to mind but she blocked them out to focus on the tale of the boy who inspired her. A chuckle to her side drew her attention to Azazel who graced her with a small and seemingly knowing smile. To be honest, it kind of bothered her. What? Nothing much, just thinking really. The young fallen narrowed her eyes in suspicion yet decided to remain quiet. Such false bravado, pointless as well, Madaka mused, studying the mask Naruto had adorned after his realization. I know that deep down, you don't care. That was right, he's faced bigger challenges than this, and he has come out on top. He wouldn't get crushed by this, definitely not. But, even then Naruto, you would adapt to the best of your ability, the tyrant continued, her heart and mind always at balance, always beating for and focused on the blonde boy, because you are special. All of her efforts and struggles contributed to one goal and she would never stray from it. With that determination in his hands, he glanced about himself, his confidence shaking slightly as another problem just hit him. Great, he had confidence, so what now? Sakura sighed, her thoughts on her teammate currently conflicting. She was glad Naruto had decided to find his way home, yet couldn't he take a step back and think for a bit? The answer should be pretty obvious, how the hell was he gonna get back home? Oh. Naruto piped up, answering his own question. Information. He needed info, and fast. Good, thought Sakura with a small smile. Find your way home, Naruto, come back to us, to Team 7, to me. To that end, the blonde quickly shuffled out so that speak to someone, hoping that whoever he spoke to could help him out. Well, it's a start, Kakashi said, approving of his student's decision. He just hoped the adolescent didn't do anything stupid. Then again, this is Naruto, moments of stupidity were bound to happen, no matter how much Kakashi wanted to believe in his student's ability. The first one that he locked onto was heading straight for him, moving at decent speeds while moving a wheel inside a metallic object on wheels. Did he not know what a car was or something? Issei asked in confusion. Who knows, Hyodo? Saji responded with a shrug. Figuring that it was the only way to get his attention, the blonde ran in front of the presumably mechanical vehicle and waved his hands wildly. A burst of laughter sounded out from Azazel and Jin while the rest gaped in shock. Well, Those that could bother to express themselves, the shinobi only sighed, accepting that this act was typical of the blonde. Oh, this kid's a riot, the fallen leader chortled. How did mother lose to him again? Rainier asked herself in a moment of doubt. It seems you have your hands full, huh, Yuki-kun? Jin asked, and his adoptive daughter could only pout in response. Yuki was intimately aware of just how troublesome her friend could be. Especially in regards to his education, she wouldn't trade his friendship for anything, though. You know, Sona started as she recomposed herself, for some reason, I find this to be quite in character with him. A giggling Akano spoke up. Oh, I am pretty sure you would, Kaichu. Sona only offered a forced smile, doing her best not to remember the chaos her fellow student brought forth every day since his enrollment into Kuo Academy. One day, she would get Naruto to understand the importance of a higher education and he would thank her. As he groveled before her chanting apologies and she basked in her victory, a smirk crept upon her beautiful features. That would be the day. A day she would make a reality, that she swore. Naruto, Mio groaned as she massaged her temples. Really now, of all the stupid things he could have done, Maria, remind me to sit him down and lecture him about the rights of pedestrians and common sense. Of course, Mio-sama. The succubus couldn't wait for that conversation to happen soon enough. Something funny should transpire during the talk and Maria swore to capture it all on camera. She giggled to herself. Life was always interesting with Naruto. That definitely got the Mon's attention. Scree asterisk. The harsh sound of rubber sliding against concrete echoed around him, with the vehicle slowing down significantly before it could reach him. Beaming, Naruto walked up to the man, a question at the tip of his tongue. What the hell are you doing, you crazy brat? Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'd probably think so, too, Issei said, still thinking if the blonde was unfamiliar with cars. Like honestly, what sane person would run out in front of a speeding car? So said the elderly man, apoplectic at the fact that a young man wearing a tattered orange jumpsuit ran in front of his car and nearly got ran over. But the spiky-haired teen completely ignored that, instead opting to ask his questions in a manner that reminded the normal human of a machine gun. Hey Jii-chan. I got a few questions for ya. Do you know where I am? Do you have any shinobi around here? What about a village leader? Or rather, do you have a map, cause that could actually be helpful? Wait. Before you answer that, can I first ask why you're using this thing? Couldn't you move faster running? I mean, yeah, you're pretty old, but I think you could use the exercise, Jii-chan. Another round of laughter ensued, with most participating in the moment of comedy. Quit the motor mouth he has, Azazel quipped with a smirk. He is quite expressive, Gabriel chuckled. The unknown variable was an interesting individual. Makes you wonder if he has a filter on him, Jin said, despite the fact he knew the boy didn't possess one. Perhaps a lesson in social etiquette will do him some good. Searzex shivered at hearing his beloved wife's suggestion in regards to young Naruto. Pity was all he felt for the blonde, intimately familiar with Greyfie's lessons from how she raised their precious child. Milika's, his queen, was quite the demanding taskmaster. Hell, even he was subjected to her lessons at times, and they were not fun. Jin though only smirked at the queen's suggestion, one he wholeheartedly supported. Oh, that was quite amusing, Akano chirped, though he was quite easily distracted. Rias smiled as she gazed at the excited blonde. Yes, he was, but when necessary, he puts his heart into whatever task he wishes to see through. The hybrid only hummed in agreement. Venelana, however, heard her daughter clearly and felt troubled. The admiration in the girl's voice wasn't missed, a clear sign of a possible crush blooming. The matron had nothing against Naruto. In fact, she would like to personally thank the boy for helping Rias. But, with these revelations regarding the blonde, the mother of two desired to protect her daughter from heartbreak. The matriarch could see the writing on the wall. A romance between them would only end in tragedy. Especially if Naruto cherished his humanity. Such a simple person you are, Naruto, Madaka thought in amusement as she brushed a few bangs to the side. People say simplicity is bliss, and I must admit, I agree. Yes, she wouldn't have it any other way. His simplicity was the perfect complement to her own complexity. The elderly man heard exactly none of the questions that the blonde was spitting out. Instead, all he heard was Jii-chan. Listen, you rude brat, the normal human growled, annoyed at the teenager with terrible fashion sense. Move the hell out of the way or I will get the cops on your ass. Am I understood? Ha. Know my plight, old man, Tsunade sneered, reveling in watching someone else suffer under Naruto's innocent remarks. Tsunade-sama, is everything alright? At the moment, things are better, Shizune. This shook Naruto out of his not-so-subtle admiration of the car. as his impatience pushed him to begin inspecting the not-too-common sight of a vehicle, especially since it was never really used for transportation back at the elemental nations. Well, in a world of superhumans, or at least, potential superhumans, motor vehicles would be pretty pointless, Azazel mused, wondering how Naruto's society developed compared to the mortal realm of his respective homeworld. Actually, now that he thought about it, maybe he should avoid drawing attention to himself. Oh, 2 for 2, Naruto's on a roll, Kiba mocked with a roll of his eyes. Ino snorted, oh, please, you'd expose yourself by doing something stupid, too. As if, I am way too smart for something like that to happen. You would infiltrate a pound and interrogate every dog there, let's not forget the entire city. Ino's declaration drew laughter from her fellow shinobi as the Inuzuka grimaced. He wasn't that transparent, was he? Except he didn't realize that he was doing just that by both stopping the elderly man by running in front of a car, and continuing to molest the car in front of him. I guess he's rarely seen a car in his life, said Issei, surprise coloring his tone. What is with you and the car? Saji asked in exasperation. What? It's a legitimate question. When the elderly man growled in anger again, Naruto took that as his cue to leave before he drew more attention to himself. So after walking away and letting the man go, the shinobi quickly decided that he needed to get information from another source than other humans, as it was obvious that he was gonna make an idiot out of himself at this rate. Kiba opened his mouth to comment but was prevented from doing so by Sakura cracking her knuckles, clearly understanding the implied threat. The Inuzuka decided to keep quiet much to his disappointment. He would get back home, he had many promises to keep, as well as many people who were counting on him to bring peace to the elemental nations. More than that, he still had to become the Hokage. That's right, Naruto resolved, clenching his fist and sending it to the sky. I always keep my word, that's my nindo, and I will never give that up. Hinata smiled upon hearing his declaration, admiration swelling within her. He was her beacon guiding her unto the better path. A path she had not once looked back on. The heiress would admit that it had been difficult to tread, filled with constant struggles and bittersweet moments. However, her efforts had been rewarded. If there was one thing that the path has left Hinata wanting, it would be the desire to walk alongside Naruto, hand in hand. That would be the dream, such youth. Naruto-kun's flames of youth are so inspiring. Calm down, Lee, Tenten said, even though she felt inspired as well, the smile etched upon her was telling. You can't help but believe he'll find a way home with that kind of attitude, said Ino with a smile. Even if he can't, it doesn't stop us from looking for a way to retrieve him. Shikamaru spoke as a smirk formed upon his face. He resolved himself during Pain's attack to believe in and support the blonde in his endeavors. Lazy as the Nara is, he wanted to be a man his friends could trust, a reliable comrade if nothing else. If this book is about him, at some point it will show us how to reach him. That motivated the shinobi to pay attention, hoping the answers to their questions would be provided. And with that proclamation, the blonde brought his hands together to make a cross-shaped hand seal. He would learn more about this place, one way or another. Well, Whiskers seems determined. Whiskers? Graphia asked. I think it's an apt name, Seraphal chirped before pausing in thought. I wonder if they're sensitive? I believe Naruto-san would be disinclined to petting Leviathan-sama. Say, Graphia, do you think he purrs? The maid could only sigh, and overhearing her elder sister, Sona began to hope Naruto would become a permanent distraction for the Mao, that could possibly spare her from potential headaches. Well, she could dream. With a shake of her head to dispel her fantasy, she turned her gaze upon her friend Rias. She noticed her fellow heiress remained quiet and she wondered why. What's on your mind? The young Gremory blinked before taking a moment to gather her thoughts. I was just remembering the first time I spoke with him. Sona quirked an eyebrow. He was entirely ignorant of the supernatural. Rias bit her lip as the theory she previously formed began to haunt her thoughts. It overwhelmed her like sharp nails raking a chalkboard. She began to ponder what this possible revelation would mean for them, for their friendship. Would she ever have a chance? A hand on her shoulder broke her out of her thoughts, and turning around she saw Akeno staring at her in concern. Though, the redhead noticed the unease within the hybrid's eyes, seemingly struggling to find encouraging words to say. Instead, the queen, squeezed gently in the small act was all Rias needed. Reciprocating the gesture with a smile, she grasped Akeno's hand and squeezed back in appreciation. If what you say is true, Sona started as she drummed her fingers against her armrest, then it only lends credence to what everyone is thinking, Rias. It was entirely possible. The existence of the underworld as well as heaven only supported the theory. That's not even including the respective homes of other deities from the established pantheons, like Olympus and Asgard. separate dimensions of various impressive scales bound to the mortal realm, each its own supernatural world housing various species. It's not so difficult to imagine another realm of mortals, though mortal is subjective in regards to Naruto. Still, Sona would admit to having her mind blown. She just did her best to not show it. She swore to herself that Naruto would never surprise her again. When he disappeared in a puff of smoke and all that was left was a log in his place, the heiress had never been so rattled, never again. Do you think Foxy-kun still wants to go home? I don't know, Akeno, Rias responded. Her lips were involuntarily pulled into a frown, but I hope not. A beat of silence passed before it was abolished. From how old Naruto-san appears, this seems to have happened recently, Sona opined. I wonder how long he has been in Kuo. Definitely not long, however, if we're troubled over this. The Gremory heiress trailed off, unsure if she should continue. What is it, bucko? Akeno, what do you think Mio-chan must be feeling? The hybrid blinked as she pondered the question. Despite the fact that they clearly aren't related, Mio is incredibly attached to him. The three girls spared a glance towards their junior and noted how quiet she was. Mio was staring at the paused image of Naruto in apparent distress while Maria massaged the dorsal of her charge's hand. However long they have known each other, stated Rias with sympathy, Mio truly cares for him. I don't think she would want to let him go, and as the king mulled it over, she realized. I wouldn't want to either. T-U-O-L, at least that's what he said 2 months ago. 2 months, over 2 months ago was when we identified an unknown power. Gabriel trailed off, coming to terms with all the facts presented before her. What do you make of this, brother? Curious. I do wonder what young Naruto's presence will bring forth, said Michael. Irina, Xenovia. Do you have any opinions on the matter? The blue-haired sword's maiden mused it over before speaking. It's a difficult notion to accept. She glanced over to the group of ninja, curiosity painting her visage. I do wonder about their culture and whether they have an established religion. Oh, I do too. Irina exclaimed immediately after. It would be such an honor to introduce their people to the majesty of God and teach them about Christianity. Its teachings and values, about our community. Oh, what a mission that would be. Such enthusiasm. Gabriel thought with a hint of pride and amusement. She is a great candidate for reincarnation. Well, I am glad we are being shown this. Let's see where it leads us, said Michael. Gah. Just thinking about it pisses me off, Naruto complained lowly, his shoulders hunching over in his failure at getting back home. Yes, roughly 2 months has passed since the blonde first entered this strange land, with no way home in sight. What does Naruto-kun mean? Of course, there has to be a way home. Lee exclaimed, disappointed his comrade would give up so easily. Lee, pay attention, I think we're about to find out why. Tenten sighed, she honestly pitied the blonde, life just wasn't fair to him. On the bright side, he did manage to find out where he exactly was. This is it. Clarify it for us, Naruto. Azazel shouted in glee, surprising and/or annoying his fellow viewers. To summarize, he was on an island nation called Japan, which was located on the Pacific Ocean near the main landmass of Asia, a continent that. Naruto is in Japan, he's in Japan, he's here, in my world, Madaka murmured, excitement arising within her as well as something else, happiness. The Black God could finally meet him. She could finally speak with him. Finally, she could save him. She had to plan and nothing, no one, would stop her, lifting her sight to gaze upon the boy who captivated her interest over everything else in life. She thought, wait for me, Naruto. What the hell is he talking about? There's no Japan or Pacific Ocean or Asia on the map, exclaimed Kiba. The Inuzuka was annoyed. The dead last was talking nonsense, though, his comrades ignored him, too entrenched in their thoughts over the revelation. Issei couldn't help but snicker. Overhearing the rude jerk. Mio was right. Being capable of critical thinking and struggling to form a logical conclusion was pretty damn funny. While the concept of other worlds was difficult to believe, the facts were literally being provided. So, the reincarnated devil couldn't stop his following act even if he tried. What, you've been living under a rock? The hell did you say? You heard me. Are you looking for a fight? Kiba growled threateningly. With a confident smirk, the devil responded, man, you really are a delinquent. All bark and no bite. His frustration boiling over his limits. All from his recent experiences in this bullshit show spouting nonsense. Kiba was raring to vent. Oh, that's enough. Inuzuka. Neji cut in with authority, his stoic glare unnerving the Chunin. This was not the time nor place to be instigating fights with what was transpiring before them. The younger ninja reluctantly acquiesced to the demand but not before shooting Issei a glare. This wasn't over. Damn it. the Hokage cursed with a prominent frown marring her features. So, Tsunade-san, by your expression I believe you concluded what most of us were thinking. Azazel smiled widely. Can you clarify it for us? The veteran Kunoichi grunted. It was a bitter truth she wanted to vehemently deny, from everything that's been provided from this book and, apparently, how most of your group has a connection with Naruto. Honestly, she didn't want to say or even think it. It was disheartening. What if something happened to him in this new world? What if she never saw him again? It hurt to even think such things. My group and I, she hesitated before taking in a deep breath and trudging on, including Naruto, are from another world, she lamely breathed out. Silence ensued after the statement, each person contemplating the blonde woman's words. A few didn't care, already having plans adjusted to factor in Uzumaki Naruto into their own agendas. However, the few that did care found the confirmation of their theories incited mixed emotions. Those emotions ranged from excitement, Azazel and Valley, to interest, the respective leaders of all present factions, to fear, Mio and other girls whose hearts had been moved by the young man. Minutes passed by until the silence was finally disturbed. Okawa-sama, Kuno began weakly. Does this mean that Naruto will leave? The mother only stared at her daughter and the younger girl took note of the uncertainty reflecting in those pools of gold. The younger Kitsune bit her lip. Will I never see him again? Yusaka felt a pang hearing the near-breaking voice of her legacy. She didn't know what to say. The elder yokai wasn't one to make empty promises, especially to her own daughter, so, she did what she thought best and cradled the girl before planting a kiss upon her head. I don't want him to leave. I know, Kuno, I know. The shinobi watching the exchange didn't know how to feel about it. If anything, the whole situation regarding dimensional displacement soured their mood and Tsunade couldn't help but pity the young girl. Out of curiosity, the Hokage glanced over to the self-proclaimed sibling and silently gasped. It seemed the implications of the truth was weighing upon the redhead who seemed to be near tears as the silver-haired girl by her side did her best to provide comfort, though, she wasn't faring any better. Was the bond between Naruto and Mio that strong? Damn, Tsunade was really craving a drink right now. Are you alright, Oni-chan? Yuki heard Kurumi speak, but her mind was overwhelmed with thoughts of Naruto. The possibility that her first friend could leave her behind had her hands trembling. It was as if the bond she forged and grasped onto with her all was slipping through them. She was scared. She was frustrated. She didn't want to let go. I just need some time. Kurumi, the younger girl, listened to the request, and while she didn't understand why the revelation bothered her elder sibling, she decided to act anyway. As her sister, Kurumi wouldn't leave her alone in an apparent time of need. Reaching out, she grasped Yuki's hand and squeezed. This was what siblings were for, to reassure one another that they weren't alone. Kurumi believed this with all her heart. Witnessing his adoptive daughters interact, Jin smiled in content. You all right there, Rainier? Azazel asked of his student. Despite the excitement his inner researcher exuded, he could perceive the somber mood affecting the younger fallen. The obvious frown marring her features spoke volumes. He hoped the girl could overcome it eventually. I just don't know what to think of it, Rainier confessed, staring at the image of the blonde boy. The elder fallen only hummed, unsure of what else to say. Rias wasn't certain how to feel. Her emotions were simply a mess. The revelation truly bothered her to the point that she felt her demonic power flare slightly. The heiress likened herself to a cocked gun, one push away from being triggered, and she didn't want to lash out and hurt anyone. Inhaling a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down despite her heart roaring out at the unfairness of it all. She had finally acquired her freedom and found a man of worth, only for her chance to be complicated by the boy's situation. Such bullshit. With another deep breath, Rias ceased all thought on the matter and focused on the image of Naruto. What a mistake, she realized as her heart fluttered. She didn't really know what she could have created with him, but it could have been beautiful and worthwhile. Who truly knows? She released a sigh, uncertain of what she wished to do. As such, she decided to distract herself with the show and think about all this later. Are you alright, Rias? Damn her friend, Sona, and her kindness. She didn't need this right now even if she appreciated the concern. I am fine, Sona. The sea-tree heiress took note of the brittle smile but decided to stay quiet. Damn Naruto, even away he was bringing forth trouble. A few minutes of silence passed as a certain few did their best to recompose themselves. The silence was eventually broken, the perpetrator surprising the Kuo Pact and Tsunade. Can we just continue? Mio asked, demanded, really, of her fellow viewers. She just wanted to get this over with and get back home. She wanted to see Naruto. Naruto slapped the front of his forehead, groaning at the fact that he almost did it again. Damn clones were too zealous with their search, and he accidentally got the same information several times over with different clones. which meant that that specific line was stuck in his head whenever he thought about the word Japan, which was located on th. His clones could relay any information they experience. Damn, Azazel whistled, impressed by the technique employed by his acquaintance. So many things he would be able to get done in his own personal think tank. The fallen leader swore develop a similar technique. Sona had different thoughts on the matter. Does he do it on purpose or something? Does he enjoy making a mockery of countless students in our education? She raged within, frustrated over this trivia. A technique like that could be utilized to learn and overachieve in school, the perfect studying tool. Naruto could become a valedictorian with such a technique, a success beyond success. It was unfair. The Cetri heiress breathed in deeply to calm herself. Several pedestrians were shocked and a little worried about the strange young man that was currently bonking his head on the wall of a building. A few snickers reverberated throughout the terrace. It took a few more bonks to get back to topic. When the blonde managed to stop, he continued on as if he wasn't just slamming his head against a wall. Nothing to see here, people. Move along, Issei quipped, eliciting a giggle from Asia. Oh, how he enjoyed hearing her laugh. It was soothing to his perverted soul. Anyways, while the clones were getting information, Naruto himself decided to be useful and try to get some money. He couldn't live off of an empty pocket after all. A simple yet solid plan of action, approved Kakashi with a nod. He did some odd jobs here and there, which eventually forced him to create a new team of clones to henge into different people to get more money, as he very simply wasn't making enough with jobs that had bosses that didn't ask too many questions. I am guessing getting a job off the books is difficult in this Japan place, commented Shizune, a frown marring her fair features. Try the whole world over. Well, definitely first world countries, provided Venelana much to the appreciation of the shinobi. The plan worked beautifully and he eventually got himself a decent-sized home for his new base of operations. Through means that probably weren't entirely legal, but at least he bought the damn thing, so no harm, no foul, right? Okay. Definitely going to develop a clone technique. The last thing the world needs is multiple clones of Azazel running around, Valley sniped. Oh, come on, I am not that bad. I agree with the young man, interjected Gabriel. The world doesn't need more than one of you, brother. The Governor General pouted. You guys are such killjoys. Michael could only laugh at the byplay of his siblings. It's weird seeing our leaders fraternizing with our enemy like this, Zenovia. The blue-haired girl turned to her partner. Well, before Azazel's fall into disgrace, they were family. Irina mulled it over for a second. How gracious of Michael-sama and Gabriel-sama. None but our Lord can compare to their benevolence and compassion. Zenovia gave a nod. I agree, at the very least. He didn't have to spend time in the parks anymore. The police kept kicking him out of the place. He had no idea that sleeping there would cause people problems. It was called a public area, wasn't it? Damn, he was still bitter about that. He felt lied to. Next time they should call it public if that was really the case. I guess he was unaware about the laws of loitering, said Rias. This is why he needs an education, Sona stressed with conviction in her tone. Admittedly, I agree, the Gremory heiress liked the idea, a lot, perhaps. Naruto should attempt college as well, definitely achieve a doctorate, then, he would have to stay in Kuo with her. Yes, that sounded like a great plan. Anyways, he also got new clothes to better fit in with the people around him. Orange jumpsuits just weren't in fashion. And they never will be, though. Surprisingly, he pulls it off well, Ino begrudgingly admitted. A shame, really, no one could appreciate his tastes. They'd catch on though, he was sure of it, Ino scoffed, in your dreams, Naruto. Nevertheless, he now usually sported a plain black t-shirt, a sleeveless burnt orange hoodie with a personalized red swirl at the back, dark blue jeans with a black belt, and a pair of white and blue sneakers. He tended to wear fingerless black gloves to complete his setup, just in case. Wow, he looks good, Ino said in surprise, scanning her eyes over the attire that complemented his figure. It was entirely casual, but there was an appeal to it that she liked because it was different than her culture's fashion. The fact that Naruto was actually wearing something besides his tracksuit, it was like his uniform or something, made it all the more eye-catching. With a saucy smirk she spoke, not bad, Uzumaki. The Yamanaka turned only to see Hinata and Sakura staring at the blonde genin. Hard, she could only chuckle, knowing that the Hyuga heiress cheeks were burning thinking how handsome Naruto appeared, though, Ino wondered what thoughts were plaguing her fellow medic. Naruto was still Naruto, and Naruto sometimes got into some trouble, usually with some punks here and there. Outside of some small scuffles though, he pretty much stayed low, and it seemed like he would stay that way. At least that was the case, until recently. Unfortunately, while taking orders, a policeman entered the little restaurant where a clone of his was working as a waiter. While not wearing a henge, much to the blonde's simmering annoyance. Kakashi sighed. 2 months was a good run and it was longer than he expected. Hell, take what he could get. That was the beginning of the end of his relatively free and peaceful life, made worse when he realized weeks later that he never questioned the events that were about to take place properly. Tsunade could only pity the brat. She honestly didn't know how she would act in his position. While shinobi were trained to adapt, endure and persevere, this was a whole different game. Great, it seemed she had accepted the possibility of another world. She really needed a drink. But that was, obviously, something for later. The policeman apparently noticed how young his clone looked, and mentioned that he should be at school right now, pushing him to go despite any and all protests. He has to go to school? Shikamaru exclaimed in abject horror. He pitied Naruto. He would never wish to experience daily life in a classroom ever again. However, Kiba laughed his ass off. Poor bastard. Chunin Inuzuka. The teen straightened to attention at hearing his Hokage. Perhaps I should assign you a temporary position as an academy instructor. Kiba choked on air as he gaped. To teach some snot-nosed brats in a classroom withheld from active duty on field operations. Having to stick his nose in a book and drone on and on about some lecture that he wouldn't care for. It was cruel, like some kind of karmic retribution. He was basically being grounded like some child. No thanks, Hokage-sama. Her gimlet eyes scared the youth and he swore that she was enjoying it. Impressive, Graphia said with a hint of approval. I'd like to convene with her later if possible. At that declaration, the House of Gremory and Citri Sans Venelana felt hell freeze over. At the time, his clone was horrified that he would be forced to spend money to go to school when he was working already, let alone the prospect of going to school at all. Shikamaru understood. Never again would he willingly subject himself to such an environment. But, very simply, the policeman would have none of it. If he was caught again then he would get fined, and if he got fined then he would get a record. Which meant that he would be in the system, and that definitely couldn't happen. He's certainly thinking about his situation. Shizune smiled in approval. Yes, I am quite impressed. He's certainly matured, said Tsunade. Kakashi hummed before contributing. Such a situation will force anyone to, really. So after grimly realizing that the cops in the area now probably have a rough idea of how he looked like after that, and that there was no way that he could permanently have a henge up whenever he left home without messing up once or twice, he decided to just go to the most dreaded of all institutions. Sona only rolled her eyes as Akano and Tsubaki giggled. Kuo Academy was the closest high school available and Naruto wasn't too picky, so he applied to go and was eventually accepted after forging some papers. A high school. Such a strange concept, mused Tsunade before she smiled. I like it. It would offer civilians a better opportunity and grant us future prospects. It's something worth investing in, Shizune. I understand. Tsunade-sama, I've made note of it. The apprentice jotted down a few scribbles on a notepad she produced. Good, and that was why the shinobi was heading back home, having woke up a little early to quit some of those odd jobs that he had before. He was heading back home to change into his new school uniform, preparing himself for his first day. Oh, Naruto's going to wear one. I wonder if he could pull it off. It seems a bit too formal for him, Ino mused, a bit jealous that her fellow blonde could sample the fashion of another world. The blonde almost vomited at the thought, already more than a little sick about the fact that he was going at all. There are people who would kill to have such an opportunity, Sona stated, a bit annoyed with her schoolmate's attitude. Why does this shit happen to me? The teen wondered aloud, stuffing his hands into his pocket petulantly. It was a genuine question, with no real answer, as was the usual. Mio couldn't fight the bitter smile marring her features. That was a question she had asked herself repeatedly after the death of her adoptive parents, and it was now blaring in her mind up to 11. How do I respond to this? She had no idea how to handle this revelation regarding Naruto. A part of her wanted to deny it, to rebel against such nonsense. However, she understood she couldn't afford to act like a foolish child. Reality just wouldn't tolerate such behavior. The redhead inhaled deeply, feeling so uncertain of herself, of life, and it scared her. She had finally found an anchor, security and stability. She had found a home, she had established her family in Maria and Naruto, and now it was possibly at risk. Such bullshit. What do I do, now? Her fingers combed her bangs as she searched for an answer, finding the act surprisingly calming. The hybrid couldn't think of anything, but she knew one thing for sure. Mio didn't want Naruto disappearing from her life. She wouldn't let him. She focused on the still image of the blonde. You're my brother and I won't let go. Mio-sama. The girl turned to her friend and guardian who was gazing at her with obvious concern. Maria had always been a source of comfort, always ensuring her well-being. Mio appreciated her efforts and made note to express her gratitude more often. The redhead grasped the succubus hand and whispered, "It'll be fine, I promise." An understanding nod and smile was her response. "Well, that was quite informative," said Shizune. "A lot of things have been cleared up," Kakashi responded, "though, there is the matter of how he has befriended our fellow viewers. Probably from the school he is attending. That is a surprise in and of itself," Tsunade joked in an effort to improve her mood. Her first apprentice gave a smile in acknowledgement. "Well, let's see how his first day at school goes," Kakashi said. There was a joke in there somewhere, he thought. "So," Issei began, "is it right to assume Naruto is an alien?" Everyone only stared at him, unsure if he was serious. "What? It's a legitimate question." "Just shut up, pervert." Saji shook his head in disbelief. "Are you picking a fight, bucket boy?" Before Saji could respond, the Citri heiress interjected, "Let's continue." The boy could only pout in defeat. Of course. After switching clothes to his stuffy school clothing, he began to make his trek towards his new illegal torture session. "Oh, he cleans up well. He definitely gains some points," Ino remarked. She was impressed by how just a change of clothes can improve Naruto's appearance. "What do you think, Hinata?" The Hyuga heiress squeaked. "Ah, Naruto-kun looks handsome." It was so strange, the girl thought, to speak about her romantic interest out loud to anyone. It was something she never really did. Was this what women considered as gossip? Is that so? Well, what's your opinion, Sakura? A beat of silence passed and Ino turned to look at her best friend, curious about her reticence. The blonde then snorted as she noted the medic with her mouth agape in obvious surprise. Well, that explained the girl's silence, and, as per the usual for him, another problem became immediately apparent to him when he neared the horrible institution. Throughout the 2 months that he has been stuck in Japan, he has discovered a great many things that this world held secret, especially from the unknowing human beings that casually lived their days in relative safe ignorance. The Konoha group quirked their eyebrows in interest. It was probably better for everyone that way. Without any energy sources in their bodies, there was no real way of fighting back against other beings that did have such powers. What is he talking about? It's almost as if he's speaking about the super. Tsunade began before her eyes widened in realization. She turned around and gazed at Yasaka and Kuno. A second later, the buxom Hokage turned to Kuroka, who offered her a smirk in response. Natural. The other shinobi were startled by their Hokage's analysis. It made sense now. The humanoid yokai they have encountered. The fact that the other, perceived, humans were at ease in their presence. However, there was still something amiss. Naruto had observed that he couldn't sense anyone's chakra. So, how was it that these humans had chakra? Unless. Great. Another question that needed an answer. Neji, Ino called, gaining the attention of everyone in the audience. "I know you said that they all have an energy core, but are you sure? As a sensor, I can feel their biosignatures and none feel like chakra. The only signatures that come close to chakra are the blonde trailed off, unsure how to identify the individuals she was gazing upon. "Yokai," Yasaka provided. "My daughter and I are Kitsune yokai." "Nya. A nekosho of the Nekomata yokai," Kuroka supplied with an enchanting smile. "Like from folklore," Shizune blurted out in surprise. "Well, that depends on your world's folklore, nya." The meek Kunoichi blushed in embarrassment. She would really need to adapt to the idea of other worlds soon before she made a fool of herself. "The supernatural is a vast realm," Searzex said. "It's impossible to quantify it, it's constantly evolving, just like humanity." "Well, keep that in mind," Tsunade responded with a nod. Yes, there were other beings that existed besides the humans, staying hidden from them as much as he was. He discovered this fact completely by accident, mostly by accidentally entering zones where normal humans seem to avoid unconsciously. It probably had something to do with the barrier-like thing that they put into place when such fights began, of which he, in typical fashion, kept getting caught up in during his 2-month free roam. The shinobi groaned at hearing this. How typical of Naruto. He still had no idea how he managed to remain anonymous after the first few brawls he got caught up in. "That's some ridiculous luck," Azazel commented. He only knew of 2 groups so far. The people with the white wings and the people with black wings, which apparently hated one another. "Ah, that must be us," Azazel and the Seraph chorused. The shinobi all glanced in their direction. "So, your group isn't human?" Kakashi asked, curious of their species. "A majority of our group isn't human," Michael stated. 6 within are. The rest, well, I am sure you'll find out. He smiled, much to the disappointment of the Konoha group. They really wanted to know. After hearing their hateful and biting insults aimed at one another, he eventually learned what they were called, angels and fallen angels respectively. Really? Tenten asked in curiosity as she glanced over to the male seraph. Michael stood up before gesturing for his sister to do so as well. Azazel, would you care to join us? A beat of silence passed. Fine, I am only doing it because I know it'll look badass. Gabriel only rolled her eyes, though her small smile spoke volumes. With nary an effort, all three angels manifested their multiple pairs of wings and unfurled them. Power radiated off them. Yet it wasn't oppressive despite how vast it was. The Konoha group were shocked into silence at the magnificence of the three individuals. It was the ideal of angels personified, and the contrast between the color of their wings only reminded them of a duality. It was captivating. This is such an incredible sight, Xenovia, Irina exclaimed, gushing over the sight of her leaders while her partner nodded in agreement. The awe was apparent in both. Issei. Rias called out, gaining the stupefied boy's attention. Do you sense that? A nod was her response. That is the power that you can eclipse from the potential within you. The reincarnated devil's eyes widened dramatically. He turned his gaze over to the angels once again. I can surpass that. He swallowed as he glanced down to his hand where his sacred gear was resting. A few seconds later, a hand came into his view grasping his own, and he followed it to see Asia smiling. It was then and there he understood. Yeah, I will surpass that, at least, for your sake. After a moment, the angels dispelled their wings and sat down, though. Azazel spoke out in curiosity. I am surprised you didn't reveal yourselves, Sirzex, Seraphal. Both only smiled, apparently coming to an understanding with each other. Where's the fun in that? Leviathan chirped giddily. True. Lucifer played along. Plus, from how this story is flowing, I am sure they'll find out eventually. Graphia could only sigh. Now, he didn't know why exactly they were fighting, but he was sure there was a reason. Probably. Gabriel glared at Azazel, who only whistled in faux innocence. Eventually, he broke down under her penetrating stare. Such an expression didn't belong on his sister. Come on, don't look at me like that. It's all your fault, brother. Wait, brother? Tsunade interjected in question. You're all siblings? She received a nod from all three angels before Michael spoke. It's a long story. I'll take your word for it. Nevertheless, the entire thing was bizarre, but at least it was good to know. There would be no unhealthy surprises for Uzumaki Naruto, thank you very much. Now, the problem with the school he was about to enter in, was the fact that the very area seemed to be teeming with foreign energy. The Konoha group all gazed at the students of Kuo, and a few offered smiles in response. Now, the shinobi were curious. Foreign energy that he was not familiar with. Well, if there are angels, are there devils as well? Sakura asked. It was definitely something to think about. Basically, there were more than just regular humans in Kuo Academy. But he already enrolled by this point, and if he tried to back out now after he was already enlisted in the school roll, then he would without a doubt attract attention to himself. Naruto clenched his fist, determination firing up his eyes as he made his decision while waiting to make his entrance. Since he couldn't force a clone to take his classes, for the obvious reason that any damage it took would make it pop, he would just have to attend this school normally for a little bit and remain anonymous. The blonde's ear perked up slightly when he heard his new teacher call his name from behind the door he was leaning on, giving him flashbacks of all of the times that Iruka-sensei roared out his name in anger. I expected as much, Sona dully stated. I guess he's a troublemaker in your school as well, Sakura said, receiving nods from every Kuo Academy attendee. She could only sigh in fond exasperation. Even in another world he wouldn't change. Well, she hoped. Ah, good times. Now, Naruto, with his new academy uniform unbuttoned with an orange shirt under it, knocked onto the door to announce his entrance, just like that book on Japanese etiquette told him to do. He just has to wear orange, huh? Well, Sakura, Naruto wouldn't be himself without some kind of orange wear. As she thought about it, the lone girl of Team 7 had to agree with her sensei. Ah, how proud Ba-chan would be. What? He's taken lessons in etiquette? Tsunade asked in astonishment. Sona quirked her eyebrow. Well, I don't know how he was before, but Naruto is very cordial. The shinobi only stared at her, mouths agape in incredulity. I am serious. The Hokage smiled widely in response as she mentally cheered. Same could definitely be said for Sai, for that matter. Enter please, Uzumaki Naruto. The teacher repeated from inside the classroom, tone impatient after having to call twice. Naruto just grinned in response. It was about time for him to make an entrance. one that would give everyone a good impression of him from the beginning. If he was going to do this school thing again, then he was not gonna have a repeat of his Ninja Academy years, definitely not. Was Foxy-kun that bad of a student? Kiba decided to respond to Akano, trying to form an impression for the beauty to think about. Who knows? Maybe he could score with one of these girls. With a smirk, he spoke. Yeah. I used to hand his ass to him every day back then. He was the dead last of our graduating class. Oh my, he's come so far, especially if the dead last saved you. The Inuzuka choked on air as his companions smirked and giggled. Rias only sighed in exasperation as she noted Akino's smile. Leave it to her, queen, to use an innocuous statement to teach someone their place. Even if she did approve of the tactic, so with that ambition in mind, the shinobi slid the door open and entered the classroom, making sure to take note of his soon-to-be classmates' expressions. Most of them were completely indifferent so far. Some girls gave him shy smiles and some of the boys gave him challenging stares for whatever reason. I understand them, Issei confessed. Damn blondes always attracting girls. He finished with a glare towards his fellow devil, Yuto. The knight only smiled sheepishly in response. The Konoha group raised an eyebrow at the boy. However, Ino took offense to his comment. What's wrong with blondes, huh? Issei didn't know how to respond. As such, Rias took pity and answered for him. The average natural hair color in Japan is dark, from brunette to black. People like us would be seen as exotic. Ino blinked. Oh, so, you're saying Naruto would be attracting girls left and right? A sniffle gained the attention of everyone towards Issei. The blonde bastard has a following in school. Another sniffle directed everyone towards Saji. The lucky bastard doesn't know how good he has it. High school students tend to have a hyperfocus on romance, Rias supplied. The Konoha group only stared at both young men despite Ino and Sakura acknowledging their hypocrisy in the act. The others didn't need to know, though. Weird, he didn't even do anything yet. The young man moved to stand in front of the chalkboard, preparing to give his introduction to what would be his class for the foreseeable future. Well, had better make sure that everyone knew exactly what he was about. Yo! Naruto shouted without hesitation, an upbeat tone to his voice. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen, my friends, those who are friendly to me, and those who I consider precious to me. I hope we can all be good friends, and if not, I will just beat you up so we could become good friends later. Datbeo. To end his declaration, he made sure to give everyone a thumbs up and a winning smile, blinding everyone there with his happy demeanor. Laughter ensued, filling the terrace with life. That last part didn't make sense. Azazel chuckled. Neji and Yuki disagreed, thinking it was a bit prophetic. Though their reaction was not what he expected, as everyone present gave him incredulous looks, while outright gaping at him for his unknowingly provocative speech. Did he say something weird? Yeah, you did, Issei drawled. The teacher eventually got over his own shock and coughed into his hand to get everyone's attention. That was nice, Uzumaki-san. Now can you please take the seat next to Nonaka-san near the window? The shinobi just blinked at the teacher's total lack of enthusiasm but eventually shrugged it off and walked to the classmate he was directed to, figuring that there were simply some people that he couldn't get a rise out of. He'd break him in, he was sure of it. The girl he was directed to go to was wearing the typical female uniform of Kuo Academy and was quite the pretty girl. Yuki felt her cheeks burn at the admission. It wasn't even something he noted out of admiration, it was simply a fact. The heroine really didn't know what to think, but she would admit to feeling happy. The pull on the corner of her lips quite telling. She had neck-length light blue hair with a braid on the right side of her face and a white headband to keep her hair in order, despite the fact that she had an ahoge on the crown of her head. Her vivid yellow eyes, framed by the soft features on her face, locked onto him as he was making his way towards her. The girl, Nonaka was her name, nodded to him in acknowledgement as he sat down to her left near the window. First impression. A good person, awesome. Despite this positive development, he still had to actually listen to a lecture by his new teacher, meaning that he had to do his best to not fall asleep from the lesson that was being thrust to him. He failed utterly. Another round of laughter ensued though. Both Yuki and Sona groaned over the act. Even in another world, he would avoid studying theory. Sakura shook her head. The things that he could learn could be monumental. Knowledge he could gain for the benefit of Konoha or the entire continent. It is a shame, Tsunade confessed, the doctor within wondering how far medicine could progress without chakra. If it's knowledge you seek, perhaps a cultural exchange could be arranged, Azazel offered, anticipation and glee painting his visage. Tsunade paused in thought before coming to a decision. That's not a bad idea. Oh, I would love to participate as well, Michael requested before looking over to his antithesis. I believe you could benefit as well, Searsex. Yes, that would be a great idea, it will help everyone to have a basic understanding of our respective worlds. But, Seraphal whined, that would spoil the story for everyone, Searsex-chan. I have to agree with her, Gabriel chimed in. I say we learn naturally as we progress with the story. Patience is a virtue and patience is rewarded. No, no, and no. Azazel shook his head. Don't do this now, sister, this is important. The female seraph pulled out a coin, then, we flip for it. Done. The fallen snatched it out of his sister's hands and flipped it into the air, heads. Cause you can never go wrong with head. The innuendo was not missed by anyone, scowls marring the features of the gathered women quite telling. Even if their cheeks were burning, as the coin sailed through the air, Azazel grinned confidently, entirely certain in his victory. Before the coin landed, he declared his enthusiasm. I can't wait to learn about the elemental nations. The coin bounced on the ground a bit before finally coming to a rest, revealing that it landed on T-U-O-L, best 2 out of 3, Azazel begged much to the amusement of Seraphal and Gabriel. You sore loser, deal with it, they chorused together. Naruto woke with a start with some drool on his chin, his eyes snapping to check his surroundings, only managing to take in the empty classroom that he was occupying. Oh shoot, the blonde forced himself up, a little confused and disgruntled, until he realized that he wasn't alone in the small room. Blue eyes moved to the right, catching the calm and collected gaze of his new class neighbor. What happened? Where is everyone? Naruto asked, his words slurred as he tried to wake himself up. He forgot how ridiculously boring school was, but he was sure that not even Iruka-sensei was that bad before. It was like watching paint dry with how entertaining it was to listen to the teacher's lecture. How long did he have to do this again? The period ended. Uzumaki-san, just now, before he left, our teacher asked me to give you a little bit of a tour around the school since this was your first time here at Kuo Academy, Nonaka stated simply, that calm air of hers firmly in place. Wait, the period ended? How long was he asleep exactly? Wait, more importantly, he couldn't have this girl just follow him wherever. He had his own ways of finding out more about places, and he didn't need a babysitter. I disagree, Sona said, wishing of a way to keep the blonde in check. Well, find a way to contain his mayhem someday, hopefully, Tsubaki. Rias and Akano giggled at the exchange. It must have been difficult being in the student council. Namely, clones, but he obviously couldn't do something like that near her. Hey, don't worry about it, I can find my way around just fine, Naruto explained with a cheesy grin on his face, confident as always. He hoped that his words would convince the strangely stoic girl that he was fine, but his hopes were dashed by her next statement. I am the class representative, this is my duty, not a favor for you Uzumaki-san, and I am adamant about completing my duties, Nonaka stated with her intense gaze staring him down. Yuki squirmed, feeling a bit guilty. The hero was well aware that she was so adamant about it because she wanted to isolate Naruto back then. Naruto stared back, if only out of pure stubbornness, but he eventually gave in regardless. There was no point in arguing against something so small, had just let her have her cookie, and then do what he had to do afterwards. What did he have to lose? He would just be killing an hour, nothing important. Okay, you win Nonaka-san. Please lead the way Datbeo. Naruto relented easily, offering a small smile in order to hopefully lower her tension. It didn't work, as Nonaka just stared at him for a few spare seconds before she turned around and grabbed her bag to leave. This is a bit suspicious, Hinata opined, taking note of the girl's body language. It screamed of discipline and training. She turned her gaze to Yuki, who only stared back. The Hyuga was confident of her assessment and gave voice to it. You're not a simple civilian. Yuki blinked in surprise, impressed by the girl's deductive skills. Then again, the white-eyed girl was a kunoichi. So, she must have training of a sort. As such, she nodded in confirmation, which gained suspicious looks from a few shinobi, an act she didn't appreciate, if only because she didn't want to have any tension between herself and his comrades. Naruto is my friend. The shinobi softened their gazes upon her statement, much to her hidden relief. The blonde watched her go, sweat dropping at her attitude, but followed after her regardless. So Nonaka followed through with what she was assigned to do, taking him around Kuo Academy to see all that the high school had to offer, introducing him to all of the facilities and important areas. Naruto had to admit, he was impressed at the sheer size of the place, even though it was ostensibly just a high school so far, though apparently there were other parts of the academy that extended beyond high school, though he wasn't sure. Tsunade whistled, impressed with the academy grounds. She would definitely take notes regarding their education system, Hopefully, she would be able to see a hospital as well. The entire tour took only about a half an hour due to her quick and efficient introductions to everything they saw, causing him to suspect that she wasn't that much happier to be there herself than he was. It didn't really offend him or anything though, he has gone through much worse and learned to not take things so personally as a young adult. The Kuo Pact blinked in surprise at hearing that tidbit of information. What the hell did Naruto experience if he learned such a skill? Mio stared at her brother with narrowed eyes, suspicion arising within her. How many more secrets was he keeping? Hey, he was sure that his 12-year-old self would demand what her problem was with him though. Uzumaki-san, Naruto blinked, forcing himself to come back to reality as he realized that he must have been musing to himself for a while, since Nonaka was just staring at him, waiting for an answer to whatever she had just said. He took a quick look around and realized that they were at the rooftop of the building, with a beautiful view of the rest of the academy grounds available to them. It is an amazing sight, commented Shizune, it's perfect for cloud gazing. Ino groaned, I don't think I'll ever understand your fascination with clouds, Shikamaru. Maybe you should give it a try then. No thanks, lazy ass. The Nara only shrugged in response, cloud gazing wasn't for everyone. Actually, why were they even up here? Was this a part of the tour? Naruto then turned back to Nonaka, who was still waiting. Sorry, I was just thinking about something, can you repeat, whatever you just said? Nonaka sighed, but did as was asked and repeated herself. I said, as this is a good place to stop the tour, Uzumaki-san? On much firmer ground now that he knew what was asked, he grinned and nodded, yep. Thanks for showing me around the school, Nonaka-san. It was a real help. I'll see you around in class, alright? The shinobi was already in the midst of turning around as he was speaking, preparing to head out and escape from the confines of the school. He's had more than enough today. Wait, as demanded, the blonde did indeed wait, freezing himself from opening the door to enter the stairs to enter the building again. There is something that I wish to ask of you, Uzumaki-san. The young woman stated as much as asked, not exactly giving much room to deny what she was asking of him. Naruto turned around and looked at Nonaka, his own blue eyes connecting with her yellow ones, a hidden intensity hidden within their depths. Those are the eyes of a warrior, Kakashi noted, getting several nods from his fellow ninja. Looks like you were spot on, Hinata. I am sure Kurenai would be proud. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Why was she looking at him like that? What are you, Uzumaki Naruto? Nonaka questioned, no, demanded with a new sharpness in her eyes and face. The shinobi took a step away from the teen, sensing some semblance of hostility from her, shocked at what she was asking. Indeed, her body took on a more aggressive tone as she spread her legs apart and clenched her fists, almost as if she was ready to fight with him at a moment's notice. I am sorry. Can you repeat the question, Nonaka-san? I must have misheard you. Naruto tried to clarify with a newfound nervousness, trying to reassure himself that the girl in front of him had no idea about the fact that he wasn't a normal human. Nonaka was completely human, of that he had no doubt, so it was impossible for her to learn of his abilities, right?
Is that right? Tsunade simply said as she gazed at Yuki from her peripheral. So, there were humans capable of contending with the supernatural. The question on her mind, however, was how did they fare against it? Could humanity even stand as an equal? Her gaze drifted over to Ophis. Even now, the little girl's presence was overwhelming.
Just what exactly was she? But what if some humans could? Did he do something that gave him away? And who else possibly knew of his unique power? This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Don't play stupid, Uzumaki-san. You seem to be human, but the reported energy that you've been giving off suggests otherwise, and an unknown variable cannot be tolerated during this point in time, Nonaka said with growing antagonism, voice firm. From what Yuki-san implies, I am guessing there is political tension within the supernatural, Shikamaru asked out loud, hoping someone would clarify. Unfortunately, there is, Searzex answered, as she was speaking. A green aura began to envelop around her arms, a sword appearing from the energy, as well as a pair of metallic gauntlets that formed around her arms. Conjuration of a weapon and armor, how interesting, Kakashi noted. It's certainly different. Was it created from the green energy? Shizune murmured to herself, taking note for research later. It just wouldn't do to not try to understand this new world. Who knows what kind of enemies they could encounter? At least then, they would be prepared. I will ask you one more time, Uzumaki Naruto, what are you? Nonaka finished, her newly formed blade pointing at Naruto. Naruto just stared at her. The blade she just created was aimed at him with ease and confidence, with the poise befitting of a warrior. He made a mistake. he spent so much time focusing on non-human threats that he completely ignored the powerful humans that hid among the weak humans.
Yes, quite the oversight, Naruto, Kakashi said with a smile, but I think it's only fair to pardon you for it. This blunder can only be described by Naruto in one word. Fuck. Laughter sounded off at the oath before Searsex spoke. Well, that was quite interesting. I am hoping to see more. Yes, this story definitely seems to be worth a read. Venelana smiled. I do wonder how he'll adapt to our world. I am pretty sure he hasn't seen everything it has to offer.
I'll admit, seeing the brat stumbling along on the big screen should be pretty fun, Jin quipped. I hope I'll be able to observe more of his combat potential. The kid has some interesting abilities. Upon hearing Azazel's statement, the Gremory peerage winced as they remembered their, admittedly, humiliating defeat in a spar. They hoped the moment wasn't shown for the sake of their collective pride. The group could still feel phantom pains, though Akeno would admit to secretly delighting in it. So, I guess we have an answer to Naruto's whereabouts, Kakashi started as he looked upon his leader. Yeah, the Hokage lamely responded. She wasn't thrilled with the discovery. I guess the only thing we can do is continue watching. Her shinobi nodded in agreement, hoping to know the kind of adventure their missing comrade had experienced. Hopefully, he had endured and persevered like a true ninja. Chatter resounded through the terrace as the screen faded to black. The audience spoke amongst themselves, reviewing what they had viewed and learned, separate groups sharing their opinions over the unique experience. So, this boy, Naruto-san, Rossweiss spoke, gathering the attention of the faction leaders. It's fair to assume he may be the catalyst that brings us together in the future. Possibly, Searsex replied as he caressed his wife's hand. I have already met with Naruto and apparently, so has Azazel and Jin. He only needs to meet the Seraph to identify most of the biblical leaders. Seraphal pouted upon her seat, her cheek resting on her palm. I feel left out. I kind of want to meet him. It's not every day you meet someone from another realm. As she trailed off, her face scrunched up in thought. Reality? Oh, it doesn't matter. She fixed her eyes upon her younger sister conversing with her friends. So Tan seems to have bonded with him and I make it a priority to know who's in her circle of friends. I wouldn't worry too much. Ria Tan seems to trust the boy and he coincidentally achieved something I was hoping for. Searsex smiled appreciatively alongside Graphia. I am really grateful to him. Leviathan responded with an inquisitive look which he indicated to speak about later. Well either way, this situation is unprecedented. A series of nods from her fellows were offered in response. After a few beats of silence, she continued, Azazel, you've met him. What's your opinion of Whiskers? The fallen angel snorted before taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Well, as interesting as he is, he bobbed his head as if shuffling through a mental dictionary. I find him to be a bit strange, he said, and quirked eyebrows was his only response. I don't know what to tell ya, though. I do believe him to be dependable. Yes, that much was true. After all, he was on his way to meet the boy and make a request. Azazel couldn't think of a better candidate to entrust such a task to. Is that so? What about you, Jin-san? Seraphal asked, hoping to gain more information on the whiskered blonde to create a profile. While she knew she could form one by watching the show, she had the opportunity to gain opinions from established individuals equal to her social standing. He's a rude-mouthed brat. Oto-sama, please, Yuki chided her father as most of the gathered audience attempted to stifle their laughs. The seniors of the Konoha group attempted the same as they overheard the ancient man thinking it was an apt description. As his chuckles tapered off, Jin smiled at his eldest daughter. He hoped Yuki wasn't too bothered by his joke. Well, I can't really say much. Naruto is a young man, but he still has some growing up to do. With inexperience comes mistakes and he's bound to make one or two, more like a few. The factional leaders agreed with him, nodding before he continued. However, my daughter trusts him and I trust my daughter. Yuki felt a distinct pang after he finished speaking. His words felt heavy and she questioned if she was even worthy of that trust. She gazed at her father who looked upon her with affection. The sight oddly conflicting, both reassuring and accusatory. Even then, she thought about what she needed to do to preserve his expression. I don't want him to hate me. Well, two leaders feel secured in their respective relatives' well-being around young Naruto, Gabriel said, focusing on Seraphal with a smile. That has to count for something. I guess, responded Leviathan, though, she still wished to meet the boy herself. I wonder if it will show us meeting with him. The female seraph was truly interested in how such an event would proceed. That's another matter to think about, Rossweiss said with a tilt of her head. Just how far into the future will this book show us? Also, it seems highly invasive. Like a breach of privacy, even Naruto-san's thoughts are exposed before us. Most present grimaced in response. Unsure how to feel about such a thing, the Valkyrie was right. Though, the audience would definitely feel uncomfortable having their own thoughts and secrets exposed. Azazel spoke up. Well, it seems our host doesn't really care for that. The only thing we can do is press on. You are right, brother, Michael sighed before staring at the glowing book. I only pray that whatever we see does not sow discord among us. That was a sentiment most agreed with. Yuki released a heavy sigh, feeling exhausted from all the recent incidents she's faced. Compound unto it this event experience, and she was honestly praying to any higher entity that would listen for a small respite, a small moment to herself just to think. So many worries plagued her mind. Basara's impending recovery and how to approach him when he did. The pending conversation with her father in regards to Basara. Lastly, the revelation of Naruto's origins and most importantly, his mental health. Her heart skipped a beat. Her fists clenched as she bit her lower lip. She wondered how Naruto was doing back in Kyoto and hoped that he wouldn't stress over their disappearance. Oni-chan. Yuki tuned her focus upon Kurumi, noting her sister's curiosity. That guy, Naruto, he's the one you mentioned over our correspondence, right?
The elder heroine nodded, unconsciously relaxing much to Kurumi's hidden relief. The younger hero found herself surprised with Yuki's behavior. She knew her elder sister tended to internalize her worries and show no hints of them. Now, it was visibly affecting her body language. Kurumi had to ask if Naruto was responsible for this visible change in her sibling, and if so, she wondered what exactly their relationship entailed. Though, more importantly, she questioned if the elder boy was a positive influence for her sister.
She somehow doubted that. What is he to you? Yuki took a moment to observe her sister. Eyes a similar color yet far more emotive, focused, before breaking out into a small, soft and genuine smile. He's my first friend, Kurumi. The younger girl blinked as she processed the answer, and it was a beat later that she understood. The life of a hero was demanding. Rarely could a hero forge a bond outside of the organization due to the call of duty. And the call of duty would always create complications. The fact that Yuki found a person outside and unaffiliated with the tribe that could empathize with her circumstances and responsibilities was practically a miracle. Ironically, it was a miracle because Naruto originated from beyond their world. Kurumi would admit to feeling a bit jealous, however, she was also concerned. The otherworldly boy had his own responsibilities and interests. Who could say that Naruto's pursuits want conflict with the hero tribe's mission? The young heroine was aware that her thoughts soared past the border of paranoia, but she was simply worried for her sister. Kurumi did not want to see Yuki, her dearest and only sister, hurt. And so, with an uncertain and weak smile, she resolved to simply observe their budding friendship and only intervene if necessary. I understand, Oni-chan. Maria observed her fellow audience speaking amongst each other. Every single person present had a connection to Naruto, or apparently, from what she concluded, would at some point in the future. This book seemed to focus on her blonde housemate, and it was bound to focus on her and Mio as well, if that was the case. Oh, this isn't good, the succubus thought, dreading a possible, probable, revelation of her ward's parentage. At the moment, she felt claustrophobic, surrounded on all sides by possible enemies with no way out. Maria was aware that she, Mio, had the protection of the Mao, but that didn't take into account Azazel and especially the Seraph, and who's to say that the Satans would act in their defense if either faction were to take offense to their existence and commit to action. After all, Maria and Mio were their antithesis. Benevolent and merciful angels were heralded as, Maria snorted, they were warriors and veterans of a war spanning millennia. Blood drenched their hands and pure white wings. Damn it, this sucks. She really wanted to scream out her frustrations. Preferably, sexual relief would be optimal. Either way, this entire situation was like a one-finger salute to all of her efforts. Maria and Naruto had been doing their damn best to ensure Mio a safe and normal life, as it could possibly be within the supernatural world, and this book will probably render it all fruitless. What crap, she sighed in defeat, aware that she couldn't do anything about it. Oh well, if it comes down to it. She gave a sidelong glance to her ward. Mio seemed to be lost in thought, and she wondered what the younger girl was thinking. I'll make sure you live, Mio-sama. Maria would grit her teeth and clench her fists, all for Mio's sake. However, she'll do her damn best to survive. After all, she really wanted to tease Naruto into a stuttering and blushing mess. A smile pulled at her lips. She was aware that she was falling for the blonde, and despite the complications present and arising, Maria didn't want to kill these feelings. Oh Naruto-sama, such a heartbreaker you are. Well, we seem to have learned far more than we were expecting, Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. She was at ease on the sofa. Soft, long legs crossed and one arm laid languidly on her respective armrest and the other upon her lap. A queen was all one would think of upon first sight. Though, she would kill for some tea at the moment, Earl Grey preferred. Her gaze was directed at no one, but she knew her friend would respond to her. It was simply routine between them, to voice one's respective thoughts and be granted input from the other. It was an aspect of their appreciation for each other. Yes, we have, Rias confirmed as she gazed over the terrace out into the distance. Her arms and legs were crossed and her foot swung in the air, a telling sign of her distress. In her sight, the calm sea surrounding their apparent sanctuary was incredibly beautiful. How unfortunate that it failed as a distraction from her tumultuous thoughts. Another realm of humans and Naruto originates from there. Who could have guessed such a thing? A strained smile etched itself on her fair features, and it was only because of mere chance that I met him, she murmured to herself before shaking her head. That's how it was for everyone. All first meetings were simply chance, she reminded herself. Sona, you're taking notes, I believe? Yes. Tsubaki is doing so on her cell phone. Rias turned her sight over to the sea trees. Queen, who sat poised typing away on her smartphone. She wondered what Tsubaki's opinion on the situation was. The vice president had been quiet since the start. Well, that was a thought for later.
Bushu. Rias heard Akeno speak and she directed her attention to her queen. The hybrid seemed to be colored curious, a pondering expression complemented by the small smile upon her fair features. She rested her chin on her palm, that very same arm propped on top of the sofa's armrest. Rias was a bit envious of her calm despite the earlier distress that was obvious to anyone observing her. The heiress wondered what her secret was, if she even had one.
Do you think the Konoha group would be willing to speak with us about Naruto? Rias blinked and took a moment to think it over. She wasn't certain that they would, as there seemed to be a bit of mistrust between the groups, or at least suspicion. Even the most unobservant would be able to sense the tension in the air and how conversations so far were approached with tact and caution. Well, those who cared for cordiality would do so. She had a feeling the Inuzuka boy would unwittingly cross a line. His personality screamed impulsive and unapologetic. There was a visible metaphorical line drawn just from seeing their seating arrangements. The Konoha group sat together on one end of the terrace while those of her home world, realm, sat at the other. That was surprising itself. The angels and heroes would readily align themselves with devils even if the act was subconsciously done. Better to ally with a known entity, the devil they know as opposed to the devil they don't. A wry smile snuck onto those alluring lips of the Gremory heiress. Humor aside, she was confident Sona had taken notice as well. Either way, a clear sign of where those gathered stood was painted for everyone. Although, there appeared to be an exception. The girl with violet hair who questioned the ninja group on Naruto's location upon her entrance sat by her lonesome. In between them, it was clearly a statement. She was aligned with no one and didn't want to be. There was something off about her that raised Rias' guard. The heiress would have to keep an eye on the relatively unknown girl. The devil pushed that concern aside to focus on her previous train of thought. Looking once more at the Konoha group, only one phrase could come to mind. Them against us. Rias thought to herself, and immediately she felt a sharp pang of anxiety. If she and her group neglected to befriend the Konoha ninja, eventually tension would break into possible conflict. And conflict with them would possibly, definitely, place her at odds with Naruto. That just wouldn't do. If Rias couldn't have what she desired, something she consciously ignored, the least she would accept and compromise for was Naruto's friendship. The devil heiress valued the whiskered human far too much. She wouldn't accept anything less. Just the thought of having Naruto as an enemy made her heart roar in defiance, as if to intimidate and drive off the creeping distress. She couldn't be weak here. As such, she resolved to approach that metaphorical line between the groups and invite one of the ninja to play hopscotch with her. Yes, that's perfect, she thought with a smile. And she would drag her entire peerage with her, Sona as well.
She would invite that girl, Sakura. It would be wise to ingratiate herself to Naruto's teammate. A bit of pleasant talk, smiles and laughs, and then Rias would have the chance to learn more about her hero. Just referring to him like that made her cheeks burn. And she couldn't stop smiling. I don't see why not, Akeno. Rias, Sona interjected, why are you smiling? Is something wrong with my smile, Sona? You have the devil's smile. Amusement bloomed upon Rias and Akeno. How witty of the sea tree. Oh, of course you would know. The redhead chuckled and a small smile was her only response. Well, back to your question, Akeno. We'll just have to make an effort to have them speak with us, but it would have to be later when we'll have the most opportune chance. The reincarnated fallen angel's face scrunched together, her confusion apparent. What do you mean? Have you not noticed? Look at the sky. Akeno did as suggested, observing the horizon. The bright blue sky was fading. Dusk had come to visit. Is the sun setting? It seems so. A prominent frown sparked to life on Akeno. But then, what about our lives in Kuo? Surely,
Our disappearance won't go without notice, that's not even mentioning the panic that would ensue. I am aware, and surely they are as well. Rias combed her hair with her hand, trying to ease the creeping worry arising within her. All we can do is play ball with our host and get this over with. The disappearance of such prominent and influential figures could create such a disaster. Vultures and rats swooping in to claim power within the political vacuum, all with their own agendas. The fact that such a situation transpired within multiple factions made it all the worse. But Rias didn't want to think about that. It was far too complicated for her, even with her political grooming. That was the world stage and she wasn't ready to step upon it. Or at least, she didn't want to do so alone.
There was also a selfish part of her saying that it wasn't her responsibility. She felt as if she was betraying Naruto and his dream, and she felt like such a coward. However, was it truly wrong of her to feel so hesitant in confronting such a grand problem? Rias was still a high school student, trying to balance out her education with her life and responsibility as a devil. As an heiress, could someone really fault her for wanting to indulge in a normal experience like a human academic career and all it entails before she dedicated her life to the prosperity and advancement of the Grimoire family and Devil Society?
She understood that she had to prove her worth to her society and family, but most importantly to herself. The red-haired devil had to prove she deserved her birthright. But still, damn, she really didn't want to think about this. I think it would be best if we shelve these thoughts for later. That would be for the best, said Sona. Akeno agreed with a nod before taking a moment to think. A few beats of silence passed and she spoke once again. So, I guess we'll be sleeping here until then. Oh well. Nothing's wrong with a sleepover, she said before clapping her hands with a smile. It gives us a chance to gossip about a certain whiskered blonde.
Rias chuckled alongside her while Sona rolled her eyes. She could definitely depend on her queen to help. Hey, Sakura, are you alright? Oh, Ino, the emerald-eyed Kunoichi trailed off. Her thoughts were rampant with the discovery of her teammate's situation. Another world. Sakura wondered just what kind of star Naruto was born under. Did that star even shine? The circumstances surrounding his life and the situations forced upon him were a bit overwhelming in her opinion. How has he not broken under all that pressure? No.
That wasn't right. She had seen his moments of weakness ever since they were pubescent children. She just never thought much of it, and upon realization, Sakura felt like a failure of a friend. Perhaps, she has been careless, inconsiderate, of Naruto's feelings. She scrunched her brow, thinking back to her youth and those few instances the Uzumaki had made an impression upon her. A child's isolation from other children, a child's ostracization within his home, a conscious act from their elder community residents. A child's expression showing confusion and hurt. A child's lonesome walk through the village in the whispers that would follow him. A child's exaggerated smile when ridiculed by his peers. A child's constant unruly behavior for any kind of attention. A child, she thought to herself, staring blankly at the black screen. A young shinobi hopeful desiring to be a hero. A young shinobi hopeful proclaiming to become Hokage, unaware of what it entailed. As if acknowledgement, validation, was all that mattered. Sakura felt her hands tremble as her thoughts delved further onto her teammate. The expression he wore when he promised to bring him back. Why did she feel so guilty upon having that thought? His failure to succeed and his near desperation to reassure her. How Naruto dismissed her concern for him upon the revelation of his status as a Jinchuriki. His anger over Gaara's death and the fate of Jinchuriki. The role and the expectations heaped upon them in the shinobi world. The lengths he would go to just to keep his promise to her. A monster Kabuto had identified Naruto as well as a sad kid. She exhaled a weak and ragged breath, her body slack and mouth uncomfortably dry. Jiraiya's death, his disappearance, don't think about it, I found him. She clenched her hands, tight enough to feel her nails digging into her palm. The slight pain worked well as a distraction from her depressing thoughts as she inhaled deeply. I found him, Sakura? Sorry, Ino, it's just kind of crazy to think about, she replied. The pink-haired girl was well aware of her evasion of thoughts as she turned her gaze upon the blonde, don't you agree? Well, duh, Ino arched an eyebrow, but, it's kind of exciting as well. Did you see that place? Some of those buildings were taller than the Hokage monument. Her face broke out into a curious expression. I wonder what else we'll see. Their society does seem more advanced than ours, stated Sakura. She wouldn't deny being interested, but, a world without chakra, that's hard to imagine. Ino grimaced, mentally agreeing with her fellow medic. Let's not forget the whole supernatural aspect. You know, Sakura started, we live in a world where people can bend the elements to their will as well as aspects of reality, a world with Biju and talking animals contracted as familiars. Where are you going with this? Ino asked with honest curiosity. Why are we so surprised? Because it's out of the norm of our established perception on society and reality, Tsunade interjected. Angels. I've seen weird Kekai Genkai over the years, but nothing on that scale, and now, right in front of us are humanoid yokai, that takes the cake. Yes, that was something every ninja present agreed with. 2 foxes and a cat with obvious anthropomorphic traits really made a statement. Naruto-kun is, apparently, their hero, said Shizune with an uncertain smile. She was fiddling with a pen as a notepad sat on her lap. I wouldn't put it past the brat to actually help them, said Tsunade. Her arms were crossed under her magnificent bosom. Any man would love to have a glimpse if she was being so generous, even if it's a bit hard to believe. The prejudice against the Biju was currently taking effect, the Hokage noted, but it was only natural. The conditioning she as well as every citizen in the elemental nations grew up with was deeply rooted. The Biju were meant to be feared. They were akin to natural disasters. So, seeing these individuals with traits that could be associated with a Biju was alarming, though Tsunade wouldn't, be afraid. Especially not of Kuno, that little girl, Kitsune yokai or not, was innocence personified. To treat her as anything less than a child was just wrong. It makes you wonder what other supernatural creatures are out there. Tenten pondered as her imagination was filled with known creatures of folklore. Looking up into the sky, she wondered if she would see a phoenix, a thunderbird, a dragon. So many possibilities. She was kind of excited. I just hope Naruto-kun didn't have too hard of a time adjusting, murmured Hinata. His well-being was always at the forefront of her mind these days. Ever since his disappearance she couldn't stop thinking about him. As you can see for yourself, he's managed well, Hinata-sama. Neji Nisan, he offered a small smile, one of confidence as he looked upon her. He secured enough money to support himself as well as his own residence, despite this setback of him having to attend school. Really, that was incredibly amusing to him. He's managed just fine on his own. When you put it like that, Neji, said Tenten, it's actually quite impressive. It definitely was. The weapon mistress honestly didn't how she would approach such a situation. TCH. Kiba clicked his tongue in annoyance. It isn't that impressive. That stuff is just standard procedure when out in the field. I could do that just as easily. Of course, Kiba. Ino humored him with a mocking smile which did not detract from her beauty, because, you could conjure a horde of Kage Bunshin to take multiple jobs as a source of foreign income and secure your own house. Within 2 months as well, she continued, having a bit of fun at his expense, in an entirely new world with a different culture and possibly different language. But, I get it, even if you struggle, you can always fall back on dog speak. A few within the ninja group chuckled and or snickered at Ino's ribbing of their comrade. Everyone but Kiba was grinning as the boy himself was promptly chastened and grumbling. Don't stress over it, Kiba, Tenten added with one last blow to his pride. You can easily set up a private business for dog care. Laughs sounded off in response as the Inuzuka sunk into himself. Walking a dog, grooming and training them, you can do it all. Kiba exhaled a suffering sigh. I miss Akamaru. My partner would have my back, but he couldn't let this slide. He needed to avenge his dignity and the only way how was to direct this roast somewhere else. The hell you laughing at, Shikamaru? You wouldn't do any better than me. Bastard, the Nara thought. Don't put this evil on me. Still, if Kiba thought he was easy pickings, then he was sorely mistaken. You're right, I wouldn't know what to do. That was clearly a lie. But it was easier to just agree. The simplest solution to evade a roast was to kill the fire. It's just too troublesome to think about. So, kindly leave me out of this, would ya, dog whisperer. The Inuzuka deflated further as his friends and allies laughed at the genius jab. A moment later, the book pulsed and the screen flickered. The surprising action made the audience pause as it grabbed their attention. Looks like it's starting up again, said Rossweiss with obvious anticipation in her tone. At her declaration, everyone fell into silence and eased into their seats. Well, Naruto, Madaka thought, her focus directed to the screen, though, if anyone observed her they wouldn't be able to discern if she was truly interested in the screening. She was still quite the beautiful sight, arms and legs crossed, a regal air about her. Show me how you fare in my home. As Naruto stared at Nonaka's blade, he had to remind himself of something vitally important. Something that he would definitely forget if he didn't remind himself constantly. Are you aware of what that is, Kakashi? Tsunade asked with obvious curiosity. The man shook his head. No, ma'am, Naruto never divulged such a thing to me. Well, into the inner workings of his mind we go, she joked. It was a simple fact that most people wouldn't really think too much about. and something that Naruto was forced to think about ever since he realized that he wasn't anywhere near the elemental nations anymore. He was, without a doubt, a ninjutsu specialist. Very true, Kakashi stated with a nod. He was impressed his student could generalize his own skill set. Really? Tenten asked with an unsure expression. Wouldn't his liberal yet tactical use of clones be considered as bunshinjutsu or nintajutsu like Asuma-sensei? Yes, as he does favor taijutsu over ranged combat, but you've seen his fight against Pain. He's branched out into other disciplines of combat in his own unique way. Oh, yeah, she smiled sheepishly towards the silver-haired man, kind of forgot after what we've learned. He only smiled in response, entirely considerate of her error. Upon hearing this, Rias smiled widely. He's a ninja. Having it reconfirmed was just music to her ears. At this point, Naruto was coming close to her ideal man and he had many redeeming traits she desired in a partner. He really was near perfect. Is something wrong, Mio-sama? Maria asked of her ward. The hybrid turned her sight onto her friend. It's just, really, a ninja. Disbelief mired her face as she tried really hard to associate Naruto with the warriors of shadow and stealth. There was just an obvious disconnection between the two. The succubus chuckled. I understand. Naruto-sama doesn't really adhere to the stereotypes regarding ninja. A sly grin slipped onto her beautiful face, though, it would be really amusing to see him running around in black pajamas peeping on women and stealing their panties. Ma Maria. He wouldn't do that. The elder girl only chortled as Mio stared incredulously at her. The blush adorning the redhead's cheeks only fueled her amusement. Now most people would think that this wasn't vital information, that this was more of a bit of trivia rather than anything truly important. Well, they would be wrong. Ninjutsu, in its purest form, was a ninja art that was geared towards the destruction of the enemy. Is it just me or is there something strange about him being academically correct? No, it's not just you, Ino, Sakura said with an arched eyebrow. The disbelief was apparent upon both girls. I am just as surprised. Oh, okay. Ninjutsu, Sona hummed, remembering most of Naruto's habits in and out of school. It oddly fits, though. I wonder what other disciplines of combat has his culture established, and which of those disciplines he's capable in. Thinking of ways to incapacitate and capture, Kaichu. Akeno asked while making an effort to restrain her giggles. I can hope, can't I? The Cetri replied with a strained smile. Don't let yourself sound so pessimistic, Sona, Ria said with a teasing smile. I am sure you'll capture him one day. To hell with you. They both burst into melodic laughter after that response. It was, in every shape and form, all based on destroying the enemy by overpowering or overwhelming them. Ninjutsu was rarely, if ever, truly subtle or quiet. Huh. You learn something new every day, Azazel chirped with interest. He was loving the exposition. Please, tell him more. And he's lost himself in his curiosity, remarked Rainier. She had to question how this man was capable of leading an entire race for several millennia. Even if their continued survival spoke for itself, it was just hard to reconcile the ideal of Azazel with the teacher sitting next to her. She sighed, hoping she adopted none of his strange quirks. Poor Rainier, she already has several of her own quirks. He's hopeless, just forget about him, said Valley. The younger Fallen couldn't help but agree with him. That's surprising to hear, commented Michael. I wonder what Metatron's opinion of this would be. Oh, he does have a fascination with ninja history and culture. Gabriel chuckled and thought of her fellow seraph. She remembered her brother's interest arose when Christianity was introduced to Japan by the Jesuit, Xavier. It came out of nowhere. It was just so random. Isn't he in Japan at the moment visiting a fellow enthusiast? I believe so. Oh, I wonder if he'll meet Naruto? That would be interesting. Did you hear that Xenovia? Irina enthusiastically asked of her fellow exorcist. Metatron-sama is in Japan. Maybe we could seek him out after our mission is over. The blue-haired swords maiden did not even hesitate. We definitely should. Irina grinned at her friend's compliance. The fact that Kakashi-sensei's assassination ninjutsu was a lightning attack that was as plain as Naruto's orange clothing should be more than enough evidence of that. I feel like I lost some dignity, Kakashi deadpanned. His fellow ninja snickered as Sakura slyly spoke. Well, you don't really make an effort to maintain it, sensei. I thought one was supposed to lose their bratty tendencies when they matured. I can say the same to you, sensei. Kakashi gave up. There was just no winning. Well, at least you know the art of verbal warfare. I guess I did do something right. The pink-haired medic smiled widely, but more importantly, why does any of this matter? Well, that's because Naruto really didn't want to gather attention to himself. Yuki felt a bit guilty. It was partially her fault the blonde ninja got involved with the supernatural. Then again, if she didn't approach him, she wouldn't have forged the friendship she had now. He really is thinking his situation through, Shizune said, so, I have to wonder what exactly pushed him onto the supernatural stage. Well, we're bound to find out, Tsunade said before a smirk graced her lips. How about a wager? A meal and a drink says he was exposed unwittingly. I am in, Kakashi said. Lunch at Ramen Ichiraku says he bullhorns his way into it. I don't think this is appropriate or fair to Naruto-kun, said Shizune with a frown. Her fellow Jonin and Kage only stared at her as if aware of something about her. The meek medic squirmed under the looks until finally relenting. Fine, she huffed. Breakfast and tea says he does it as a favor for a friend. All three nodded before simultaneously agreeing, deal. Ninjutsu would make him stand out like a sore thumb, drawing attention to himself thanks to ninjutsu's destructive capacity and stuff. That basically meant no Rasengans or any of their variants were allowed, or even too many clones, since too many copies of one person were bound to draw people's attention. Even while learning more about the world, he only had so many copies roaming the streets, while giving them different looks. Every ninja gave a sly look towards Kiba, who was very aware of it. His face flushed in embarrassment and he grumbled. His friends were a bunch of jerks, though. He was a bit shocked Hinata was joining in on the fun at his expense. He could only pout. He also had no idea how sensing among the supernatural worked either, so gathering natural energy for Sage Mode would be both time-consuming and eye-catching. Everyone flinched upon hearing Naruto's thoughts of using senjutsu. It was highly worrying that he would even consider it despite the risk it posed to him. They could only hope that he had mastered it to an extent where he could overcome the malice and taint of the world, and if not, they hoped it had yet to influence him. I wonder, Kuroka thought, an enigmatic smile enhancing her beauty. Can you even handle that power, Foxy? The Nekomato was well aware of the dangers natural energy presented to one's state of mind. The only way to truly master senjutsu was to reach enlightenment, to be at peace with oneself. If Naruto was able to do so, nothing would stop the Nekosho from seducing him. A human capable of using very potent chakra, incredible strength and senjutsu as well as having incredible vitality. Naruto was going to be hers, plain and simple, no ifs, ands or buts. Thus that left Naruto with one thing left, taijutsu. Now, while taijutsu wasn't Naruto's specialty, he wasn't a slouch in it anymore. He could now hold his own against Kakashi-sensei in taijutsu, and he was fast enough to be a match for him as well. So that meant he was at least in a rank in those categories. It would have do for now. After Naruto was done with his mental checklist, he turned back to Nonaka and answered her. This may be difficult to believe, but I am a human, though. I don't know who you are or why you are pointing your sword at me. You should know that I don't attack someone unless they threaten someone that I care about, that, or I am attacked myself. He sounds almost like a pacifist, said Saji, a tad bit peeved. He knew the Uzumaki wasn't a bad person, far from it to be honest. He was still annoying though. Naruto? A pacifist? Issei questioned to himself before breaking out into a laugh. He had garnered the attention of his friends and associates. Haha. If he's a pacifist, then I am a celibate. Aren't you a virgin? Shut the fuck up. Issei cried, eyes glistening with unshed tears. He could see it in his heart. A harem filled with blessed, beautiful women. One day, he'll become a man. Saji only shook his head as Asia did her best to comfort her friend. Irina, said Zenobia, your friend is a bit strange. The Japanese exorcist frowned. It must be the devil's influence. At heart though, they both doubted that. He then lifted his chin, defiant. Basically, I won't threaten the normal students here. I give you my word on that, and I never go back on my word. He really values his promises, Seraphal commented with a quirked eyebrow. It is an admirable trait, said Graphia with an approving tone. If only more people could have such principles. He called it his nindo, did he not? Vanillana remarked. The devil within found the boy to be quite charming so far. With these traits compounded upon his act of intervention, she could see why her daughter was crushing on Naruto. The adolescent was bound to become a handsome man as he reached adulthood, and she was certain Rias could see that. Such a dangerous child. Many a maiden will be charmed by him. Yeah, I think it's quite cute. The cosplaying Mao chirped. She wondered if she should come up with something just as defining for her character portrayal of a heroine. It was something to think about. If anything, he seems trustworthy. Trustworthy? Probably, Graphia said. To a devil, words were binding. Pride dictated that a devil would triumph over all in articulation. The reason being to succeed in all their endeavors. The devil's whisper they called it. Honor dictated that a devil fulfills all their contracts as such commitment will prove their worth. To see someone outside their race put such value to their words was quite appealing, though. He does have a mischievous streak. Oh, I'd like to hear about that later, Vanillana said with a smile. To be blunt, the blonde really couldn't back down to her right now. No, he had to show her that he couldn't be bullied around. Then again, he also didn't want to antagonize her either. Well, hopefully he found a decent middle ground. Color me impressed, said Shikamaru. Naruto's actually taking time to think about his position in the long term. I know, right? Ino expressed with wide eyes. It seems his tutelage under Jiraiya-sama was for the best. He really has matured over the years. I didn't think he was capable of such a mindset, to be honest. The Nara yawned before casually placing his hands behind his head. He's always been the kind of guy that was about the here and now and in the moment. I could see why you would think that, remarked Sakura. She brushed a few bangs of hair aside before smiling. As skilled as Naruto has become at combat and tactics, it doesn't really translate to activities outside of a fight. The three let loose a few chuckles before quieting down. Meanwhile, the human female continued to stare at the blonde, pondering his words. Was he really a human? No, that couldn't be true, right? Humans didn't contain strange and foreign energy signals. Unless, it was a sacred gear. Sacred gear. Tsunade pursed her lips trying to make sense of the term. It must be something unique to their culture, she thought with a tilt of her head. Shizune, make note of that. I am certain whatever it is will come up again at some point. I understand. Tsunade-sama. The Hokage wondered what else would she be learning through the eyes of her preferred successor. For over 2 months, you've journeyed through a new world. Naruto. I wonder how you confronted this challenge, and if it has changed you. She frowned in concern before shaking her head. There was no need to stress over it, she would find out soon enough. No, if that was the case then the censor that tipped the higher-ups of her faction would have made note of it. This was new, foreign. That meant that the being in front of her could very much be a new supernatural entity. She isn't wrong. Azazel smiled widely as most of the supernatural group pursed their lips. The Governor-General was technically right. It was at that point that everyone realized that life as they knew it would never be the same again. I see most of you are finally grasping the implications of this. I hope you do as well, brother, Michael said pleasantly, as the fallen angel glanced to the speaker. Azazel would admit to disliking the smile on his blonde brother's face. All this means is meetings and paperwork, and as such, no sacred gear research. Huh? Come again? Michael smiled widely, his perfect teeth shining radiantly. No, seriously Michael, what the hell do you mean no research? The angel's eyes twinkled in mirth. All supernatural factions from all pantheons will need their leaders to guide them in this time of uncertainty. That means, brother, that you will be at the forefront handling all political matters alongside everyone else. That meant he would be too damn busy to do any kind of research including sacred gears and Naruto's home. Is it too late to come back home? Oh, brother Azazel. Gabriel exclaimed happily with a clap of her hands. Father forgives all. Your siblings and the other heavenly hosts will always welcome you back with open arms, but first, you would need to perform penance and pledge celibacy before you come back. Azazel paused as his mind attempted to process all that his sister said. Immediately, he recoiled in distress. To give up the pleasure of flesh, I can't. I just can't do that. Damn it, this sucks. Maybe I'll get back to you on that later, dear sister. Gabriel only smiled patiently. He felt like such a scumbag right now, his sister having such hopes for him. Dear father bless her, and if that was the case, then were there more beings like him? Hidden from view to her faction and mostly unknown. An entire world of beings like him, Sona drawled. Look on the bright side, Kaichu, Akano said with a sly expression. At least, the student council only has Foxy-kun to worry about. That isn't funny, I beg to differ, Sona, Rias chuckled alongside her, queen. A dangerous possibility, but more than that, did the human known as Uzumaki Naruto pose a threat to the humans in the area? Nonaka's thoughts raced around this person's strange energy and its possible implications, as was her duty in this academy. The hero tribe sent her to this academy as a watcher, which gave her 2 important responsibilities: to watch over the confirmed devils in the area while keeping a lookout for stray devils, and eliminating them if required. Did you hear that? Tenten asked in surprise. It seems like you were right, Sakura. There are devils in that world. I wonder how they look like. Ino trailed off in thought. I bet they look like the stereotypical super ugly, horned creeps, Kiba said with a chuckle, or the handsome and beautiful ones that can seduce anyone out of their pants. I hope it's the latter, Ino giggled with a blush. I do, too, the Inuzuka agreed with the blonde, his expression perverted by his imagination. Hinata as well as the Jonin of the group all eyed the supernatural group. More specifically, the ones who had yet to be racially identified, though. The former couldn't help but feel nervous upon seeing some of the girls within the group. They were simply beautiful. The Hyuga was aware of her own beauty. Yet those girls just somehow bothered her. Oh, wait a moment, she knew why. It was because of how familiar they referred to Naruto. The admiration some held when speaking of him was obvious. It was unsettling. Ironically, those were feelings Sakura empathized with. Those high school girls were dangerous, as was her duty as a hero. I know we are well past it at this point in our lives, Rias started with a mirthless expression, but I'd like it to be known on record that I wholeheartedly disapprove of your mission. I as well, Sona added neutrally. It did not need to be said which objective in Yuki's mission they took offense with, and the heroine for her part appeared a tad bit contrite. However, orders were just that, and she was loyal to her tribe. In the end, it was in the past and they could only move forward from here. Oh, Ria-tan, Searzex called out. Curiosity was lacing his voice. Did you actually think you were in any danger? There's no way Serafal and I would leave any immediate threat near you. Are you saying you were aware about Yuki-san's presence, Oni-sama? Rias alongside Sona and their respective peerages were surprised. Well, of course we did, Rias-chan. Leviathan chimed in with an easy smile. The surprise on both heiresses was completely ignored. Taju Jin is a high-profile individual within the supernatural. Those with clear connections to him have already been identified. Then why didn't you notify us, Oni-sama? Sona demanded. She was clearly disgruntled. Simply because it would have disrupted your daily lives over something trivial. The situation had been monitored since Yuki-chan's enrollment over a year ago, Serafal said. It was moments like these that reminded Sona of her elder sister's abilities and qualities. The elder woman was elected as Mao for a reason. No lines were crossed and no offenses were made. It was just best to leave it alone and allow all three of you to focus on your education without a sense of paranoia distracting you. Rias, Sona and Yuki all blinked in surprise, though the latter was a bit unnerved at hearing such a thing. There's no reason to fret, Rias, Sona, Searzex assured with a smile. We had faith in both of you to lead responsible lives that wouldn't disrupt the human community of Kuo. After all, it's an elder sibling's duty to teach and guide the younger sibling, and we've both taught you compassion. All in all, we knew nothing would come of it, he finished as both younger siblings blushed. The heiresses wouldn't admit it, but they appreciated the faith the Mao had in them. And they took pride in that, their small smiles quite telling. So, I had already partially failed my mission, Yuki questioned with a bit of hesitance. Don't worry about it, Yuki-kun, Jin said calmly as if to reassure her of any kind of doubt. That's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes, presence alone is an effective tactic and deterrent. I understand. Otou-sama, at the other side of the terrace, both Kakashi and Tsunade felt their respect for the leaders of the supernatural group rise. That being said, she has recently received 2 more objectives by her faction's leadership. To find and determine whether the new foreign energy that a sensor of theirs has picked up near Kuo town was hostile to humanity or not, and to keep an eye out for the last descendant of the original Lucifer. So, these supernatural factions were already aware of Naruto's appearance in their world. Kakashi hummed in thought. He wondered if it was because of his students' liberal use of clones to settle himself in Kuo. He didn't fault Naruto as that was the purpose of the jutsu, a reconnaissance tool, and he was conscious of being discreet. Luck just wasn't on the boy's side. With that kid's luck something was bound to happen, Tsunade said softly. The concern was evident as he nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Yuki's objective, both Maria and Mio flinched. The latter only now realized that this story would put her at risk and she was unsure how to proceed. Maria, she whispered to her friend. I am aware. Mio-sama, the succubus returned just as softly. If anything, just be prepared. The daughter of the ousted Lucifer simply nodded. She couldn't afford to be irresolute at the moment. Welding steel into her spine, she promised herself that if anything occurred, she and Maria would both escape safely to at least see Naruto. Even if it was the last, the thought made Mio's heart ache, just one last time. Wow. I wasn't aware of such a thing. The thought that such a controversial individual was possibly residing within Rias and Sona's shared territory was highly distressing. Their faces were mired in a grimace from just the thought of it. So many problems could arise if it ended up true. False claims of the heiresses harboring a fugitive, both of them being influenced or even radicalized as threats to their government, and the possibility that said descendant could pose a threat to them was highly likely. Why the hell was this happening to them? Neither was I, Sona exhaled roughly. Just what is it about this school year that's attracting all of these irregularities? What do you mean, Kaichu? Tsubaki asked in concern. Rias and Akeno listened in as well. Well, we befriend a boy from an undiscovered world, she started, Tallying with a finger. A rogue cell of fallen angels trespassed into our territory with possible hostile intentions. The current wielder of the boosted gear has surfaced and we know what that entails. Rias pursed her lips, honestly troubled over the implication. The grand rivalry between the two heavenly dragons was known to all. That would put everyone she held dear at risk. Sona continued. Ria's peerage was attacked at her mountain retreat, a place borderline impossible to infiltrate. That soured the redhead's mood, a frown marring the Gremory's beautiful features. The incident with Riser during the party. There's something completely off about what transpired there. Next, apparently, Lucifer's descendant is lurking around Kuo. When you put it like that, I can understand your worry, Rias said, but, aren't you thinking too deeply about this? Sona let loose a forced laugh. I am not finished. Rias, she paused for a moment before speaking again. Naruto-san and his group were involved in some kind of conflict with the yokai in Kyoto. She adjusted her glasses before narrowing her eyes. Obviously, none of these are connected, but there's been far too many incidents to just ignore. Something is happening within the supernatural and the fact that we're here only leads me to believe so. The group of friends took a moment to digest what Sona said. They came to realize that they've really been busy these past few months. We've been granted an opportunity to see our possible future and we've been shown an era-defining revelation in regards to Uzumaki-san. Tsubaki spoke after gathering her thoughts. Sona Kaichu. Do you believe we are being warned or at least something is being brought to our awareness? Oh, most definitely, it was highly unnerving to think about. Sona shook her head. There was no doubt in her mind her sister and the other present leaders had similar thoughts as her. Let's continue with the show. The hero tribe's duty must be fulfilled for the sake of humanity, which it has safeguarded for 2,000 years as the best line of defense against the supernatural. The organization was said to have been founded by the God of the Bible and has since spread across the world to continue their mission in secrecy. None of the supernatural factions were aware of their presence, but they were aware of the heroes that they created throughout history. Jin-san. Tsunade called out as she glanced towards the man. Is this hero tribe the organization you represent? Yes, I am one of its elders. She gave a nod in gratitude as Shizune started taking notes on her order. They were where humans with sacred gears were supposed to go if they wanted to fight instead of live normal lives. Things have changed however. The introduction of the Devil's Evil Peace system has made recruiting new blood difficult, as many devils have snatched up any human with talent or a sacred gear like collectibles. The hero tribe, thus, had to keep better vigilance over the devils and the other supernatural factions to prevent their fellow humans from being reincarnated into what they saw as a slavery system. There was tension in the air upon hearing such and the Konoha group were alarmed over what they heard. Well now, Azazel chimed in with a wry smile. Talk about awkward, huh? Now isn't the time for your jokes, brother, Gabriel whispered uncomfortably. Azazel sighed. Look, you can't fault the devils for doing what was necessary for the survival of their species. I won't deny that at times it can be a slavery system. It's not perfect, and crimes can be easily committed within the system, but every sentient creature is guilty of that. With power comes the temptation of abuse, and abuse is a universal concept. It is, unfortunately, bound to happen, he concluded as the others listened in. They couldn't help but agree with him and the devils present appreciated his understanding. Azazel-san. What do they mean by reincarnation? Tsunade asked with grim interest. Exactly that, he replied. Through their arcane rituals, devils have established a way to physiologically alter most creatures into devils. Tsunade would admit to being impressed, but why would they need to do that? Thanks to their incredible longevity, nature has decreed them to have a low breeding rate and war has dwindled their numbers to near extinction. Even now, they are endangered. The Konoha group widened their eyes upon that bombshell. They understood now what the purpose of Evil Peace system was truly for. It was ingenious, but the system obviously had its flaws. I see you understand. Devils have successfully rebuilt and their population is resurging. Azazel grinned widely. It's actually quite impressive. Excuse me, just what kind of war would lead to the near extinction of an entire race? Shizune asked with morbid curiosity in her tone. Oh, a war that spanned over 2 millennia. The jaws of the shinobi dropped in disbelief as silence reigned after Azazel's answer. A few beats passed until Kiba disturbed the silence. How old are you? Really old. I don't really remember. About 3,000 years, at least. Bullshit, old man. Don't call me old if you're calling me a liar, punk. You still look like an old man with that fail hair dye, Gramps. Valley couldn't help but laugh at that insult while Rainier attempted to contain her giggles. My hair is natural, you little punk. Enough, please brother, Gabriel pleaded, not wanting any conflict to break out. She turned to the young Inuzuka. Please forgive him, he can be a bit unruly at times. Kiba smiled at the angel. Gods, she was beautiful and he would willingly submit to the pretty, anything for you. His friends only looked upon him with disappointed expressions. How transparent of him. Azazel looked on in disbelief, petty rage entering his heart as his sister mediated with the disrespectful kid, this fucking brat. I have a question, Shizune said hesitantly, hoping the tension dissolved. I'll do my best to answer, Michael said with genial smile towards the medic. Oh, he is so handsome, that smile should be illegal, she thought, a blush highlighting her features. It said earlier that there was a god, is that true? Yes, his answer floored the shinobi into complete silence. Now, spiritualism was very much prominent within the elemental nations, but to shinobi only one deity was truly acknowledged and that was the Shinigami. The Rakuto Sennin was a legend, borderline myth. However, if he was real, then he was simply a man who taught humanity the secrets of chakra. The sage was deified upon his passing, but he, or she, was human nonetheless. If only they really knew, but to hear that there was another acknowledged god was astounding. The shinobi really couldn't dispute it either as it was another world. A world with its own cultures and customs, its own beliefs. They had to keep an open mind. In our world, Michael spoke after a few beats of silence, there are multiple gods from different pantheons. Each pantheon began anchored to a certain ethnic group of humanity in the ancient past, upon development and expansion of human society. Well, alongside wars of conquest and faith there was cultural diffusion due to transcultural concepts, though, there are creatures exclusive to the supernatural apart from all religions and... Wait. Azazel interrupted, Michael, you're going off on a tangent here and we still have to watch this. The male seraph blinked before smiling bashfully, oh, forgive me. The shinobi were just coming to grips with the information presented to them. Sakura groaned, multiple gods and pantheons, the supernatural just sounds like a giant headache. Tell me about it. It's like being thrown into the rapids without knowing how to swim or waterwalk. Ino shook her head, her blonde hair swishing about, and Naruto got involved in that, poor guy. I hope he manages well, Hinata whispered in concern. Have some faith, Kakashi said as he readjusted himself upon his seat, he is a Konoha shinobi. It was all they could really do at the moment, a sentiment that Nonaka nominally agreed with. Now, with this strange power in this ostensible human, there was another point of concern to the heroes of this world, one that, given their already difficult circumstances, they couldn't let pass. Which was why the young woman continued her intense stare, finally moving her sword away from his face after a few more tense moments, a green aura appearing on her arm once more, which took her armor and sword away from her. I will trust your word for now, Uzumaki-san, but if you give me a reason to doubt your sincerity, then I, Nonaka Yuki of the hero tribe will end you, Nonaka Yuki stated with utmost certainty. This is interesting. I guess both you and Foxy-kun really had a rocky start, Akeno said with a smile. She wondered if she would be able to see their confrontation. The thought honestly excited her. She could still remember the spar she engaged Naruto in and how he thoroughly dominated her in it. The nerves of her spine flared as she inhaled a quick breath, a heat washing over her entire form until it settled on her cheeks. Would he be willing to bind her again? We had a misunderstanding at first, Yuki responded with a nod, but it's been resolved as you all know. Yes, but what exactly forced your confrontation that night? Yuki hesitated, unsure if she should answer Akino's question. It wasn't the fact that she didn't trust her senior, but she was aware that Naruto and Mio had yet to divulge the truth of the latter's heritage. The heroine didn't wish to be the one to sabotage the efforts her friend had taken to keep it concealed. She was under orders, Jin answered when he noticed his daughter's uncertainty. He wondered what that was about. Oh, I see, Akeno said, dropping the topic immediately. After all, she was well trained, and she was sure that she could deal with whatever this boy could throw at her. Her warning to him was not really for her own benefit either, but more for the ordinary humans around them. For the sake of humanity, that was the duty of a hero after all. How admirable, Neji commented before pausing in his observation. The girl on the screen bothered him, however, she presented herself far too rigid and appeared stern in her beliefs, it almost reminded him of. He pursed his lips in realization. Oh, gods damn this, really now? Neji? Is everything alright, my eternal rival? You're not constipated, are you? Lee asked in concern. The vein on his brow pulsed angrily and he almost reflexively activated his Byakugan. Calm down, Neji. What was that ancient Hyuga technique? Ah, yes, breathe in, breathe out, again, once more. Goose Fraba. This shit doesn't work. Yes. I still want to use Juken on this dumbass. The Hyuga turned his sight upon his teammate. his stoicism putting a statue to shame. He observed the green anomaly before him, the taijutsu enthusiast smiling in obvious concern, and he realized that yes, he wouldn't mind a spar right now. He's doing it on purpose, he has to be. Lee isn't stupid, he's a ninja for heaven's sake. Social quirks notwithstanding, Lee had to understand tact. Perhaps he was giving him too much credit. No, Lee, nothing of the sort. Ah, I see. Then perhaps it's just gas. His fists clenched tightly as his chakra began to hum and flow. He could feel it streaming towards his eyes and he welcomed it. However, it ceased as he felt a hand upon his own. Lee, you're being a tad bit rude. Ah, I am sorry, Tenten. I was simply concerned. I cannot fathom Neji, my youthful rival, being indisposed by something so unsightly. Then why bring it up, Lee? Tenten smiled in exasperation. What's troubling you, Neji? Ah, Tenten, my sanctuary within the madness of Maida Guy and Rock Lee. Please, grant me refuge. Neji shook his head before speaking. It's just Nonaka-san reminds of something best left forgotten. And what is that, exactly? He grimaced before answering of my beliefs and disposition before my fight with Naruto. Tenten blinked before she gasped. Oh, I think I see why you would think that. She took a moment to think it over before smiling. I heard talk from the other group saying they confronted each other and I can totally see Naruto doing that. Neji offered a rueful smile. Yeah, he definitely would. His expression tightened, the air around him serious. I wish to speak with her. She blinked once again in surprise before smiling softly. I understand, I'll be there with you. He returned it, an act that made her heart beat faster. Thank you. Naruto could have cried in relief, happy that he didn't have to show his hand in a school filled with supernatural beings. He could go back home and regroup from this unexpected wake-up call. Understood, Nonaka-san. I promise you that I won't cause any trouble here. In fact, I was forced into Kuo because a police officer said I was too young to be working, so I am not here of my own free will, ya know? Naruto stated, in the hopes that she would see that he had no ulterior motives. Nonaka didn't bother to respond as she turned around to leave the rooftop, heading towards her next class since school was still ongoing. She just needed to make sure that Uzumaki wasn't a threat before he could be allowed to leave the premises. Moreover, how stupid did she take her for? There wasn't any kind of law in Japan that dictated that teenagers had to go to high school. Wait, what? Kiba questioned unsurely. Are you saying he was duped by law enforcement? Troublesome. He was played on his ignorance of their society. Shikamaru sighed. It was pure luck that his ignorance was a factor for their machination's success. But kudos to whoever did it. He turned his sight upon Jin, his fellow shinobi doing the same. The ancient human only smiled as he waved at them. It was obvious it was him. Yuki had received an order to identify Naruto and his intentions, and the man was the organization's leader. Poor Naruto, either he was lying, or he was tricked. The latter, almost everyone chorused, though, she was pretty confident that he was lying. I am sorry. Yuki breathed out loud. She was apologizing to no one, but she was hoping that people understood that she did feel guilty for doubting her friend. Oni-chan. Kurumi spoke in concern. You said it yourself, he's your friend, right? The elder heroine blinked before nodding uncertainly. Then, don't worry about it. I am sure he understands better than anyone why you did what you did, and that's all that matters, his opinion on your actions. Yuki opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her little sister smiled at her, a gesture which eased her mind. Thank you, Kurumi. Always, Oni-chan. Meanwhile, as the blonde watched the young woman leave, he couldn't help but believe that he seriously needed to get back to his house in order to figure out how to approach this new problem. Apparently there were also strong humans among the other strange creatures that inhabited this world, giving him more to worry about. He just couldn't catch a break here, could he? He really can't. Yusaka spoke softly. It's pitiable. I wish to comfort him. Every young maiden with a vested interest in Naruto froze in alarm. Their instincts were screaming at them to act territorial as well as cautious of the beautiful Kitsune. What do you mean exactly, Yusaka-sama? Yuki asked of her host back in Kyoto. It was to every girl's benefit that someone had the sense and audacity to ask. The Kitsune offered an enigmatic smile that raised their hackles, simultaneously appearing condescending to their insecure minds. Exactly that. All the girls only had one thought come to mind: dangerous. I think Naruto needs a hug, Okawa-sama, Kuno suggested as her ears pricked forward and tails rose in determination. You're right, Kuno, she smiled, eyes glistening with mirth. A hug is exactly what he needs. She couldn't help but laugh out loud, the sound reminiscent of wind chimes, soft and musical. She's extremely dangerous, the maidens thought simultaneously. Tsunade was a tad bit alarmed. but she ceased that train of thought immediately. Nope, that's not any of my business. The worst part was that, if this girl knew about him, then it was possible that other groups knew about him too. The blonde quickly left the rooftop in order to leave the academy and get back home, where he wouldn't feel like everyone was waiting for him to blow his cover. It was suffocating for someone like him to constantly be aware, forced to be on edge all of the damn time, and keep himself from standing out too much. Most of the audience grimaced upon hearing that. It made Naruto's situation sound as if he was living like a fugitive, a most perilous and undesired life. They truly sympathized with the boy's plight. I wonder, Rias began softly, did us becoming friends ease his mind even a little? I hope so, Rias, Akeno responded just as softly, a frown marring her features. Someone as kind and honorable as him deserves peace of mind. Lost and alone in an entirely different environment, with no real understanding of the situation or world you found yourself in, the Gremory said, her brow furrowed in anxiety. I can't imagine the strength of will and character to endure that. Upon hearing the heiress, Mio pondered if her presence in Naruto's life was intrusive. As much as that thought hurt, she couldn't stop from thinking about it. What if he? Precious people, like you, Mio, she swallowed hard as her heart fluttered, beating hard enough to overtake the din of the audience. Lost and alone, Rias had said. Naruto, it was here and now that Mio realized that Naruto needed her, just like she needed him. It just wasn't what he was used to, even if it was necessary, he still didn't like it one bit. Naruto does seem to be a free spirit, Rainer said in thought as she gazed up at the sky. It makes me wonder why he chose to be a ninja. I mean, it's their equivalent to a military, right? That kind of obligation doesn't seem to suit him. Tsunade flinched upon hearing the girl's opinion. She was aware that Naruto didn't truly represent the archetypical ninja. While she found it refreshing, a very cynical part of her understood that Naruto never truly had a choice for his future. His fate was truly set upon his birth, and there was no chance the Konoha administration would let their Jinchuriki live as a civilian. The fact the blonde boy desired to be a ninja was a tad bit tragic. Naruto grew up as an ostracized orphan. There was no one to truly raise and guide him, to inspire other interests within him. The job and duty of a shinobi wasn't just a simple career, it was a way of life. And for a pubescent boy coming out of his toddler years to wish to become a ninja. It stunk of manipulation. The Hokage sighed softly through her nose. At times, when she dove deep into a bottle, Tsunade wondered why Minato had condemned his and Kushina's child. Perhaps the path of a warrior calls to him, Valley opined with a shrug. If it does, I can certainly respect that. Azazel sighed. Of course you can, Valley, haven't you considered just living a comfortable life? Such as going to school, finding a girlfriend, starting a business and family, you know, the works? The Hakuryuko scoffed. HMPH, Azazel, even if I'd be interested in such pursuits and be inclined to attempt so, do you honestly think life would let me? The governor of Grigori pursed his lips in silence. He couldn't confidently say that the young man had a chance at a normal life. Being the descendant of Lucifer as well as the host of Divine Dividing, Vala's future was mired with problems. It was why he took the boy under his wings, to prepare him. Your silence is telling. If I'd even have a chance, it would only be with the defeat of them. Azazel knew who the hybrid was speaking about, though, he was pretty sure the boy had nothing to worry about in regards to Hyodo Issei, the other person however. Rizavum was a threat to everyone. He, very simply, needed to wind down a bit in a place that he could feel like himself without being constantly watched. Hopefully this would be the last incident with this world's supernatural that he would have for a while. Definitely unlikely, Ophis said dispassionately. Oh, I am surprised you have some input to give, Azazel said with a stretch of his arms. He gave a sidelong glance to the dragon. I thought you lost all interest in this. I've been granted an opportunity to understand Naruto from a better perspective. Most of the audience blinked upon hearing her statement. A feeling of foreboding ceased their breathing upon the analysis of her words, the implication. You all identified and approached him out of your own curiosity. Do you honestly believe I wouldn't do the same? You met Naruto? Rias weakly asked, the trepidation in her voice obvious to all. Not yet, but I will, was clearly left unsaid. That was disconcerting to Naruto's comrades. What is your interest in him? Everyone was surprised upon hearing Madaka speak. She had been quiet since their departure from the courtyard into the palace. The girl socialized with no one and her demeanor rendered her unapproachable, and yet, in regards to the blonde boy in focus, she would be inclined to interact with others. I am simply interested in the strong. Ophis turned her gaze to Madaka. The physically mature girl met her gaze unflinchingly, much to the goddess' approval and interest. This human was one to be observed. And why would that be? It was a question most desired to be answered, however. Ophis appeared to have a dry and ironic sense of humor as she smiled. It was small and soft, which was surprising. Now that would be telling. Did she just attempt a joke? The thought flared within everyone's mind. Madaka pursed her lips. She wasn't a fool, more than aware that demanding anything from the Ouroboros was a death sentence, though she would admit to be experiencing a weird feeling at the moment. She just couldn't identify it. Oh well, she would just have to desist from her attempt at interrogation. I see. A lull of silence fell before the audience, their thoughts clouded with suspicion over the dragon's agenda. It was interrupted much to everyone's hidden relief. Well, despite that bombshell of a revelation, Azazel stated with a forced smile, how about we continue? Yes, that would be best, everyone thought. T-U-O-L. Naruto quickly jogged at an average human pace towards the front of the academy, getting ready to leave, up until he muttered a curse under his breath. Unfortunately for him, he ran head first from one problem into another, this time in the form of one of those strange beings that he still didn't really know about yet. The girl in front of him was a teenager with black hair that has been shortened and shaped to a bob cut style, with piercing violet eyes that were framed by a pair of glasses focusing on him as he approached. She wore the typical Kuo Academy female uniform and had a petite figure, usually befitting one of her age. She went by the name of Shitori Sona, the student council president of this academy, and quite possibly a supernatural being that he wanted absolutely nothing to do with. Funny how that worked out, Tenten said with a wry smile. Do you truly believe they're friends? Kiba asked in doubt. Naruto-kun always makes an effort to establish a bond of sorts with others, Hinata answered with confidence. Even if he attempted to avoid these people, if they had to interact he would subconsciously endear himself to them. It's in his nature to be empathetic, she believed that wholeheartedly. Hinata. Sakura gave a sidelong glance at the former Hyuga heiress as she overheard her. A part of her was envious that Hinata could speak with such confidence about her romantic interest, an act she couldn't indulge in, and it was made worse when the medic Nin couldn't disagree. She sighed as she gazed back to the screen. All the while doubts surfaced to mind about her choices in life. Uzumaki Naruto, the transfer student, Sona stated matter-of-factly, giving Naruto a sudden chill from her tone. It was the tone he was somewhat familiar with now, the tone of an upcoming lecture. All of Naruto's friends, the younger generation, smiled in amusement. But before Naruto could make an attempt to escape, the student council president continued, the transfer student that should be in class in order to continue his education, rather than roaming around the school, skipping class, and sleeping during lectures. Shikamaru, that girl, Kiba whispered in trepidation. I know. Thank gods we don't have to deal with someone so troublesome, whispered the Nara in slight fear. Both young men chanced a glance to Sona at the opposite end of their seating. As beautiful as she was, the president was quite intimidating. Iruka would appreciate her dedication and diligence. By this point, Sona's glasses took in the reflection of light, which gave her a natural glare without having to make the expression for it. He had to admit, that was pretty cool. TCH, Sona uncharacteristically clicked her tongue. It's meant to corral them into acquiescence. Honestly, Naruto had a talent for grinding her gears. While she was flattered he appreciated her subtle trick, it bothered her that he could just ignore its effect. Are you alright, Sona-chan? There will be a day when he frustrates you just as well, Akano, and I'll be there to savor it. My, I wasn't aware you had an interest in voyeurism. Akano. Sona, Tsubaki and Rias exclaimed as they flushed scarlet from the thoughts that surfaced upon that statement. All the while the hybrid laughed musically. It was far too fun teasing her friends. Is everything alright, So-tan? Yes, Oni-sama, nothing is wrong here. The Leviathan shrugged as she turned back to the screen. As much as she loved her younger sister, she couldn't deny that Sona was a little weird at times. Pot meet kettle. Listen, I had a good reason for it, Naruto began, before getting cut off by Sona again. I am sure you have your reasons, Uzumaki-san, but attaining an education is your most important goal right now. It is what you should be focusing on so that you could become a good and prosperous citizen. This is for your future, Sona claimed with conviction. Wow. Those are leadership qualities present within her. Tsunade whistled. She was highly impressed with the girl's posture and speech. Thank you for your kind words, Tsunade-sama, Sona-san, I believe? The Hokage was granted a nod at her question. You may be young, but you hold yourself with aristocratic discipline. Are you a noblewoman? I am the heiress of the Seatree clan. I see. Are there any other heirs and heiresses present within your group? I do not desire for my subordinates to remain ignorant and cause an offense. Tsunade had her attention directed to the beautiful red-haired girl sitting beside Sona. For a moment, she felt a brief pang of sadness. the hair color reminding her of her grandmother, Mito, as well as Kushina. The last time she had seen Naruto's mother was before she left the village, only a few years before the Third World War. They weren't close, merely acquaintances from the Uzumaki's visits with her grandmother. Her grief over Dan's death hampered her ability to bond with anyone. However, those what-ifs always came to mind, and Kushina was featured in more than a few. I am Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan. Thank you. The Hokage nodded in gratitude. She hoped her ninja would remember proper decorum. Last thing she needed was to make enemies with strangers she was forced to make bedfellows, for the lack of a better term. Naruto was momentarily stunned at the complete faith that she held in her statement, thrown off by it a bit. Admittedly, he wasn't sure what he should expect from these so-called supernatural beings. Were they just like humans, where some were good and some were bad? Or maybe they all fell into some sort of personality category. But so far, if he used her as a benchmark, maybe they all weren't so different from humans at all. He hoped so. That way, if push came to shove, then he could possibly reach an agreement with some of these people so that he didn't become their target. At least, that was a possible plan for the future. Rias laughed, wondering when exactly Naruto conjured the thought of establishing the Kuo Pact. Funny how things ended up. Thank you for your concern, Shitori-san. But I had to take care of my younger sister at home, so I have to leave school early, Naruto lied through his teeth. The Kuo Pact as well as the shinobi all chanced a glance at Mio, whose expression was twitching at the moment. The scion of Lucifer gave voice to her thoughts, disbelief coloring her tone. Are you telling me his whole sister claim was born out of coincidence? Oh Mio-sama, I thought you enjoyed role-playing as his sister. All present with dirty minds blushed upon hearing that. Honestly, it was practically everyone except Office and Madaka. It was difficult to discern in regards to Kakashi, however. Don't make it sound so weird, Maria. The succubus only giggled, forgive me. He was never a good liar to begin with, but this one was so bad that even he had to admit it. Well, maybe he can just have a clone henge into Naruto or something, in case suspicions arose later. What the hell is a Naruto? Mio asked in alarm. The name was incredibly disconcerting. So defensive. Mio-sama. Maria's smile widened in genuine amusement. Do you feel threatened? Maria, please. Even you should be a bit wary of this. He's saying he can shapeshift into a girl. I don't know, it's kind of exciting, seems incredibly daring and kinky. Once again, the perverts present flushed scarlet, though most of the males were a tad bit creeped out. Akano, however, took a moment to actually imagine such a scenario. Are you sure, Akano? Of course, don't you trust your senpai, Foxy-kun? It's not really a matter of trust. A crack of a whip rang out through the clubroom. Enough, Naruto, transform, now. A puff of smoke encompassed his form, the curves of a silhouette unmistakably feminine and generous appearing within. Akano licked her lips sensually. Well, hello, vixen, she thought. A vulnerable, nude and whiskered blonde appeared as the smoke dissipated. Akano approached her partner for the night with a ball gag in hand. Off to the side, a red-haired heiress, bound and gagged, could only struggle to escape, wishing to save her friend before it was too late. We are going to have so much fun, Naruto, the dominant breathily whispered. The blonde submissive could only whimper, the shit I do for friends. Oh my. The young fallen ceased that brief fantasy despite the heat that plagued her entire body. She exhaled raggedly, her hands held over her racing heart, and did her best to collect herself. With a brief sigh, she expelled all perverse thoughts. Maybe one day, she told herself, and she didn't necessarily need to be the dom. Her cheeks were burning, now.
A girl could dream. Maria, don't you know any shame? It was a question every woman present was wondering as well. Unfortunately, the succubus only laughed heartily, much to their dismay.
The president raised an eyebrow, before a small smile grew on her face. Very well, Uzumaki-san, but keep up with your studies from here on out. Sona, apparently, approved of his actions, if her more supportive attitude was of any indication. To her, it was good that he wanted to go home and take care of a sibling, so she didn't want to stop him, but she also didn't want to encourage his lax behavior in regards to his studies. She, perhaps, had a soft spot for elder siblings, who rushed to take care of their younger siblings. Now, if only her own elder sister wasn't so embarrassing, then maybe. So Tan. Everything I do is for the sake of our love. Oni-sama. Please be conscious of the words you speak. People could misinterpret them. I understand tact, and you should nt worry about what other people think. Any expression of love towards you is simply that. My genuine love for you, so Tan. Again. You nay. Sona exhaustedly exhaled as her hand combed her hair. She couldn't keep doing this, I give up. The Mao only smiled at her little sister, as long as she understood, then everything was perfectly fine. Rias and Mio sympathized with their fellow devil, elder siblings were difficult. The Konoha shinobi just quietly observed in surprise, that was quite the sister complex the woman had. Kiba was grateful his own sister didn't act like that. Kurumi, Yuki began with a bit of trepidation, am I a difficult elder sister? She really wasn't, but Kurumi wanted to mess with her, a simple harmless prank. As such, she avoided Yuki's gaze and adopted a reticent appearance. Jin, catching on to his youngest's game, couldn't help but snicker quietly. I am sorry. Thank you, Shitori-san. I'll see ya later, alright. Naruto said loudly, desperate to make sure that he wouldn't be caught lying by getting out of there as soon as possible. He once more began to run at what he considered to be an average human speed, but what he considered average actually appeared to Sona as speeds that only the fastest human runner in the world, Usain Bolt, could achieve. Well, I know it doesn't matter now with our awareness of his abilities and skills, Rias said, but I can see why your interest was piqued back then. Yes, Sona said, before adopting a contemplative expression. However, now that I think about it, I don't think we would have been strong enough to reincarnate him without a mutation piece or at least most of our pawns. My peerage is nearly full to capacity, so I wouldn't have been able to spare the necessary pieces no matter how much I may have desired his service. I do wonder how many pieces would be required for him, Rias thought out loud, witnessing his last fight before his displacement. It's clear Naruto is incredibly powerful. I do believe it may equal Issei's reincarnation. Did he not take your entire pawn set? A nod was the Cetri's answer. Excuse me, Kakashi interjected, garnering the supernatural group's attention. Forgive me for intruding, but you were speaking about my student. In regards to this whole reincarnation business, did he accept your offer? The copy Nin, if he was honest, would be disappointed if his student did choose to forsake his humanity, especially after all the work Naruto put into gaining his home's acknowledgement of his worth and humanity. He wouldn't lash out at either party, though, that was just incredibly petty. It was their life and prerogative. He just hoped his student would be prepared to confront the consequences of his choices. Konoha wouldn't let go of its Jinchuriki. No, he did not, Rias answered with obvious disappointment. Kakashi wondered what that was about as he and his fellow shinobi breathed out in relief. If you both deal with reincarnation, Hinata paused as to assure herself of her hypothesis, does that mean you both are devils? Rias and Sona smiled at Hinata, the expressions confirming the answer for the shinobi. That also meant Searzex and Seraphol were also devils by extension. Well, that was surprising, and Kiba was honestly thrilled. Sona was, of course, shocked to see an ordinary teenage boy run so fast. Either the boy was a naturally gifted runner or, perhaps he was something exceptional among his fellow humans. Regardless, that burst of impressive talent got her to ponder whether he could be a potential candidate for her peerage, as she had quite a few openings left to fill. She decided to look into the matter later, but first, she had to have a conversation with her best friend, Rias, about potential candidates for their peerages, and how best to divide the spoils between them. Fair was fair after all. Looks like Kuo Academy truly is a place where potential congregates, right, Tsubaki? Sona asked, at first to what seemed like no one in particular. Though it turned out not to be the case, as one of her closest friends, her queen, Shinra Tsubaki, appeared to the right side of the bespectacled girl without prompt. Tsubaki was a well-endowed young woman with straight black hair that reached her knees, along with heterochromic eyes with her left eye and right eye being violet and light brown respectively. Her own glasses glinted in the light mysteriously as she regarded her king and responded. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto would indeed be an excellent addition to your peerage, Sona Kaichu. He seems to be a better prospect than Hyodo Issei at the very least. Ouch, my pride, apologies, Hyodo-san, Tsubaki said uniformly. It was difficult to tell if she was being sincere. If it is any consolation, I believe the boy who stands with us now is someone worthy of joining my king's peerage. At that, he offered a sheepish grin. Thanks, Tsubaki Fukukaichu. I know I didn't really do myself any favors with my behavior in school. You're still a pervert even now, Saji sniped with a sly expression. Fuck off. Issei grumbled a bit. It's why I am grateful to Naruto for talking to me, he really changed my life. The Konoha shinobi wondered what the story between those two were. Naruto seems to have been really busy these past few months, Ino concluded in surprise. Yeah, Sakura whispered, really makes you wonder what else he's done. The student council president narrowed her eyes faintly. Oh yes, the young man that Rias had her eye on, the one with the suspected sacred gear. Neither of them really knew what the boy held within him, and Sona disliked taking chances, especially when she considered that Hyodo already had quite the reputation throughout the school already. It wasn't a good reputation, which was why, so far, Uzumaki was the better choice for her. If I had the chance, I'd still welcome him into my peerage. Really, Sona? Rias asked in surprise. I thought after all the shenanigans he's put you through, you'd be dissuaded from such. Oh, make no mistake, Rias, a sadistic twinkle illuminated from her eyes. I would curb his misbehavior with proper discipline. That meant she would spank him hard. She wouldn't admit to actually enjoy such acts, even if the thought of doing so to Naruto kind of excited her. He deserved it, however. He is an ambitious man, Sona said. I can respect that, and I believe he could accomplish much with the proper support. Of course, obtaining Naruto's skills and support for her own endeavors and dream would be monumental. They could accomplish much together. She honestly believed that ever since his declaration at the party. The Gremory heiress frowned. The thought of Naruto being charmed into the service of another devil was upsetting, though. She understood Sona and what was left unsaid. The Cetri's dream to open an institution of education for all devils in society was one worth fighting for. And it was a dream Naruto would support, no matter his own opinion on school life. He was just that kind of man, willing to help where he could. But first, come, Tsubaki, we should be on our way. Rias is expecting us, Sona stated, turning around and heading towards the direction of the Occult Research Club building. They had much to discuss. I believe it's safe to say that Naruto-san will find himself on the supernatural stage really soon, Roswise said in pity. She couldn't help but do so since young man appeared to be doing his best to avoid a confrontation with it.
Life seldom goes as one plans. Yeah, Azazel replied, it's only a matter of time.
T-U-O-L. Naruto was jogging his way back home, despite his impatience. After the run-in with Nonaka Yuki, he really didn't want to run the risk of tipping off his abilities to her, lest he incur the girl's suspicion and make a new enemy in the visage of this so-called hero tribe. Also, he had to find a place to train in order to prepare himself for what seemed like a probable conflict. Since he was busy gathering information on the world and the supernatural, he never really registered that he needed to train, what with how noticeable that action would be. It seemed stupid as a matter of fact. Why would he ruin his anonymity by training every now and again when he wasn't in any danger? That, and he had no clue where he could find a place to train.
You can't really fault him when he has a valid excuse, Shikamaru droned out.
It's still an excuse, Kiba stated with certainty. Then let me reword it, a valid defense. The Inuzuka pursed his lips. It was still an excuse in his opinion. So that's why he requested the construction of a training facility, Rias said in surprise. Honestly, Naruto really valued his security and secrecy. Like a ninja, her lips twitched as she tried to suppress her excitement. It was an excellent idea either way. Akeno spoke with a smile. I know I've benefited from it. I believe the entire group has, and I am happy with our progress. We can only improve from here on out. But now, of course, there was at least one faction that knew that he wasn't normal, so he needed to get himself back into shape, just in case. The only problem that he really had was that he was quite a bit slower, physically and in reaction speed, than when he fought pain. He was regretting his decision now. That being said, it wasn't like he was weak or anything. He was more than positive that he was stronger and faster than most of these supernatural beings. The entire Gremory peerage sans Issei felt a tad bit depressed. They couldn't dispute that claim. He can't be that strong, Saji said with certainty. He had forgotten the montage of Naruto's fight with Pain as well as the fallen angel, Vridiel. Issei laughed mockingly. Head curb stomp you, bucket boy. ID curb stomp, Saji. Sona interrupted. Mild disappointment was apparent in her tone. That's enough. The pawn of Cetri slumped in defeat. As much as Saji wanted to one-up his fellow pawn, he didn't want to disappoint his king and president. Siraorg smiled as he observed one of his designated rivals. The humility apparent in the Sekiryute was a pleasant surprise. That kind of mindset would benefit him in the future, as insecurity would only hamper one's growth. However, acknowledgement of your fellows and betters could inspire self-improvement. Competition was the key to an individual's rise to strength and prominence. It was clear that Issei had deemed Naruto as an inspiration and someone to measure himself against. A sentiment the Bael heir shared and personally understood. Naruto had a hell of a punch. It was more of a long-term problem than anything else. So, the best thing for him to do would be to find a nice forest near Kuo town, and use Fuinjutsu to hide his energy signal. Fuinjutsu was something that he recently dabbled in, seeing as he had the tools necessary for it, and he practically had nothing better to do with his free time. So, he's actually training his skill in Fuinjutsu, Tsunade commented. There was a semblance of pride in her voice. His ancestors would be proud. Tsunade Shisho, are you aware of his parentage? The Hokage pursed her lips as Sakura asked her that question. She could see her student gazing at her in surprise and suspicion. A part of her was proud that the girl was acting protectively of Naruto. The other part was a bit annoyed for being put on the spot. It was only made worse when the others of Sakura's generation were eyeing her with suspicion. Sakura, Naruto would not bear the Uzumaki surname if he didn't inherit their blood. You know the prestige that comes with a clan name, even if the clan has been scattered to the four winds. Tsunade didn't outright lie to her student, she simply deflected the question with an ambiguous answer. The Uzumaki were a clan? Kiba asked in surprise. Yes, Konoha's flak jackets bear the Uzumaki clan crest in honor of them. Well, damn, I thought that symbol was just there to denote style, like Asuma-sensei's sash. Shikamaru spoke up to correct his friend. Sensei wore his sash to denote his status as a former guardian. Yeah, but he didn't have to wear it, plus, it was stylish. Shikamaru and Ino had to agree. Asuma looked like a badass even in standard uniform. It was the facial hair and the cigarettes, and not every Konoha nin wears the standard uniform, Kakashi-sensei being the exception. Are you saying I am not stylish? The copy nin had to ask. His dignity was taking far more jabs than he allowed. And one hit was already far too many. Well, I don't think you cover your eye as a fashion statement, do you? Kakashi was at a loss for words. It was obviously for the sake of efficiency. I've always wondered about that. Sakura said with a contemplative expression. Why not just wear an eye patch? Wouldn't it be far more efficient and easier to adjust than your headband? It was obviously a fashion statement. Kakashi had enough though. How about we just get back into the story? The Fuinjutsu scrolls which Ero Sennin gave him for his training, which were left in a seal, always accessible to him, if he wanted it. Never touched while he was back at Konoha, far too concerned with real tangible power and strength than the mysterious art that his master was so advanced in. It must be similar to magic runes, Rossweiss hypothesized in giddiness. Anything related to the mystic arts was something she enthusiastically desired to learn about, and to think there was an entire unidentified culture and its mystic arts out there, waiting to be studied. She nearly squealed in excitement. His perverted old man of a master forced him to keep it as a precaution, hoping that the blonde would, one day, try and do something with it. Naruto laughed it off at the time, but it turned out that the old pervert was a hell of a lot smarter than he gave him credit for. The shinobi twitched, becoming more somber at the thought. But then he shook his head, deciding to exit from that train of thought, knowing nothing good would come from it. First and foremost, he had to focus on finding a place to train. But before he even did that, he needed a nap, as well as a nice feast of ramen to cool his nerves. One could not train on an empty stomach after all. The Konoha group and the Kuo packed side, as much as they agreed on the sentiment, they didn't approve his choice of a meal. Ramen was fine. Once in a while, variety was the spice of life. Why couldn't Naruto understand that? We haven't even found all his stashes, yet. Mio sighed in exasperation. Really, how many hiding spots could Naruto establish for the sake of, in his own words, emergency, ramen? Maria patted the young redhead's shoulder. Don't worry about it, we'll wean him off ramen eventually. Do you really think so? No. T-U-O-L. Night was rapidly approaching when Naruto woke up from his nap. As soon as he was lucid enough, the young man immediately began to gather all of his supplies and tools, aware that he should probably make the best of his training. Ero Sennin gave him quite a bit of paper slips to practice Fuinjutsu on, giving him plenty to practice on if he so wanted. He has actually learned about Fuinjutsu before, so he knew the basics, like how to make a paper bomb for instance. Though, muffling energy signals were definitely a bit more complicated than that, and something that he, only recently, managed to nail down. At least, he hasn't completely neglected his training, Kakashi said. To have actually developed a new skill is better than nothing, no matter how impractical it may be in combat. We'll have to have an evaluation of his skills when he returns, Tsunade opined. Kakashi paused in thought. Could we not just make our review from this, whatever it is? A proper one, Kakashi, damn it, he had no problem training or sparring with his student, but, a full-fledged evaluation. The boy was a sage, now. Kakashi wanted to be able to walk home. Basically, he wasn't a master by any means, but he had a decent grasp on what to do. Naruto barely dabbled in Fuinjutsu back in his world, but now, in this world, it suddenly became much more important to learn about. Especially when he remembered all of the incredible things that Fuinjutsu could legitimately accomplish, which inspired him to actually, really, give it a shot. It was rough at first, but he thought that he was doing alright, all things considered. Though he doubted that had ever become good enough to use Fuinjutsu to head back home or anything, so that idea was out of the question. Naruto was still thinking about his actions throughout the last 2 months as he was putting on his casual clothes and walked outside, prepared to start his search. Since, by this point, it was quite dark, he decided to forego his usual practice of fitting in and just began to jump across the rooftops at breakneck speeds. "That's incredibly ninja-like," Issei commented. "It's kind of badass. Do all of you guys run like that?" He received nods from the Konoha shinobi. "You must be enjoying yourself, Rias." "Be quiet, Akano." The heiress adamantly ignored the teasing smile of her friend. She wouldn't ruin this for her. Thankfully, as he was moving, and after doing some brainstorming, the blonde quickly remembered that there was a forest-like area at the northwestern part of Kuo Town, having passed by it when he entered the town in the first place. Perfect. Changing course slightly, the shinobi soared through the many buildings of the human settlement, reaching his destination in a matter of seconds. When he actually arrived, he quickly gave the forest around him a once-over, determining whether it would work for him. Not bad. Nowhere near as impressive as Konoha's forests, but I doubt that any forest in this world can top that, Naruto said with a grin, as he decided to drop his supplies on the ground to begin. He needed to actually draw the seals that would suppress energy signals, one that would work for a decent enough area for his training. Thankfully, he had plenty of practice with his 2-month time frame. As soon as Naruto finished drawing those very seals, the blonde twitched, cut off from his work as he felt something. It was a spike of energy from a ways away, supernatural energy, which he has gotten used to thanks to his 2-month stay in this world. "Looks like I am about to win free lunch," Kakashi gloated with a smile. "Get ready to pay up, Tsunade-sama, Shizune." The Hokage widened her eyes in minor panic. "No, betting on Naruto hasn't led me astray yet. Is his luck running out?" "Not so fast, Kakashi," Shizune declared, pouring rain on the copy Nin's parade. The wager was to see how Hell step upon the supernatural stage. "There's no guarantee Hell become intimately involved with it from just one encounter," she stated confidently. After all, this wouldn't be his first brush with it, and yet, he still hasn't been exposed to every faction. Kakashi paused in thought and promptly choked on air. "This is what I get for making a wager on something so vague." Shizune was clearly taking advantage of the ambiguity of the stipulation. Worst part was that he couldn't refute her interpretation of the bet. "This sucks." "Shizune's right, Kakashi," Tsunade taunted. "Looks like the wager is still in effect." Sakura and Ino rolled their eyes. To think Kakashi and Shizune would indulge in Tsunade's vices, it was a pretty pointless wager in their opinion. Did the Jonin forget that Naruto was manipulated to join a school by the supernatural? They both sighed, before locking gazes with each other. Silently, they agreed to just enjoy the fireworks until it became hazardous for them. Emil says Tsunade-sama throws the first punch. Shikamaru whispered to both girls. "That's a losing bet, Nara." "No thanks," both Kunoichi chorused. Shikamaru shrugged. "A guy could try. Thanks for watching."